Good morning, everybody. Happy Inauguration Day. I am here at the U.S. Capitol, beautiful building right behind me, and the future is so bright that I have to wear shades. Today, history will be made. We are live as we prepare for President Trump to take the oath of office. Watch it all live on Daily Wire. Plus, celebrate the 47th president with 47% off your membership. Go to dailywire.com/subscribe. Snoop Dogg played a Trump inauguration ball. Oscar de la Renta is bragging about designing clothes for J.D. Vance's wife. Bill Gates sucked up to Trump for 3 hours over dinner at Mar-a-Lago. CNN is paying out millions of dollars in defamation settlements. CBS might try to settle a $10 billion lawsuit brought by President Trump. And in case you forgot, Trump is about to be inaugurated today after most Americans voted for him. It has never been more over for the American left. I'm not saying the libs are totally destroyed. Nothing is ever totally final in politics, but the libs are pretty thoroughly destroyed. They are more thoroughly destroyed than they have been at any point in my lifetime. Nobody likes them. Just about everyone now likes, or at least pretends to like, President Trump. Either way, I don't really care. This is the biggest cultural shift of our lifetimes. It is happening live right now. I'm Michael Knowles. This is The Michael Knowles Show. Welcome back to the show. The hits just keep on coming. As if the day couldn't get any better, we have some exclusive info. We're going to break some news on this show. We know what some of the early Trump executive orders will be. The executive orders that are coming up in just a matter of hours now. We'll be talking to the Daily Wire's very own Mary Margaret Olahan momentarily. But first, I wanted to tell you about Oracle. Oracle right now. Head on over to oracle.com/president. Even if you think it's a little bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it is not in your industry yet, it is coming. It is going to take my job. There will be a robot Michael on this show. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for computing and 80% less for networking. So you're saving a big pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies. Oracle.com/president. Oracle.com/president. We're getting even more breaking news, actually. It's not just the Trump executive orders, which are great, but in his final moments in office, Joe Biden has decided to issue preemptive pardons to Dr. Fauci, offensive enough, the January 6th committee, which probably committed crimes, as far as I can tell, to pardon them, and General Mark Milley, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. A really bizarre moment in American history when some of the top people in the federal government need to receive pardons because of their years of corruption, just hours before the new president is inaugurated. But a perfect ending to Joe Biden, a disingenuous hypocrite for his entire political career, a man who in this last presidential election began by saying that we need to make sure that we remain a nation of laws. No one is above the law, he said. Democracy is on the ballot. We're going to restore the soul of this nation. And he ends by placing people above the law, people who committed crimes, including his son, who got the most sweeping pardon ever in American presidential history. Joe Biden, who wants to ignore the democracy on the ballot. Joe Biden, who is noticing that the democracy voted for his opponent in this election. a criminal, corrupt, disreputable way for a criminal, corrupt, disreputable politician to end his career. And I think an admission that the libs lost. There is political appetite in the country right now for investigations into Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci, who allowed the country to shut down, who funded illegal research, it would appear, who lied to the American people, who was so high-handed, who forced all of our relatives, not all of them, but a lot of them, to die alone, who just upended our country and never had to pay any consequence. At least with Fauci, you could say most of the time it was just maladministration rather than a direct crime. When it comes to the January 6th committee, they may have committed actual crimes. They actually withheld evidence. They actually defamed people, but they get their preemptive pardons. And then Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, just to show you how deep the rot runs. So, all right, see you later, Joe Biden. The left is just destroyed. They just have nothing. They're basically trying to save the scraps of their reputations and credibility and wealth and freedom and go away. They're not even really trying to duke this out in the public square anymore. And you see this all around. I mean, the fact that Oscar de la Renta, it seems like this is a trivial issue, but it's actually not a trivial issue. The fact that a major clothing designer, hip, fashionable, cool, elite, would come out, post pictures of J.D. Vance. We were told J.D. Vance is Hitler. He's Hitler Jr. J.D. Vance. Democracy is on the ballot. This is an existential threat to our republic. But now J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha Vance, wears a custom noir velvet gown with asymmetric floral accents and a sweetheart neckline for the vice president's dinner. Ooh la la. Need I remind you, Melania Trump, an actual supermodel, never got a fashion magazine cover when she was First Lady. Jill Biden, Michelle Obama, perfectly nice women perhaps, but nevertheless, they were not supermodels in their careers. They get their fashion magazine covers. The actual gorgeous professional model never gets one because serious, elite, reputable companies could not be seen within 100 yards of the Trumps or anyone associated with his administration. Now they are clamoring. They are begging to be part of Trump world because the American right, really Trump and the Trump movement, won. Do you know who played one of the inaugural balls? I'm in D.C. I've been going to a lot of these parties and pre-inaugural balls. There will be actual inaugural balls tonight. But there's one party I didn't go to. That was the crypto pre-inaugural ball. And you know who went? Snoop Diggity Doo Dog, Snoop Doggy Dog, the man who in 2017 had this to say about black musicians who would in any way associate with Trump.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the out one of you Uncle Tom for doing it. Which one of you gonna do it first? Osby's the one that performs for himself.
About noon, just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. Before the day begins, before my mother starts about my friends,
Those of you who are not watching and who are only listening, that last part of the clip was Snoop Dogg playing for a Trump inaugural ball. Snoop Dogg gonna roast the SHIT out of himself, I guess. But he's doing it. Why is he doing it? I'm sure he got paid a ton of money to play that ball. And why is he permitted to make, I mean, he would have made a lot of money had he done it in 2017. He is permitted to make a lot of money playing that ball because Trump is the mainstream. Not voting for Trump, not supporting Trump, not wearing the MAGA hat is now a minority political position in the United States. Meanwhile, what is Biden doing as he's leaving office? He's issuing all of these emergency pardons to all of his cronies so that hopefully Trump doesn't go after them, as he legitimately should in most cases. Joe Biden is also just declaring new constitutional amendments. Democracy's on the ballot. No one's above the law. Meanwhile, I'm going to pardon my family for all of our corruption, and I'm just going to rewrite the Constitution. You couldn't make this up. If this were a Hollywood movie, a producer would say, it's too on the nose. The man who's gone mad with power, really just the avatar of the American left, has gone mad with power. And Biden, in his case, has gone literally mad. He is an actual representation of the broader ideological madness that took over the left because Joe Biden has become senile. Now, this is a stage of political degradation that I didn't think we would get to, of mental and political degradation that we would get to, where the president just thinks he can rewrite the Constitution. In this case, by adding a 28th Amendment, the Equal Rights Amendment, a hobby horse of feminists for decades. Here's what he had to say.
Throughout my career, I've been clear. No one should be discriminated against based on their sex. And in order for the amendment to be ratified, it requires 3/4 of the states to ratify it. That benchmark was passed when Virginia ratified the ERA a few years ago. Today, I affirm the Equal Rights Amendment to have cleared all the necessary hurdles to be added to the U.S. Constitution now. The Equal Rights Amendment is the law of the land now. It's the 28th Amendment to the Constitution now. I consulted dozens of constitutional scholars to make sure that it was all within the power to do this. And the fact is, we did. And third,
I don't know who those constitutional scholars are that he consulted. He might have consulted Hunter, the smartest guy he knows. Maybe he consulted Hunter. Maybe, I don't know, Charlie Day from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Because what Biden said is simply not true. It's the Equal Rights Amendment. You can amend the Constitution in one of two ways. You can either work through the legislature or you can work through the states. And so a number of states did ratify the ERA. How many did they get up to? They got up to 35 states over the course of its lifetime. But they fell 3 states short. They had to get to 38 states to ratify. They fell 3 states short. There was an initial deadline of 1979. They blew past it, but it was extended to 1982, and it missed it. So, okay, Biden says, well, a few years ago, Virginia ratified the ERA, it's announced the law of the land. That just simply isn't true. You don't need to take my word for it. Like that national archivist whose job it is to publish ratified presidential amendments has publicly spoken about this and said, no, sorry, you missed the deadline by about 4 decades. So, no, you don't get the Equal Rights Amendment. And yet the Democrats are uniformly getting behind this. This is not just Joe Biden speaking off the cuff, a senior moment. This is a political strategy. We'll get into what that strategy is in a moment. First, though, I want to talk to you about balance of nature. Balance of nature fruits and veggies is the most convenient way to get whole fruits and vegetables daily, especially if you've centered your New Year's resolutions around creating a healthier lifestyle. Nature is pretty good at giving us the nutrients that we need through fruits and vegetables. So Balance of Nature takes fruits and vegetables, freeze-dries them, turns them into a powder, then puts them into a capsule. You take your fruit and veggie capsules every day, then your body knows what to do with them. Balance of Nature is just one ingredient, balanced lifestyle that has no intention to replace a healthy diet, exercise, sleep, or any other healthy habits. It's intended to be used in concert with other healthy habits. When one is on the road and maybe staying out a little bit late at some of these inauguration parties and maybe not getting all one's fruits and vegetables, it's very helpful, I can attest. It's very helpful to have Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com, use promo code Knowles for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer, plus get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That is balanceofnature.com, promo code Knowles. What is Biden doing here? Why is he pretending that there's this 28th Amendment? There is no 28th Amendment to the Constitution. The authority in charge of publishing the ratified amendment has clarified I'm sure there are plenty of liberals working for the Archivist of the United States, but it's not a thing. It would be like me walking out here on this patio today and saying, it is raining. It is officially raining. That wouldn't be the case. I cannot, through sheer tyranny of will, change the weather, and Joe Biden cannot, through sheer tyranny of will, change the Constitution. Kamala Harris comes out. Kamala Harris says that the Equal Rights Amendment is the 28th Amendment, the law of the land. In fact, here is her official statement on it. And I think her official statement gives up the whole game. It says, equality is a fundamental promise of our democracy. That's why the ERA belongs in our Constitution. Published this January 17th. If the ERA amendment has been ratified, why does she need to make an argument as to why it belongs in the Constitution? Because Democrats know it's not actually in there. History teaches us that civil rights are fought for and won with every generation. That continues to be true today. Now Americans must continue to fight for a more equal and just nation where everyone has opportunity. Again, if the ERA has been ratified, why do we have to continue to fight? Because they know it hasn't really been ratified. But it's not even just out of the White House. Tammy Duckworth, one of the more humorous members of the U.S. Senate, unintentionally humorous, she tweets out, Biden officially recognized the ERA, blah, 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 major victory for women, even though actually the ERA was killed by a woman, Phyllis Schlafly, a conservative woman who organized lots of other women who didn't want the ERA to totally destroy women's rights and privileges. It was kind of an early version of the transgender movement. You know, the ERA would have destroyed women-only schools, women-only bathrooms for that matter. And so women defeated that amendment. Why are they doing this? The real reason, the quick reason as to why the Democrats are pushing this right now is they have nothing. They have no actual accomplishment or victory to point to. Either a legal victory or a political victory over the course of the last 4 years, or an electoral victory. They really have nothing. So they're just making stuff up. They can't say, we're leaving the economy stronger than ever. They've tried that, but it doesn't work. We're leaving the border more secure. We're leaving the world at greater peace. They can't. Everything's gotten worse. So they make this thing up at the end. Hey, we changed the Constitution, but you didn't, actually. You didn't. You really didn't do much of anything. And so now you're going away. We're being told that President Trump has just arrived at the Capitol. Initially, this lawn behind me, the National Mall, was going to be filled with people because everyone was going to stand outside. Then we were told that they couldn't because it's too chilly. Now, I'm sitting here. I have a coat on. I have a scarf on. I'm not wearing a hat or earmuffs. I'm not even wearing gloves. I don't know, it's not that cold, actually. There were reports that it was going to be 10 degrees. There is precedent for moving the inauguration ceremony indoors. Ronald Reagan did it at his second inaugural in 1985. But it's unusual. Some people are wondering, was this really about the weather or was this about security? Some Democrats are suggesting Trump couldn't draw a crowd. That's a really bold claim to make from the party that just lost the popular vote for the first time in 20 years. I think Trump could probably draw a crowd, but I don't know. I've gone back and forth on this because I saw the weather reports, and yet right now people could be outside. So Trump will be doing the swearing in, actually taking the oath of office in the U.S. Capitol. Then I believe he'll be moving to the indoor arena, which was a site of a rally, and I guess he'll be giving some remarks there. In any case, when I saw that the weather was going to be chilly, I did, this is before they announced any changes to the inauguration, I thought, all right, President Trump needs to keep his remarks brief because we do not want another William Henry Harrison situation. William Henry Harrison, I think it was 1841, was sworn in as president, gave a very long remark in the freezing cold in the winter, and then he died a month later because he caught pneumonia. So we do not want that from President Trump. President Trump seems to have 9 lives. We want him to be around a long time, and that is why he is going into the Capitol. Whether because of the weather or perhaps more likely security. Now, the other huge news that happened, speaking of communication, getting all of this news out, is that TikTok was banned for like 45 seconds yesterday. TikTok went down. It was actually for about 12 and a half hours. And TikTok is back up. Coincidentally, I was actually at a party sponsored by TikTok last night. I didn't even realize the party was sponsored by TikTok until I got there. I thought, this is kind of awkward for you guys, huh? You're sponsoring one of these parties in D.C. and your app might not even exist. But there's been a big fight over this because Republicans want to take TikTok down. Democrats want to keep TikTok up. Some Democrats now want to take TikTok down. President Trump wants to keep TikTok up. What is going on? First of all, the TikTok influencers were absolutely melting down yesterday. We have, where is the Yeah, the heartbroken TikTok users. It's gone. TikTok is gone. I'm going through withdrawals. This is a crime. I'm just quoting directly from some big TikTok users. Mentally, I'm totally disassociating right now. I'm crashing bad. This can't be effing real. I hope they recovered. I hope not too many of them committed seppuku or, leapt from there. Well, they weren't outside. Usually they're sort of inside. But I hope some of them are doing all right. Many registered nurses and employees for the National Institutes of Health are very relieved because I don't know what they would do if they couldn't choreograph silly dances on TikTok. I guess they'd have to treat people, or I don't know, first responders, all sorts of, they keep popping up on TikTok. But TikTok is popping back up on the App Store. What is going on here? What's going on is you're seeing a major political fight between multiple factions. This is not just left versus right. This is not just U.S. versus China. The TikTok battle is a complex, nuanced political fight where it's not exactly clear who our friends and enemies are. So when TikTok was going down, a ton of Americans signed up for an app called Red Note. It's an app for which the Chinese translates more directly to Little Red Book, which is the book of sayings of Chairman Mao. So not great. According to the Chinese state-owned Global Times, Red Note has become a message board for the people of China and the U.S., reflecting the simple wish of both countries and the international community for peace, prosperity, and security. From sharing memes and cat taxes, something called the cat tax on there, where Chinese people will demand a cat tax of American users, which means the American users have to post pictures of cats, and then the Chinese will respond and tell them whatever about their country. The phrase Red Note and cat tax both seem a little bit on the nose for a Chinese app. I don't know. That's probably a little politically incorrect, but I don't know. We demand your cats. What do they say in China? They'll eat anything with 4 legs other than a table and anything with 2 legs other than a human. So the cat tax, I don't think they're actually eating them. That's mostly, obviously, Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. But also Red Note, a little on the nose. Clearly, TikTok in the U.S. is a vehicle for Russian state, Communist Chinese Party propaganda. And yet, President Trump is thinking about giving them a reprieve and putting TikTok back on. Why? Why, you ask? We'll get to that in a moment. First, I want to tell you about Pure Talk. Go to puretalk.com right now. This country was founded on freedom. Freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea. And when we dumped their tea into the ocean, they tried blockading us. How did that work out for them, huh? Well, now it's time to throw your overpriced big wireless contract overboard, too, just like all that delicious tea. You don't need to pay $100 a month just to get a free phone, so-called free phone. Pure Talk, my cell phone company, stands against inflated prices. With a qualifying plan at just $45 a month, you can get a free Samsung Galaxy. Yes, this is a premium service. We're talking unlimited talk, text, 25 gigs of data, and mobile hotspot, all at a fraction of what the big guys charge, all on America's most dependable 5G network. That is right. Same tower. You heard me say similar network. You heard me say similar coverage. That's not what I said. I said the same towers, the same coverage as the big guys, just a lot more affordable. Get your free Samsung Galaxy by visiting puretalk.com/Knowles today. Switching is easy. That is puretalk.com/Knowles. Claim your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, America's wireless company. Why is Trump going to give TikTok a 90-day extension? Why is Joe Biden not enforcing the ban during the 1 day in office that might have overlapped with the ban passed by the legislators and Trump's being inaugurated? It seems to me this extension is aimed at 3 big players: China, certainly, and YouTube and Facebook. In principle, I have no problem with a TikTok ban because I'm not a free speech absolutist. I certainly don't think a hostile foreign government has the right to a direct communication line into the United States to spread propaganda to our own citizens. I don't think there's any right to that whatsoever. And I have no particular affection for the Chinese Communist Party. However, the chief beneficiaries in the U.S. from a TikTok ban are going to be Facebook and YouTube. And Facebook and YouTube, they're trying to suck up to conservatives now, but they have spent years trying to actively censoring us, trying to defeat President Trump and succeeding in 2020, trying to take over the public square in a self-governing republic. That means you essentially take over the political order, personally harming our business in particular. So no, I don't want to give them any advantage in the free marketplace of big tech. So what is this about? I think what we're seeing from President Trump is the art of the deal. It's a little bit of a negotiation. I think he wants to make Facebook and YouTube sweat a little bit, and I think they do need to sweat, and I think they need to make major concessions, and I think they need to stop all the unjust activity that we've seen for years. But also, I think he wants some leverage with China. I think he wants to say, look, TikTok is really popular, and so look, we're happy to have TikTok in America, especially if some more right-wing content can break through on there, but we're going to need some concessions for that. In China has its own version of TikTok, which promotes news, scholarly kinds of materials, orderly things. But what do they send to America? Just brain rot trash, just absolute slop. So maybe Trump gets some concessions out of China and how TikTok works. At the very least, though, we need to level the playing field because China will not allow our communications apps into their country. So what maybe he says, look, loosen up the restrictions on our communications apps. It's just like trade. He says, look, it's not that we want to close off trade. We like trade, but the trade has to be fair. We shouldn't be getting ripped off on trade, okay? So sure, you can have access to the American market, China, when we're just talking about trade broadly, but you need to stop illegally subsidizing your industries. You need to stop devaluing your currency, as you, especially some years ago, were doing a lot. You need to stop dumping your products here. You need to play by the rules, okay? And TikTok's got to play by some rules. And you know what? Maybe our big tech companies in America need to play by the rules too. It's not always an either or. You can build some consensus here, okay? That's what President Trump did. That's how he won the popular vote as a Republican for the first time in 20 years. Now, what other great news is going on? I don't want to jinx the day by saying it's all so great, but on this day, as we're getting Trump inaugurated, the libs totally falling back, the left-wing corporations obsequious, just pleading for President Trump's approval. Now you've got CNN paying out a multi-million-dollar fine for defamation. A Florida jury found CNN liable of defamation, defaming specifically Navy veteran Zachary Young, giving him $5 million plus punitive damages for CNN to pay. Why? What was the story? The story was CNN's chief national security correspondent said that Zachary Young and others ran a black market charging exorbitant prices to get people out of Afghanistan. This report was aired not just by some random correspondent, but by Jake Tapper, by Jim Acosta, by big figures at the network. They aired the report. Now, internal communications, we found out through this lawsuit, showed that employees at CNN doubted the truth of the story. But the national security correspondent at CNN really had it out for this guy, Zachary Young. According to messages, he called Young a mother effer, said that he hoped to nail him, and said that he had a punchable face. So according to Young's lawyer here, he says, CNN's defamatory comments have rendered Young permanently unemployable in the career he's trained for his whole life, have resulted in Young's income plunging to nothing, and have caused Young to suffer millions of dollars in lost income. All true, and CNN just got hit. It is good to enforce laws against defamation. That is good. There are going to be some people, especially on the left with this case, who say, no, free speech means that we shouldn't have all of these lawsuits about defamation. No, there's no free speech right to defame people. There's no First Amendment right. The founding fathers, the framers of the Constitution, didn't think that there was some right to defame people. They didn't think there was some right to threaten people. They didn't think there was some right to promote obscenity. They didn't think there was some right to fighting words. There were all sorts of exceptions to free speech. Because what the founding fathers and the framers and anyone who's seriously considered this issue has realized is there are some kinds of speech that actually undermine free speech. Enforcing laws against defamation actually is a defense of free speech. Because the point of free speech is to arrive at the truth. That's the end of it's the telos of free speech. That's the theory, at least. Some people would say it doesn't really work to do that, but that's the theory put forward by people like John Milton in Areopagitica, people like John Locke in the Letter Concerning Toleration, people like the American founding fathers and framers. That's the idea. The point is to arrive at truth. If you legally protect speech that the speaker knows to be untrue, that the speaker has even been recklessly negligent in asserting the truth of, and that the speaker has engaged in because he's got it out for the other guy, you are undermining free speech because you're undermining the purpose of free speech. All of this while we are learning through this lawsuit that CNN is collapsing. CNN has had massive waves of layoffs. CNN has been threatened with some of these lawsuits, rightly so. We found out that in 2021, CNN brought in $2.2 billion in revenue. In 2022, just a year later, they only brought in $2 billion in revenue, and they only brought in $1.8 billion in revenue in 2023. That means in the course of 2 years, CNN lost $400 million in revenue, which underscores the basic observation of this show today. The left has not ever been this over in our lifetimes. When was the last time the left was this over? I guess you could maybe say 1984 because Reagan won 49 states, but even then, because the Democratic Party was less polarized, because the left just didn't mean what it means today. I don't know that you would say that. There was still a healthy Democrat Party. Reagan still had to deal with Tip O'Neill, the Democrat leading the House. There was, even though Mondale was a bad candidate running against Reagan, there was still a healthy left and Democrat Party in the 80s. That is not true today. The left's politicians need to be protected against investigation and prosecution. January 6th committee, Dr. Fauci, all the rest of them. The left's propagandists in the media are losing their eyeballs and losing their money and having to pay out defamation cases. The left's politicians are losing elections, and the left's corporations are now sucking up to the Republican who just won the White House and who is going to be inaugurated today. This is the day. Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president. The Daily Wire is live from D.C., as you can see, to bring you every moment. We're on the ground delivering it all to you, unfiltered, uncensored, and in real time. To celebrate this historic event, we are giving you 47% off new Daily Wire Plus memberships. Plus, we're including a free $20 gift as a thank you for joining the fight. People are so excited about this deal, they're actually flying their helicopters over to the studio right now to get it. But you can get yours from your phone or your computer. With your membership, you will get ad-free access to all of our shows, plus an exclusive lineup of hit movies, fearless documentaries, and original series. Now's the time to join. Use code 47 at dailywire.com/subscribe for 47% off your new Daily Wire Plus membership. My favorite comment yesterday is from Sandy K067, who says, I think of Michelle Obama not attending the inauguration as another win, still not tired of winning. Yeah, that's true. I agree. Oh no, the Obamas are going to have to slink away from public life after dominating the Democrat Party for, what is it now, almost 20 years. Yeah, okay, bye. See ya. You will not be missed in public life. Now, speaking of this inauguration, I spoke about it a little bit earlier, but this is a big question. Was the inauguration moved indoors because of the weather? Maybe just a bad weather prediction, because right now, look, it's chilly, but look, I'm from the Northeast originally. I've got a fairly high tolerance for this. I don't know, it's fine. DC gets colder before. Was it because of the weather, or was it because of security? They did almost kill the guy over the summer. Twice, actually, they almost killed the guy. One of them, they got really close. They actually got him in the ear, and he bled down his face, and he stood up on that stage. An implausible, last-minute, 20-degree jerk of the head is the only reason that Trump didn't have his head blown off on a stage in Pennsylvania. So if the Secret Service could allow that kind of security risk in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, we know Trump has threats against him from foreign adversaries, from internal adversaries. There was an attempt on his life again at a golf course of his in Florida just shortly after the first one. Okay, maybe it's just security. I'm a little confused. Well, maybe not confused. I'm a little dismayed at how eager the libs are to get Trump out in public today. Don't forget, he's not president yet. He's about to be president, but he's not president yet. So everyone's still on tenterhooks, okay? And that's not just paranoia, and that's not just catastrophizing. The guy was almost killed twice over the last 6 months, okay? Why is David Axelrod, the strategist behind Obama's ascent to the presidency, why is he tweeting this out? Quote, in 1961, John F. Kennedy was inaugurated on the Capitol steps in wind chills of 7 degrees. It was almost as cold for Obama in 2009. In fairness, Trump is more than 3 decades older than JFK and Obama were. Or did he just fear small crowds? Are you kidding me? You're really, you're chicken. Come on, Trump, walk outside. Override the advice, potentially, of your security team. Come on, what are you, chicken? What are you, old? Are you old and cold? Buck, 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 you're chicken, huh? First of all, I don't think he fears small crowds. He won the popular vote. He destroyed your candidates, David Axelrod. Joe Biden, who was the candidate, at least in the early part of the 2024 race. Joe Biden is also a little long in the tooth, you may have noticed. Did he fear small crowds? I don't think so. I think the Kennedy comparison is actually probably appropriate. I suspect the security detail is just a little more concerned that what happened to Kennedy might happen to President Trump, since it almost happened. Very disturbing how much the libs want him outside. But the libs themselves have not really taken to the streets. I've been in D.C. now. I came to D.C. to see some people on Wednesday. I was here Wednesday, Thursday, flew home Friday to Gucci Goo with the kids, and then I flew back here Saturday. So I've been in town for a lot over the past week or so. This is not 2016, folks. This is not 2020 George Floyd era, and this is not 2016 first Trump inauguration. There is very little in the way of protests. Do you remember in 2017 during the inauguration, they had the Women's March, and all of those people were wearing genital hats? I'm not even going to say the name. It's so disgusting. I want to forget about that whole moment on the American left. But they came out. There were a lot of people who were marching, the Women's March. Well, this time they've renamed it. It's the People's March. Maybe they were trying to bring in more people. Well, they didn't get that. Nobody showed up. They've got a handful of losers have shown up screaming, F you fascists. Andy No was reporting on this rebranded Women's March. It's kind of odd, isn't it, to call yourself the People's March when most of the people voted for the other guy. It's weird. Now, look, communists do this all the time. The People's Republic of so-and-so, the People's Republic of North Korea or of China. So they're typical, right out of the 150-year-old commie playbook. But it's not persuasive. No one's really showing up. They can't, even the fact that they had to rebrand it to the People's March, I think the reason they had to do that is because most women 45 and older voted for Trump. So you can't say it's the Women's March. Well, what about younger women? Well, actually, Trump pulled, I think, 44% of women, 45% of women under the age of 45, and he pulled 40% of women under the age of 30. So even the group that was most likely to vote for the Democrats, the group, many of whom were probably wearing pink hats back in 16, 17, they voted largely for Trump. Okay, well, could you call it the Black People's March? That was what they tried to do in 2020 with George Floyd, successfully, actually. Probably not, because 1 in 5 black guys voted for Trump. That might not seem like a lot. That's a tectonic shift from the Democrats to the Republicans. Okay, can you call it the Hispanic People's March? No, 46% of them voted for Trump. Can we call it the young People's March? Actually, young men in particular voted largely for Trump. Let's call it the People's March. The individual groups of people didn't vote for our guy, but let's just say the people as a whole. Okay, well, there are 15 people out there, if that. Do you see anyone? Do you see any protests behind me? I certainly don't. Pretty weak stuff, because it's over for them. It is over. For now. Who knows? You know, they could always rebound, but for now, it's so over. And we need to kick them while they're down. We need Trump to put through his 200 executive orders today. We need the unified government that we have over in that big, beautiful Capitol to push through as much of this agenda as we can get, not even just in the first 4 years. There's no guarantee of 4 years in the legislature. Not even just in the first 2 years. We need to push this through in the first 100 days, because getting the Republican congressmen together is like herding cats, okay? So Trump has a limited window, and it looks like he is ready to move. And this is not even just a strictly American movement. There are a lot of foreign leaders here, okay? Nigel Farage, very popular leader of Reform UK, he's here. Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, I actually saw her last night. I was chatting with her last night at one of the parties. She is here. Coincidentally, I was also in the UK when the Liberals torpedoed her government. And so why does she come over here? Why does Nigel Farage come over here? Why does Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, why did she come to the inauguration? Eric Zemmour, Marion Maréchal, prominent figures of the French right. Even Tom Vic Krieken, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, who's the chairman of the right-wing party in Belgium, Blam Belang, the Flemish interest. Even the co-founder of AFD, the Alternative for Deutschland, Tino Chrupalla, said that he was coming to attend. Why? Well, the reason is, whatever we want to tell ourselves about being a republic of yeoman farmers, whatever impulses we might have even to just be a nation like every other nation, we're not that. We are the global empire. Okay, and Trump is speaking to that directly. All this talk of greatness and making America great again, that is the language of grandeur, okay? That is the language of magnificence. Trump is not just some small little guy who wants to stick on his farm, all right? Trump is a big figure. He seems closer to a Caesar than he does to some, minor sort of statesman or Republican legislator. We are the global empire. We are sitting here in the imperial capital, and our vassal states in the American empire, which is called the West, are going to show up. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they? This has been true since at least World War II. We are the global empire. And so, of course, they're going to come, which means that winning here, winning the U.S. presidency and the House and the Senate, has global implications. These movements do not just happen in isolated pockets of the world. It's no coincidence that the Brexit happened in the UK right before Trump won the first time. Right before you see Viktor Orban really consolidating support in Hungary, before you see Giorgia Meloni winning in Italy, before you see AFD in Spain, AFD in Germany, the Vox party in Spain, right-wing parties really gaining momentum, the Front National in France, all gaining momentum. It's what Ronald Reagan said in A Time for Choosing, one of his most famous speeches. He said, when great forces are on the move in the world, we learn that we're spirits, not animals, okay? And there are great forces on the move in the world right now. There's a piece that just came out of the UK press. It said, this is out of the Telegraph, the left is more unpopular than any time since the Cold War, except in Starmer's Britain. And right now, Elon Musk is doing his level best to destroy Starmer's Britain, to destroy the left-wing party, Labour, in the UK. That's the one holdout for right now. But the rest, they're all collapsing. Justin Trudeau just collapsed up in Canada. You've seen right-wing leaders in Latin America, Nayib Bukele, one of the great leaders in the world today, Javier Milei. All these figures are just cropping up. When we're celebrating this big win in the U.S., I've been walking all around Washington, D.C., and people seem giddy, they seem light. Some woman walked up to me and she goes, this is just the greatest day, isn't it? My friend Dennis Prager said on election day, he says, this is the greatest day of my life. And why is that? Is it just because everyone really likes Trump? People do really like Trump, but no, it just feels that after years, decades really, of this constant degradation, that we couldn't turn around. The mass migration, losing our national identity, losing our traditional way of life, having threats against our children and against our education system, against our national security, just constant. We couldn't do anything. It feels as though we've turned a corner. We don't know how that's going to go. Nobody can predict the future. But that's what people are feeling right now. That's the next hour. 2 hours, 3 hours is what. It's not just about, the past 4 years have been tough and all my groceries are more expensive. That's what the liberals, lowercase l liberals, that's what the materialists, that's what the technocrats think. Oh, well, it's all just about inflation or something. No, it's about this building up of tension and dismay for years and decades, and maybe we've turned a little bit of a corner. The business leaders know it. You don't just have to focus on the politicians. Very wealthy, very intelligent business leaders know that something has shifted here. Bill Gates had a 3-hour dinner with President Trump. And what did he say about it? He said, I had a chance about 2 weeks ago to go have a long and actually quite intriguing dinner with him. A long, actually quite intriguing dinner. That's what Gates told the Wall Street Journal. I felt like he was energized and looking forward to help drive innovation. I'm sorry, I'm not doing a good Bill Gates voice. I felt like he was energized and looking forward to help drive innovation. I was frankly impressed with how well he showed a lot of interest in the issues I brought up. Wow. Bill Gates, he's one of the biggest funders of left-wing causes in the world. Bill Gates? Why? If you can't beat him, join him. That's it. I'm just going to take us through a little informal logic. If you can't beat them, you should join them. That's my major premise. My minor premise is they are joining Trump. Oscar De La Renta, Snoop Dogg, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg donating to the inaugural ball. All these countries playing ball. They are joining. Therefore, we beat them. Trump beat them. We, to get you voting, beat them. Beat them real good. Beat them real good, beat them real bad. And everyone knows it. At a time when we're having so much difficulty agreeing about basic aspects of truth, what is truth? People deny the truth. We don't know what a woman is anymore, that sort of thing. One thing that everyone seems to agree on, and they are proving it with their behavior, is that we won. And we're going to see the fruit of that victory today. We've got a lot more coming up. We'll be talking with our Daily Wire reporters about what's going on, maybe breaking a little bit of news about Trump's early executive orders. We have Mr. Shapiro coming up doing his show live from this desk. After my show, we have some extended inauguration coverage. Then once Ben's done with his show, then we're all going to come back out and have live coverage of the whole thing. Make sure you tune in. President Trump, 47th President of the United States, full coverage all day right here on Daily Wire. The Ben Shapiro Show, Matt Walsh, Andrew Clayton, Jeremy Boring, all join us live. The live coverage of the ceremony starts at 11:20 a.m. Eastern, right here at Daily Wire Plus. Trump taking the oath of office. Join us for the post-show coverage. Now let me get to the iPad a little bit. I want to chat with some of our friends, except all I can do is see me. That's very odd. This feels sort of like Inception. Where's my chat? Here we go. Here's the chat. Michael, please get some earmuffs and gloves on. We want you to stay healthy. Guys, I've been in Washington, D.C., going to various parties with Republicans, celebrating this wonderful moment for like 5 of the last 7 days. Staying up a little late, maybe having a couple of Coca-Colas, maybe a few Mayflower cigars, which are a great way to celebrate. So I think earmuffs are the least of my issues. But it's not really all that chilly out, actually. Michael could talk for 2 hours, but should he? I know, well, I might start losing my voice on account of all the celebrations, but I could. I could talk for 2 more. I could talk for 5 more hours because of how fired up I am. Let's see. Like your shades, Mike, says Travis0611. Well, I felt, my outfit is a little Anglo right now. It's a little Brit and prep, so I had to get some of that Italian suave kind of charm going on with my shades. Bring the hosts of Daily Wire in by canoe on the Potomac. That's a good idea. I did find out, in fact, that my ancestor, Simon Knowles, crossed the Delaware with General Washington. I don't think he ever had the misfortune of crossing the Potomac. I appreciate the schedule read, says Jasmine C. Oh, you're very welcome. I know, because some people, look, this is going to be a crazy day. And because the plans are so up in chaos, people don't even know basic things like, wait, when is he being sworn in? Wait, when is he addressing the crowd? So we will be with you for all of it. And if the times change, we'll let you know that, too. Chuck Diesel, you could set your watch to Michael's hair. Thank you. I like to think that in a world of subjectivity and constant change, My hair is an immovable object. Michael taken off? I'm not taking off, baby. Bryson was taken, says, I can't believe Rachel Maddow works for the Daily Wire. No, that's only when I put my eyeglasses on. That's when I really take on a little bit more of a lesbian style. But for now, I remain right-wing, employed by the Daily Wire, still a man. Ahoy, Michael. I hope Matt is doing all right after that dropped two-point conversion last night. He was looking a little rough, actually. As I've been saying, I've been going to all of these celebrations, saying hello to lots of people. Matt has been going to the fewest number of these that he can because he just wants to watch sports. Chaim Dilachem rise up, says base shrink. This is so celebratory, guys. Can I smoke one of my cigars out here or no? Is Secret Service going to tackle me if I light any? They probably will. Good morning, Michael. A lot of people asking about my hair. All right, that's enough. Ethan King says, Michael, tell them to clean the camera. We can't, all right? Politics is a dirty business. Washington, D.C. is a dirty state. It's not a state. The libs want to make it a state. It's a dirty federal district. So that's what happens, you know? Politics is a dirty business. We do have breaking news. I'm not going to be the one to break the news, though. Our Daily Wire reporters will do that momentarily. In the meantime, though, there is one story that I did want to get to, which is President Trump has released his official portrait, and it is very, very cool. You think that's very nice. I'm getting some compliments on my style. Nobody can match President Trump's drip and affect in this picture. So we'll get to that momentarily. But we do now have Daily Wire reporter Mary Margaret Olahan on the ground to break some very exciting news. Mary Margaret, thank you for coming on the show.
Hello. Good morning, Michael. It is a balmy 20 degrees out here, and we're so excited to be joining you.
Is it really 20 degrees? Because I feel okay right now, and maybe it's just because I have so damaged my body at all of these celebrations that I just can't feel anything anymore. Maybe that's what it is. Mary Margaret, you have...
That's quite possible.
You have an exclusive story here. We know that momentarily, a matter of a few hours, President Trump is going to sign a flurry of executive orders. We know a lot of his top priorities, but we don't really know the specifics. And you do. What's he going to do?
So, Michael, I can exclusively share here that we just reported President Trump will sign an executive order today on the weaponization of government. And this executive order will direct his incoming attorney general to scour through records, scour through all of the different aspects of the past Biden administration and find out what they did to target Americans. So that might be Americans of faith, that might be conservatives who are just living their lives, it might be mothers who are attending school board meetings trying to speak out against woke ideology in their children's classrooms. It might be people who investigated Hunter Biden. It might be the people who were pushing, censoring the laptop stories during the 2020 presidential election. All of these things are up for discussion. All of these things are up for investigation. And we have learned exclusively that Trump will be signing this order today to order that investigation into this weaponization of government in order to bring that weaponization to an end. So huge news. This is going to cover a very wide swath of territory. And I spoke to one policy advisor to Trump who told me that this is an issue really close to a lot of Americans' hearts, especially when it comes to targeting ordinary Americans. Mark Houck, the Catholic father of 7 kids who woke up to have FBI agents at his door arresting him. Other Americans like these school board mothers I mentioned. So big news. We're really excited to break that at Daily Wire and to break it on your show first.
Well, I really like that because if you gave the scoop to Shapiro, I would have been absolutely furious. However, it would have been hard to get me down because I'm so elated at that news. I knew that President Trump wanted to make the weaponization of government a real focus of his investigations and his anti-corruption efforts. However, I didn't know if that was merely going to be restricted to, I don't know, members of Congress or, maybe 1 or 2 agencies, but really just focused on partisan matters. But what you're describing is some of the most prominent scenes over the Biden administration. You mentioned Mr. Howe.
Right.
The fact that a pro-life father could have the feds show up, essentially kick his door in front of all of his children, and he's a pro-lifer, so he has a lot of children, and arrest him for peaceably demonstrating outside of an abortion mill, an infanticide factory. I mean, that is shocking. The man should be given an award for his efforts, not arrested by the federal government.
Exactly. Mark Houck, I had the pleasure of traveling to his home, speaking with all of his kids. His youngest daughter, I believe, was 2 years old. His young sons, who were in middle school, told me they watched guns pointed at mommy and daddy when these armed agents showed up in their house and took their father away. That's traumatic. Mark Houck's wife has suffered multiple miscarriages, she believes, as a result of the trauma that she endured from that arrest of her husband and the subsequent investigation and prosecution of her husband. So really horrible. But like you were saying, Michael, this is going to be a very in-depth investigation of how far this went. And, you know, like you were saying, we've heard a lot of talk about investigations of the three-letter agencies and how they conducted themselves. But this is going to be very wide-reaching. We're going to find out a lot more, I think, that we haven't heard about before. They also mentioned, you know, wealthy figures who were targeted for speaking out about Biden or, you know, this IRS whistleblowers, all these different things that are going to come. We're going to hear more about them. We're going to hear more investigations. And I think, frankly, it's long overdue. And a lot of people have been hoping that we would hear this. So I'm glad that we got this exclusive because we've definitely covered a lot of these issues. And I was told that Daily Wire got to report this because we've gotten to cover a lot of these issues in the past. And we've done a great job.
Well, also, you know, as we're talking about these pro-lifers, I'm glad there's a real focus on them because a lot of people are going to be asking, when do the pardons come? Okay, that's great. We're going to get all of the EOs right away. Right. But there are a lot of pro-lifers who are in prison right now, including elderly women, people who all they've ever done, their greatest crime, is to go pray and try to stop women from murdering their children. You know, really, they're going to some of the darkest places on earth, these abortion factories. And it's hard to say it's a factory makes something. All the abortion mills do is destroy things. These wonderful people show up there, and they're rotting in federal prison right now because of Joe Biden and the Democrats. So I know a lot of people are going to be asking, all right, is President Trump going to give them pardons, the pro-lifers? Is he going to pardon the January 6thers? And even in this EO focusing on the weaponization of the government, I think even of my own churches, you know, the Catholic churches, especially the ones that Joe Biden's FBI called extremist, radical, traditional churches, you know, the ones that, like, I don't know, they pray in Latin a little bit. they have too much incense or something. They were spied on by the FBI. The FBI and the DOJ then lied about that. We found out this was actually pretty widespread around the country. So I don't know. And that's just what was reported. You know, it seems like that just scratches the surface of the weaponization of government.
Absolutely. I mean, if this is what we heard about, this very one specific case involving some Latin Mass churches and the investigation of traditional Latin Mass Catholics, we know there is so much more. That's just scratching the surface. And of course, when it comes to these mothers, too, that were speaking out at school board meetings, and we find out that the Biden DOJ was having all of these parents investigated for their alleged extremist rhetoric, when all they wanted was for their children to get a very good education without ideology intertwined. Just unbelievable. As for those pro-lifers you mentioned that are in jail, we actually reported last week at the Daily Wire as well that they just petitioned Trump to pardon them, and they believe that they all deserve these pardons, that, like you were saying, they were literally acting in defense of the unborn. So pretty wild to see, you know, when we have the Biden DOJ helping to release all these BLM protesters or rioters from the 2020 riots, and then all the January 6th defendants in prison, all these pro-lifers in prison. And the Trump administration would tell you that this is political prosecution, that these people were among the disfavored, and the Biden administration sought to put them away.
Without question. Now, you bring up rioters, Mary Margaret, switching gears a little bit. You've been in D.C. for some days now. Have you noticed any protests? I know there was the People's March. I didn't seem all that prominent to me. Is anyone pushing back against Trump and the Republicans right now?
Well, it's really, really cold, Michael. So I think that's kept a lot of people at home.
The Democrats,
But I
the
will
liberals
say,
are physically weak. They're not hardy, you know. They're not. I think the reason I don't need earmuffs right now, it's not even just from all the parties. It's just that my blood is up, baby. I'm feeling really good. Maybe they're just so crestfallen that they can't even walk out the door.
Maybe. It's very possible. I mean, we were at the Women's March, the People's March on Saturday. There's a lot of protesters there, but I have to say the temperature was just very, of the crowd was just very mild. We talked to a lot of different people about what their issues with Trump were, and they didn't really have anything articulate to say. You know, they'll tell us they hated him, or he's going to steal women's rights, or, he's taking away all of our rights, but then we'd ask, which ones are those, or what are you particularly worried about? And they really couldn't tell us. So I would say that the protesters are alive and well, but they're just not very enthused right now. And I think that's partially because there's so much unity around this election, right? There's so many people that came together to vote for Trump, not just Republicans, but we got all the crunchy moms and the MAGA movement that were never Republican before, but they joined in because of RFK. We got all these families that were motivated by trans issues. They didn't want this ideology in their kids' schools, and they thought, we're going to go for Trump. So you have a lot of different factions coming together, and he's going to be president. There's nothing they can do about it. So
it's true.
I think there's a little bit of a temperature change.
It is remarkable that 2 Democrat presidential candidates, at least, voted for Trump and are now in the admin. And I'm actually pretty convinced Joe Biden voted for Trump, too. Mary Margaret, thank you so much for breaking that story and for coming on. We'll see you down at the many celebrations. Yeah. All right. All right, I want to get to a little bit more from the crème de la crème. Of course, if you want your comments to be read, look, I love all of you out there on YouTube. I love all of you out there on all the public platforms. But I especially love the crème de la crème who actually show up. Oh, look, speaking of the crème de la crème, this man shows up right here. Now, Ben does not have a microphone on. I do. I can say whatever I want right now. Ben cannot respond. I can spew any kind of right-wing, radical, traditionalist propaganda. Ben will have nothing to say until he gets his microphone. He'll have nothing to say. He'll just throw me off the balcony. Before I hand you over to Mr. Shapiro, a few more comments from our friends here on the iPad. Make Democrats irrelevant again. Love that. My name is Ben. I'm here, says Zach Nebb. I don't think that's your name, Zach. I think you're speaking for Mr. Shapiro. Very kind of you. Michael, what is your favorite historical element in D.C.? Obviously, the Native American History Museum. It's one of the most beautiful buildings here. Buongiorno, Michael. Mike, the chat is so fast. How are you going to read all the comments? Says K-Nap Art. With great difficulty. People are very, very excited. There is no question about that. Game show. Michael, are you still outside? Because that's where the inauguration was supposed to be. Well, it actually is still there. It is. The inauguration is actually happening directly behind me. It's just inside the Capitol. So unfortunately, there are a lot of people who were going to come down. I have personal friends who were going to come down from New York and other places who said they're not going to come now because they didn't know if they could get tickets to the arena. So all the more important, I guess, to be able to tune in, especially on Daily Wire Plus, because while we're all surviving out here, it's probably a little cozier. You get your Leftist Tears tumbler, you get whatever beverage you want in there, tune in, and you can watch not only me, but even one Mr. Ben Shapiro. Ben, welcome.
Well, now I'm officially here, and congrats. It's a big day. Very, very exciting. As you know, I love parties, so this is my kind of weekend. Last night, Michael and I were at some parties together, and I will say that Michael is much more in his element at these parties than I am. It's pretty much what you would expect if you've ever watched either of our shows. Michael was hobnobbing with everybody. I was standing off near the exit, attempting to leave at the first available opportunity.
Trying to claw your way. I have long said about you, Ben, having a good time is not your idea of having a good time.
That's exactly correct. That's right. Exactly correct. I mean, I have to say that we met some cool people. That was fun, but, it was very loud.
It's loud, it's raucous. Everyone, even for me, I'm pretty upbeat, but I really have never seen conservatives this excited in my entire life.
It was a little terrifying, honestly. I wasn't sure what to make of it. But yeah, I mean, everybody's here. Everybody, everybody's here to have a good time. Everybody's very excited about what the next 4 years are going to bring. I think that, all the best hopes. Let's just pray that they are all materialized in reality.
Let's hope we're not at peak hope right now.
Yeah.
Let's hope it only goes up from here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, Michael, it's good to see you, or at least mediocre. And we'll see you again a little bit later because our coverage is pretty much all day long.
I'm going to go warm up, maybe with a Mayflower.
Well, yeah, enjoy yourself. Well, folks, today, history will be made. We're live from Washington, D.C. as we prepare for Donald Trump to take the oath of office. Watch it all live at Daily Wire Plus. Celebrate the 47th president with 47% off your membership. Go to dailywire.com/subscribe. So, of course, we are here live overlooking the Capitol building. As you can see, it's a beautiful view, and you're not going to see anything happen behind us because obviously everything got shifted indoors because it is very, very cold outside, and only we were stupid enough to continue broadcasting outside despite the fact that it is absolutely frigid. It's actually not that bad. They probably could have done it outside, but yeah, there's some disappointed people who are walking around, but they're all part of the celebration, and it is a giant celebration. Washington, D.C. is now MAGA town. This is MAGA country in a polar vortex. Last night, the parties were going on, and as you may have heard me tell Michael Knowles a moment ago, even I was dragged into the festivities. Here, for example, is a picture of me with MMA champion Conor McGregor. That is a thing that actually happened last night. You know, you meet some interesting people here during inauguration weekend. Yeah, there I am with Conor. I have to say, I could take him. I can't take him. And then there was me with one of my favorite classical music artists, a person named Kid Rock. This is also a thing that happened. I will say that when my parents bought me violin lessons from the age of 5 to the age of about 17, probably what they were thinking was that my musical career would be me with Tom McDonald as well as me hanging out with Kid Rock. And then, of course, some of my closest friends. You got Glenn Beck and Marissa Streit. Glenn, of course, the host, who's kind of the grandfather of many of us in this particular movement. And yes, that is a rip on Glenn's age. As well as Marissa Streit, who is the leader of Prager University. Saw a lot of other friends. Megyn Kelly was there last night. Charlie Kirk, of course, was his party at TP USA last night. It's been a lot of fun. You can sense these sort of feelings of optimism that are pervading the town, pervading the country, and a sort of interesting unity experience is happening here in Washington, D.C., and I think across the country. The sort of insane lunacy of the left, the protest lunacy of the left, is not here during the second term of Trump. During Trump term 1, there was an enormous amount of resistance from pretty much the very first day. And you're not seeing any of that here. You're even seeing some of the people who were most opposed to Trump in 2017 starting to come around. For example, the person named Snoop Dogg, as I say, his parents decided that they would name him Snoop with 2 O's and Dog with 2 G's. That apparently he came out of his mother and she said, "You shall be named Snoop." In any case, Snoop back in 2017 had this to say about President Trump.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the out one of you Uncle Tom for doing it. Which one of you gonna do it first? Osby's the one that performs for himself.
At about noon, just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. Before the day began, before my mother started.
So that's a little bit awkward, but it is sort of the mood of the country. I think people are optimistic, even people who are on the left who didn't vote for Trump. You know, when they are asked about their best selves, I think many of them will say that they hope for the success of President Trump, which of course is something we should always hope for our president of the United States. I hoped that Joe Biden would be a good president. As it turned out, he was an absolutely horrifyingly bad president. So what exactly is the schedule of the day? The inauguration ceremony is supposed to begin around 11:30 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be happening apparently inside the Capitol building. There were some rumors last night it was all going to be shifted to the local arena and it could all be done in front of a big crowd. But apparently that's not going to happen. President Trump will be sworn in. That's where he will give the inaugural address as well. And then later he'll show up at the arena. Unclear how long the inaugural address is going to be. President Trump is going to give a very optimistic speech, according to the Wall Street Journal. He's given some excerpts of his inaugural address to the Journal. Apparently, he's going to call for, quote, a revolution of common sense, which is very Trump. Right? President Trump is not an ideological conservative. He's not an ideological liberal. He's a pragmatic utilitarian, and common sense seems to be his hallmark. All he cares about is racking up wins, which, for a president of the United States, is a pretty good place to be. He's expected to say, according to remarks shared with the Wall Street Journal, quote, "I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. My message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization." That is extraordinary language from President Trump. I hope the rest of the inaugural mirrors that language. That is a very optimistic message from President Trump. And again, vitality, courage, a willingness to say that America is a great place and that we will be a great place again is awesome. And President Trump, of course, is having a lot of fun. Yesterday, he was dancing with the Village people on stage. I'm old enough to remember when the Village people were saying he couldn't even use their tunes at his rallies. And now he's dancing on stage with the Village people. That is a thing that happened yesterday. He is also slated immediately after the inauguration to immediately go back to the White House and start signing executive orders. That will either happen at the White House, it could happen at the Capitol. There was some talk that he might even do it at the arena in front of a crowd. Just bring the executive orders right in and sign them. It could be up to 200 executive orders signed by the President of the United States. Now listen, as a constitutionalist, I got to tell you, I am not a huge fan of executive orders. I will say that we are now a government, unfortunately, run by executive order. Joe Biden ran the government by executive order. Donald Trump is going to have to reverse many of the worst actions of the Biden administration that were taken via the executive branch, ending around the legislative branch. This is a trend that really started under Barack Obama when he lost Congress and decided that he was going to use his pen and his phone in order to rule the country. So Trump, his first day in office in 2017, signed, I believe, 1 executive order. Today, he is slated to sign some 200 executive orders. And those executive orders are going to range from energy to DEI in the government. He released one of the executive orders yesterday to the Free Press, to my friend Barry Weiss's Free Press, setting out a government-wide standard on the biological reality of two sexes, clearly defining male and female, which, of course, that's such a dunk. It's such a dunk because the reality is that this is the single most polarizing and stupid issue that Democrats decided to choose during the last several election cycles. The idea that boys can become girls and that minor boys should be allowed to transition into minor girls. They should be given hormones and they should be given surgery. Like, all of that was such a bad sell for the Democrats that it all fell apart for them electorally. President Trump on day one is saying we are done with all of this. According to the Free Press, the executive order is to say that all radical gender ideology guidance, communication policies, and forms are removed from the federal government. Agencies will cease pretending that men can be women and women can be men when enforcing laws that protect against sex discrimination. I mean, that is very, very strong language there, the kind of language that is true and of which I strongly approve. I've been using precisely that language probably for a decade at this point, longer than a decade, actually. Woman means adult human female. The executive order directs the government identification, like passports and personnel records, will reflect biological reality and not self-assessed gender identity. They will be ending the practice of housing men in women's prisons and taxpayer-funded transition for male prisoners as well. The administration explained this really was a defining issue of the campaign. The president is going to be fulfilling the promises he made on the campaign trail. And it does not stop there. Day one, he's expected to include an order declaring an emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border. He's expected to issue pardons for some of the January 6th prisoners, some of the convicted. Those would presumably be, as J.D. Vance, vice president-elect, said, all of those who are participating in nonviolent activity, people who sort of trespassed in the Capitol building. He's also supposed to issue executive orders to increase fossil fuel development, which, of course, would be absolutely necessary. Now, all of these are directed at unleashing the economy. All of these are directed at rewriting the idiotic bargain that Joe Biden tried to foist on the United States. According to the Associated Press, President Trump has pledged to go further and move faster in enacting his agenda than during his first term. Democrats who once formed a resistance are now divided over whether to work with Trump or to defy him. So we're going to see a bevy of these rolled out. He's going to be labeling the drug cartels terrorist organizations. We'll get to more of what President Trump plans at the very beginning of his administration in just one moment. First, even if you think AI is a little bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it is indeed coming, and fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute, 80% less for networking, so you're saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/president. That's oracle.com/president. Again, your company is going to need this, whether you know it or not. So go check them out right now for a special offer at oracle.com/president. Also, this country was founded on freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea We dumped their tea into the ocean, and then they tried blockading it. Well, how did that work out for them? Well, now it's time to overthrow your overpriced big wireless contract. You don't need to pay $100 a month just to get a free phone. Pure Talk, my cell phone company, stands against inflated prices. With a qualifying plan at just $45 a month, you can get a free Samsung Galaxy. And yes, this is a premium service. We're talking unlimited talk, text, 25 gigs of data, and mobile hotspot, all at a fraction of what the big guys charge. All on America's most dependable 5G network. That is correct. Same towers, same coverage as the big guys, just a lot more affordable. Get your free Samsung Galaxy by visiting puretalk.com/Shapiro today. Switching is super easy. Again, that's puretalk.com/Shapiro. Claim your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying purchase from Pure Talk. They are America's wireless company. I've been using Pure Talk myself for years. The coverage is great. It's good enough for my very, very important business phone calls. It's definitely good enough for everybody else as well. I wouldn't recommend it. If I didn't use it, go check them out right now. puretalk.com/Shapiro and claim your free Samsung Galaxy with qualifying purchase. Alrighty. So, again, this is going to be a blizzard of executive orders coming from President Trump. According to Politico, the executive orders are going to cover everything from immigration to energy. According to Politico, Trump is eager to use week one to show his supporters he's making good on his signature issue of immigration. He's unlikely to fulfill some of the biggest and most aggressive day one promises like large-scale deportation. We'll get to that in a moment. There will indeed be deportation efforts made this week. He is also expected to forge ahead with directing agencies to begin the process of restoring Remain in Mexico. That, of course, was one of the most important policies that was enacted during the Trump administration that says that if you show up at our border and you want to get in, you have to remain in Mexico while we process your application. Why is that important? Well, because the way that it had been working under Joe Biden, you came, you said the magic words, I'm claiming asylum from my home country because I am in fear for my life. They would immediately take you, process you, give you a date to come back to court and release you into the country where you would just disappear. Remain in Mexico means you wait on the other side of the border while we process your application instead of just being released into the interior. His team is still deliberating a designation of drug cartels as terrorist organizations. I think that is likely to happen. They're also thinking about crafting an executive order to end birthright citizenship by excluding the children of undocumented immigrants and short-term visitors to the U.S. from the right to citizenship by birth. Now, again, unclear whether that would stand up in court because that is usually interpreted as a constitutional issue that cannot be altered by something like an executive order. He is also going to be revoking the intelligence briefing capabilities, the intelligence access of the 51 ridiculous intelligence officials who suggested the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. On foreign policy, the president is saying that he's going to start negotiations between Ukraine and Russia day one. He is also sending some mixed signals about what's going to happen day one on tariff policy. I'd be surprised if there's no tariffs that come down via executive order today. Energy is going to be utterly unleashed by executive policy today. Trump may, in fact, declare a national emergency. Now, again, this is something that was a door opened by Democrats under Joe Biden when national emergencies were declared willy-nilly. So that cat has been let out of its crib at this point, and there's no way of putting that back in. President Trump is also thinking about a policy restricting foreign organizations receiving U.S. funding from providing and promoting abortion. That's the so-called Mexico City policy. That would be his sort of concession to pro-lifers. Of course, President Trump did not campaign as somebody who's going to do a lot on abortion policy as president of the United States, but this has reversed itself every administration. Republican comes in, puts back in place the Mexico City policy. Democrat comes in, obliterates it, and now we're performing abortions with American taxpayer dollars abroad. On education, you're going to see a bunch of executive orders ranging from matters of DEI to anti-Semitism to Title IX. On labor, the president is going to make it easier for his administration to fire or demote employees inside the executive branch via Schedule F plans. That's excellent. That's really good. You need to be able to fire people in the executive branch. They don't work for anyone but the president. These are independent branches of government. And when it comes to tech, President Trump is pledging to unleash tech. So, again, a lot going on in the the first day of the Trump administration. It's going to be huge. When it comes to immigration, Tom Homan, the immigration czar, the border watchdog, he says openly, the handcuffs are coming off day one.
We're going to take the handcuffs off ICE and let them go arrest criminal aliens. That's what's going to happen.
What has ICE been doing for the last 4 years?
They haven't been able to do much because Secretary Mayorkas had new ICE priorities that ICE, get this now, the Secretary of Homeland Security has told ICE, you can arrest an illegal alien if he's just here illegally. He's got to be convicted of a serious crime or be a national security threat. He told immigration officers not to enforce immigration law. Well, we're telling ICE, you're going to enforce immigration law without apology. You're going to concentrate on the worst first, public safety threats first, but no one's off the table. If they're in the country illegally, they got a problem.
Well, again, that is going to be the way that immigration is run. The incoming national security advisor, Mike Walsh, he says aggressive enforcement is on the table. I mean, this is what Trump was elected to do. If Trump has one mandate, this is the mandate. Close the border, stop the illegal immigration, and start deporting people who are illegally in the country. Here's Mike Walsh explaining.
You're certainly going to see a much more aggressive action from Border Patrol to lock down our border, number one. Number two, we are working rapidly back towards a Remain in Mexico policy. Number three, you're going to see some of our key partners step up in terms of deportation and taking some of these people back. I don't want to get too far ahead of who they are or how that's going to occur. And then number four, Tom Homan actually absolutely is going to take much more aggressive ICE action.
Now, unbelievably enough, the deep state is already trying to do things. When I say the deep state, I mean career staffers who are clearly trying to thwart President Trump's agenda here. The Washington Post reports that there had been big-scale deportation raids that were scheduled for Chicago day of the inauguration, and now it turns out that they haven't made a decision. Why? Because it got leaked to the press. So it turns out that when you leak to the press what the ICE raids are going to look like, people can avoid the ICE raids. According to Tom Homan, quote, we're looking at this leak. We will make a decision based on this leak. It's unfortunate because anyone leaking law enforcement operations puts officers at greater risk, which, of course, is absolutely true. And this is going to be a battle until they start firing people. They need to fire many, many people. Many people need to be fired. And when it comes to immigration itself, I got to say, as y'all know, not a particular fan of this particular Pope. I liked John Paul II. I like Pope Benedict. I do not like Pope Francis. I think Pope Francis has done a poor job of representing the eternal values of the Catholic Church. I speak as an outsider, obviously not as an insider. But Pope Francis came out and condemned President Trump's plan to impose mass deportations on the country. He said it would be a disgrace. To which I say, well, then probably you should take down the wall around Vatican City and see how that goes for you. Because you don't get to dictate American national border policy from the Vatican. That's an absurdity on its face. President Trump is, in fact, arriving at the White House as we speak. President Biden is going to greet him there. And probably it'll be pretty chummy because, frankly, President Biden likes Donald Trump more than he likes Kamala Harris at this point. Jill and Kamala can't stand one another. There's a very solid shot that President Biden voted for President Trump if, in fact, he still has the capacity to vote. And if not, Jill just voted twice for President Trump, once on her behalf and once on behalf of President Biden. On his way out, President Biden is doing all the things. So remember, he was the norms president. And I said many times during this election cycle, the thing about Joe Biden, he was not normal. He was not normal. He gave the patina of normal by being old and senile and doddering and not saying all sort of the outlandish, outrageous things that you might hear from President Trump on a daily basis on Truth Social. But he was not a norms president. He was not someone who sought to preserve the norms of the American Republic. His economy was not normal. His foreign policy was not normal. His White House was not normal. And on his way out the door, he is making perfectly clear what a radical, abnormal president he was. And he's doing it every which way, whether it is commuting the sentences of some of the worst murderers in American society. 37 out of 40 people who are on death row, he commuted their sentences. Whether it is that, or whether it is what President Biden has attempted to do over the course of the last 72 hours. So this all launched last week when Joe Biden decided that he was going to unilaterally declare that there was, in fact, an equal rights amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Okay, this is on January 17th, just 3 days ago. He issued a statement, quote, I have supported the Equal Rights Amendment for more than 50 years. I have long been clear no one should be discriminated against based on their sex. We, as a nation, must affirm and protect women's full equality once and for all. On January 27th, 2020, the Commonwealth of Virginia became the 38th state to ratify the ERA. The American Bar Association has recognized that the Equal Rights Amendment has cleared all necessary hurdles to be formally added to the Constitution as the 28th Amendment. I agree with the ABA and with leading legal constitutional scholars. The Equal Rights Amendment has become a part of the Constitution. It is long past time to recognize the will of the American people. In keeping with my oath and duty to Constitution and country, I affirm what I believe in what 3/4 of the states have ratified. The 28th Amendment is the law of the land, guaranteeing all Americans equal rights and protections under the law, regardless of sex. There are so many problems with this, I can't even begin to explain them. So I will begin to explain them. Here is the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that it's not true. It's not magically a constitutional amendment because Joe Biden declares it so. It's not like Michael Scott walking into the middle of the office and declaring bankruptcy was effective. Joe Biden walked into the middle of the office and was like, I declare a constitutional amendment. That doesn't make it a constitutional amendment. It had been cleared by something like 35 states originally. This is back in the 70s. And then 3 states uncleared it. And then 3 more states cleared it. So you're at 35 states regardless. You need 38. So there's that. Number 2, there's a time limit. You can't adopt a constitutional amendment over the course of like 150 years, getting one state after another to vote every 10 years for it. That is not how constitutional amendments are supposed to work. So no, it's not legally effective. But again, Joe Biden does not care for the norms of our society, not at all, not one iota. We're going to get to more of Joe Biden violating all of the norms in just 1 second. First, with the new year starting, I need to make sure that I'm maintaining my health, hitting the gym, spending time with my family, even with the busy work schedule. When I was younger, I used to think I could just power through on pure conservative willpower and caffeine. I learned pretty quickly peak performance requires peak nutrition, which means eating enough veggies. But I hate vegetables because they're God's blight upon civilization, which is why I'm so thankful to have balance of nature, which fits right into even the busiest of days. Imagine trying to eat 31 different fruits and veggies every single day. That sounds miserable and time-consuming. With balance of nature fruits and veggies, there's never been a more convenient dietary supplement to ensure you get a wide variety of fruits and veggies daily. Balance of Nature takes fruits and veggies, they freeze-dry them, they turn them into a powder, and they put them into a capsule. You take your fruit and veggie capsules every day, and then your body knows precisely what to do with them. And by the way, they're kosher, so I can pop that right into the protein smoothie that keeps the gun show going strong. That's right. Beneath this mild-mannered exterior, I'm absolutely ripped. Go to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Shapiro for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Plus, get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That's balanceofnature.com, promo code Shapiro. Also, let's talk about something that affects all of us who are responsible, hardworking Americans, taxes. Now that it's the new year and tax season is upon us, are you prepared for what's coming? Do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still unfiled? Did you miss the deadline to file for an extension? Well, as we head into the busy tax season, the IRS may be ramping up enforcement. Let me tell you, they do not play around. You could face wage garnishments, frozen bank accounts, even property seizures if you haven't taken action yet. There is good news. There's still hope. Tax Network USA has been in the game for years. They know precisely how to navigate the complex world of tax law. They've helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They've filed over 10,000 tax returns. That's billion with a B, folks. They specialize in helping hardworking Americans like you reduce their tax burden. So do not let the IRS catch you off guard. Get ahead of this one right now with Tax Network USA. Their team of professionals will work tirelessly to protect your assets and find the best solution for your unique situation. Here's what you need to do. For a complimentary consultation, call today 1-800-958-1000 or visit their website at tnusa.com/Shapiro. That's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Shapiro today. Do not let the IRS take advantage of you. Get the help you need with Tax Network USA. Okay, so speaking of President Biden violating every norm on his way out the door, he decided to issue, literally on his way out the door, blanket pardons for Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, and members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Even the Associated Press says this is an extraordinary use of the powers of the presidency in his final hours. And Joe Biden said in a statement, again, his excuse for breaking the law is always that he has to do it preemptively so Donald Trump doesn't break the law. By the way, President Trump did just arrive at the White House. He was greeted by President Biden's prone body. They propped him up on some sort of stand, and then he greeted President Trump, and Jill took Joe's hand and waved it at Trump, and then they all sort of moved into the White House. Apparently, he wrote a letter that he's leaving for President Trump. It may or may not say that he's being held hostage by members of his own administration and has not decided any of his actual policies for the last several years. Meanwhile, Ivanka Trump has also arrived at the Capitol building in preparation for the inauguration, the second inauguration of her father. Anyway, Joe Biden issued a statement upon issuing these parting shots this morning, these pardons this morning. Quote, "Our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day. They are the lifeblood of our democracy. Yet alarmingly, public servants have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. In certain cases, some have even been threatened with criminal prosecutions, including General Mark Milley, Dr. Fauci, and the members and staff of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. These public servants have served our nation with honor and distinction and do not deserve to be targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions." So, again, the idea here is that he is going to preemptively pardon all these people because otherwise Donald Trump and his mean cadre of mean people are going to do something. And that'll be so brutal. This has been Joe Biden's going excuse for everything for 4 years. If I don't violate the law, then they will violate the law. Well, but it turns out that when it came to actual violation of the norms, of the actual running of the government, Joe Biden violated everything. We had to sue the federal government. We, the Daily Wire, sued the federal government to stop you from having to get a vaccine that Joe Biden tried to cram down on you via OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Like, that's insane. Joe Biden attempted to use the mechanisms of government to ignore the Supreme Court when it came to student loans. Joe Biden attempted to activate the federal government in order to shut off, in the waning days of his administration, offshore oil drilling across the entire eastern seaboard. These are things that are not within the purview of the President of the United States alone, and yet he attempted to do all of this stuff. So who's abnormal? The answer is that Joe Biden was always abnormal, and it's about time for him to go. What's hilarious is now the media are trying to buy back their lack of credibility, truly buy back their lack of credibility. So I've said before, and it happens to be the case, that the Biden administration, in their abnormality, and the media in covering from that abnormality, they totally blew out their credibility, totally blew it out. And that is, I think, something they're now trying to restore by admitting the reality, which is that President Biden has been senile for the last 3 years. There's an entire article in The Guardian over the weekend in which The Guardian finally admits, oh yeah, Joe Biden has been senile for a long time, for like a very long time. According to The Guardian, in public, Dean Phillips, who ran against Joe Biden, saying he's kind of senile, was ridiculed. In private, others shared his concerns. Larry Sabato, director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia, recalled receiving a call from a Democratic senator in late January or early February 2024. Quote, I said, is there any particular reason why you called me? I'd like to know. He said, you do realize off the record that Joe Biden is not going to be our nominee. I was stunned. I said, what? How? Why? He said, I was just at a meeting with him, with several other senators, and he couldn't even function. We can't run him. Sabato added that the senator in question tried to raise the issue, which angered the White House. Quote, he was punished, as several of them were. They gave him the cold shoulder for a while. The point is, a lot of people had figured it out, but they didn't care. I'm stunned they got away with it, and it produced term 2 for Trump, and it's going to be the longest 4 years of our life. Now, what's amazing about that is that Larry Sabato, who used to be, I think a pretty good analyst of politics over at the University of Virginia, Larry Sabato literally spent months after that defending Joe Biden's mental state, because that was the de rigueur demand of the Democratic Party, and everybody just jumped. The Democratic Party said jump, everybody said how high. According to The Guardian, quote, the administration continued to play down concerns about Biden's age and gave short shrift to any journalist who dared raise it. No source interviewed by The Guardian perceived a deliberate conspiracy, but more likely a case of collective wishful thinking. Bull. That is absolute nonsense. Of course it was a cover-up. Of course it was, particularly by the media. It's one thing for people around Joe Biden to be credulous. It is a complete other thing for the media to be this credulous, and it shows who they work for. Now, I will admit, I am enjoying the spectacle of the Democrats eating one another in what has to be the funniest headline of the day. This from Politico. Alexandra Pelosi, that will be the daughter of the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, blasts First Lady Joe Biden, quote, Lady McBiden. So now they're saying the thing that she's Lady Macbeth. Fueling that anger is Joe Biden's continued and now public nursing of a grudge toward Pelosi for pushing the president to withdraw from last year's campaign. Alexandra Pelosi, the former speaker's daughter, said, quote, if I was Lady McBiden, I'd put on my big girl pants, play the long game, and think about my husband's legacy. There aren't many people in America who have something nice to say about Joe Biden. Nancy Pelosi is one of them. Wow, Lady McBiden. Now, only I have been calling her Lady Macbeth for a while, because clearly she is the one who's been steering Joe Biden toward a sort of power-hungry attitude. But it's now all out there in the open, and it is delicious to watch it happen. It's all coming out now. It's all coming out. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, he says that he watched Joe Biden actually giving executive orders, and it was clear that Joe Biden had no idea what he was even talking about. It was clear he had no clue what was even happening.
This is probably third week of January. We sit down, we're in the midst of it, and the whole conversation, and I'm going, we don't need to have this conversation. The president reaches over just like this. We're sitting right next to the fireplace in the Oval, and he grabs my arm and he says, the speaker and I just need a couple minutes together. Would y'all just leave us alone? And I looked up on the faces of some of the staff standing around the wall, and they're like, oh, no, he did it. So he called it. He's the commander-in-chief, so everybody leaves. And real quickly, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? I cannot answer this from my constituents in Louisiana. Sir, why did you pause LNG exports to Europe? Like, I don't understand, liquefied natural gas is in great demand by our allies. Why would you do that? Because you understand, we just talked about Ukraine. You understand you're fueling Vladimir Putin's war machine because they got to get their gas from him, And he looks at me stunned with this, and he said, I didn't do that. And I said, Mr. President, yes, you did. It was an executive order, like, 3 weeks ago. And he goes, no, I didn't do that. And he's arguing with me. I said, Mr. President, respectfully, could I go out here and ask your secretary to print it out? We'll read it together. You definitely did that. And he goes, oh, you talk about natural gas. Yes, sir. He said, no, you misunderstand. He said, what I did is I signed this thing we're gonna conduct a study on the effects of LNG. I said, no, you're not, sir. You paused it. I know. I have the export terminals in my state. I talked to those people this morning. This is doing massive damage to our economy, national security. It occurred to me, Barry, he was not lying to me. He genuinely did not know what he had signed. And I walked out of that meeting with fear and loathing because I thought, we're in serious trouble. Who is running the country? Like, I don't know who put the paper in front of him, but he didn't know.
Well, that man is now leaving in disgrace, as well he should. The legacy of Joe Biden is going to be that he was the interregnum between 2 Donald Trump terms, and he blew it up so badly that Donald Trump was able to re-enter office with a vast majority of the electoral votes and with a heavy plurality of the popular vote as well, with a majority in the House, with a majority in the Senate. A lot of that's due to Donald Trump, and a lot of that is due to the gigantic failure that was Joe Biden's presidency. Well, as you know, folks, today is the day Donald J. Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. The Daily Wire is live from D.C. We are bringing you every single moment. We are here on the ground, in the cold, delivering it all to you, unfiltered, uncensored, and in real time. To celebrate this historic event, we are giving you 47% off new Daily Wire Plus annual memberships. Plus, we're including a free $20 gift as a thank you for joining the fight with your membership. You'll get ad-free access to all our shows, plus an exclusive lineup of hit movies, fearless documentaries, and original series. Now would be the time to join. Use code 47 at dailywire.com/subscribe for 47% off your new Daily Wire Plus membership. Now's a great time to join. It's going to be a great 4 years, we hope and pray. Well, meanwhile, as I've said earlier, the world is already adjusting to President Trump. The world is already recognizing that just yelling and screaming about it, shouting to the sky, going out to the forest, screaming into the forest, and beating things with sticks isn't going to be sufficient. According to the New York Times, defiance is out, deference is in, Trump returns to a different Washington. Quote, if Washington feels like a war zone again, it does not necessarily feel that way. Unlike the last time President-elect Donald J. Trump took the oath of office 8 years ago, the bristling tension and angry defiance have given way to accommodation and submission. The resistance of 2017 has faded into the resignation of 2025. And that is absolutely correct. The sort of feeling of the resistance, these sort of tech bros who are anti-Trump, they're all here. They're all here. They're going to be at the inauguration. Why? Well, because I think 2 things happen. One is the inevitability, which is that the American people actually do not like what Democrats are selling. And if you're a member of the marketplace, then you need to acknowledge the will of the American people. That's part of it. But there's something else going on here, too. And that is the last 4 years were terrible for any innovator. If you're an innovator, it was a bad 4 years for you. The sort of cram downs that were experienced by the tech bros, and again, I know all the tech bros, the sort of pressure that was put on Facebook and Google and YouTube and Instagram and all these various social media outlets. Yes, they were too friendly to the Democrats. And also that pressure was quite real. The Biden administration was not so subtly encouraging all these places to throttle the dissemination of information. And now the question is whether there will actually be a long-lasting reversion to a free speech attitude. That's the thing that I am waiting for. But the level of optimism in the country is at an all-time high as far as I'm concerned. You know, I watched the Bush, I've been voting in American elections since 2004. It is now 2025. And I have to say, this is the most optimistic I think people have felt about the country in a very, very, very long time, probably since the end of the Cold War in many ways. This is a new era for America, and I think everyone is feeling it. It's really, really important, obviously, that people do feel that. Now, that's not stopping some protesters from making asses of themselves. Yesterday, our own Mary Margaret Olohan was out covering the D.C. protests, and she got some fascinating clips from some of the dunderheads who decided to take to the streets in 20-degree snowy weather.
But, you know, that's sort of the trend lately, has been sort of to eliminate the word woman.
Why is that?
I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, why do they not want to say woman anymore?
All kinds of reasons that I don't agree with.
Oh, wait, tell us more. I'm so interested in this.
That's okay. Probably shouldn't go there, but...
I mean, I'm a woman. I like it when we talk about women. I think it's important to remember us.
To say that word. Yeah. Also lesbian.
Yeah.
Not just LGBTQIA+.
Yeah, okay. I've heard people say that the TIA part is more important than the woman part.
You're hitting on a biggie there. Yeah. Probably not for this day.
Yeah. We're not supposed to talk about that here.
No. You know how it has to be kind of contained.
Yes. I get it. I get it.
Did you get this sign here?
No.
This is important.
Our daughters will adore us. I know what that's from. Yeah, this is very popular.
Yes, indeed. So I figure, that's the most important part to focus on today.
They are even confused about their own side. The reason that lady in the pink pussy hat was having trouble talking about woman versus not woman is she understands the assignment. The assignment is that you have to defend women without defining the word woman. The left has torn itself up. This isn't about Trump anymore. The left has eaten itself, and it's going to continue eating itself alive, and I am here for it. Well, yesterday, President Trump did give a big rally. Here is a bit of his rally entrance and what that sounded and looked like.
In every American heart, and it's time we stand to say.
Proud to be an American about 1 million times by the time this weekend is over. If that's not drilled into your brain like an earworm from Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan, then I think that you're probably doing it wrong. That song is going to get more play. Lee Greenland's going to make a bunch in royalties this weekend. President Trump spent yesterday going off on the political establishment. He has every right to do so, considering he is the ultimate outsider, literally came from zero experience in politics to become the president of the United States and then become president of the United States again. It is the most incredible story in modern political history. I mean, there's just no other competitor. There's not even a close competitor. I mean, President Trump's joke, his campaign began and was perceived as a joke in 2015. And he became president of the United States on a roiling undercurrent of rage at the establishment. And then in 2020, in the weirdest election of our lifetime, when everybody voted from home in the middle of Black Lives Matter riots and COVID, he lost. And then he came all the way back to the White House with an overwhelming majority of electoral votes after nearly being assassinated twice and having the candidate he was running against replaced with that candidate's vice president. It's an unbelievable story. And it'll take 50 years for the movie to get made because Hollywood is so damned leftist. Obviously, if Donald Trump were a Democrat, the movie would already be in the works. It is an unbelievable story. Here was Donald Trump going off on the political establishment yesterday at his rally.
Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride. Bringing it all back. Once and for all, we're going to end the reign of a failed and corrupt political establishment in Washington, a failed administration. We're not going to take it anymore. We're going to stop the invasion of our borders. We're going to reclaim our wealth. We're going to unlock the liquid gold that's right under our feet. Liquid gold. We're going to bring back law and order to our cities. We're going to restore patriotism to our schools, get radical left, woke ideologies the hell out of our military and out of our government. And we are going to make America great again.
Again, the left cannot handle the fact that many of the policies he's talking about are overwhelmingly popular. The New York Times released a poll on Saturday, and it found that there's 87% American support for deporting immigrants who are here illegally and have criminal records. There's 63% support for deporting immigrants who are here illegally and arrived over the last 4 years. There's 55% support for deporting literally all illegal immigrants in the United States. That is a big number. That is a big number. And by the way, it doesn't mean America's an anti-immigrant country. 56% said they believe immigrants strengthen the country, but they don't want people coming here who are not going to assimilate and are coming here illegally in the first place. And when it comes to the sort of establishment versus non-establishment viewpoint, Americans, they believe the system is broken. I said this in 2016, and it's true. It's been true since. Donald Trump, the left portrayed him as the death of the system. He was not. He was the coroner. He came across the corpse of the American political system, and he pointed at it, and he said, that's a corpse. Things are dead. We need to change things. And whether you liked it or hated it, the diagnosis was correct. And by the way, the American people agree with this. According to that New York Times poll, 59% of American adults believe that the American political system has been broken for decades. For decades. Another 29% believe it's been broken, but only for the last few years. That's going to include a lot of people who think it broke under Joe Biden, by the way. In fact, 57% of Democrats believe that the American political system has been broken for decades. President Trump's policies are overwhelmingly popular, the most controversial ones, according to the left. Things like men are not women and we should deport illegal immigrants. These are common sense policies. That's why his inaugural address today is going to be apparently about the virtue of common sense, which is a great pitch for him. Because, again, Donald Trump is not a thoroughgoing ideologue. He's not. He's a man with instincts, and those instincts tend to be commonsensical instincts on many of the big issues of the day. He vowed yesterday at his rally that illegal border trespassers are going back home. Again, this is an overwhelmingly powerful policy that he's been running on since 2015, and I think he's going to get a lot of it done.
The sun sets tomorrow evening. The invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home.
Again, he's going to do that thing. And he also vowed, today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And whenever it's MLK Jr. Day, which is a commemoration of the life of MLK, there's always a spate of think pieces from the left about how the thing that's really important about MLK is that he was far left on economics. And that what he really wanted was redistributive economic policies. That is not the reason that he has a national holiday. The reason he has a national holiday is for one reason and one reason only. When juxtaposed with the militant racial tribalism that was pushed by early Malcolm X, MLK was conciliatory. He said that the American vision extended to black people, and he was right about that. That's the reason we celebrate him. And so the end of DEI should, in fact, be a tribute to MLK, not a rebuttal of MLK. That at least is the way that most Americans were brought up to see MLK Day. President Trump, for his part, says that among the other things he's going to do, he's going to be releasing files on the assassinations of JFK and MLK, which, by the way, he totally should do. Now, as y'all know, I'm not a big conspiracy theorist when it comes to this stuff. Lee Harvey Oswald, the overwhelming evidence demonstrates, killed John F. Kennedy Jr. There was no second shooter. Now, where Lee Harvey Oswald came from, he was a commie who'd been recruited by the USSR. He actually went to the USSR, spent time there, tried to walk into the Soviet embassy in Mexico at one point and was rejected. Was a nutter, had tried to kill somebody earlier. But, again, should all the files be released? Absolutely. The American people are always owed transparency when it comes to this sort of stuff. Here is President Trump saying he's going to release the JFK and the MLK files.
As a first step toward restoring transparency and accountability to government, we will also reverse the overclassification of government documents, and in the coming days, we are going to make public remaining records relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother Robert Kennedy, as well as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and other topics of great public interest. It's all going to be released, Uncle Sam.
And that, I think, is a very positive, again, transparency is absolutely necessary. I think that is going to be a very positive development for the country. Well, right now, Elon Musk and the whole cabinet have arrived at the Capitol building for the swearing in of the new president-elect, who's also the same as the old president-elect. That, of course, is going to be happening in about an hour from now. It's now 10:16 in the morning. In East Coast time, it's supposed to happen around 11:30, so everybody is in anxious preparation for the swearing in of Donald J. Trump as the 47th president of the United States. Elon Musk did stop by the rally yesterday, and he spoke as well. President Trump, by the way, is arriving at the White House right now. Actually, he arrived a little bit earlier. We actually have some footage of that. Here's President Trump arriving at the White House to take over his old residence. There he is getting out of the presidential beast, being welcomed by the ailing Joe Biden. And then they are all entering the White House together. So again, I think that Jill and Joe could not be happier handing over the keys to the White House to Donald Trump, who is at least not Kamala Harris, who Joe Biden absolutely despises. Yesterday, Elon Musk spoke at the big rally. Here's what it sounded like when Elon took the stage yesterday at the Trump rally.
We're looking forward to making a lot of changes, and this victory is the start, really. What matters going forward is to actually make significant changes, cement those changes, and set the foundation for America to be strong for a century, for centuries, forever. So and make America great again.
Well, meanwhile, Tim Cook, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos have all arrived at the Capitol building as well. Again, this is very different from 2017, where Democrats were trying to browbeat all of the tech bros into rejecting freedom of speech in favor of shouting that the Russians had somehow manipulated Donald Trump into the presidency. Now, here's the thing. I'm very hopeful for this administration. I think hundreds of millions of Americans are hopeful for this administration. No distractions. No distractions. Now, listen, it's President Trump. President Trump is an out-of-the-box character. He's going to say things and do things that I don't particularly like and that a lot of people don't particularly like sometimes. That is going to be a thing that happens. He is obviously, because he is a different character, he's a different kind of guy, that means he's going to post stuff on Truth Social that I think is not useful. He's going to make moves that I think, but to be distracted by core issues, that's the thing he cannot afford. And so what that means is right now, I'm very hopeful that what he's doing with TikTok is going to materialize as an actual ban on TikTok. That's what the American people deserve. So TikTok has become a big issue of the day because TikTok has sort of been playing with President Trump. I think President Trump is playing carrots and sticks with TikTok, actually. I think that's the actual strategy here. So TikTok, of course, a wildly popular Chinese psyop, an app that is available or was available on the Apple Store and is effectively owned by the Chinese government, run and owned by a company called ByteDance, in which the CCP has an actual controlling stake, and they control how TikTok is run. I mean, there's no question about this. They gather data. TikTok's algorithm is so sophisticated that if you download it on your phone and then you click on a link via TikTok, it will continue to track your keystrokes on the sites that you are visiting. That's how much data it is gathering on you and your friends and your family. It is gathering all that data on you. Besides which, it is pushing a bunch of Chinese propaganda. Its algorithms push actual Chinese propaganda. There's a study that recently came out that suggested, for example, that content surrounding Tiananmen Square, one of the low points of the Chinese communist regime in the modern era, 80% of the coverage of that on TikTok was positive. Okay, so that demonstrates exactly what TikTok is. And of course, it's such a Chinese app that they refuse to sell it. The American Congress passed a law and it said you have to divest yourselves of Chinese ownership and then you can continue to operate in the United States. But you can't be a Chinese government psyop operating within the borders of the United States. And ByteDance said we would rather shut down than sell. So that bill went through. That bill was signed into law by President Biden. He tried to avoid it, and then it was overruled by the Congress. And then the Supreme Court upheld it. And so President Trump has been negotiating with TikTok. First, TikTok put out a statement. They shut it down over the weekend. And they put out a statement basically calling on President Trump to do something about it. Then they put out a second statement that said, quote, as a result of President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the United States. And the TikTok chief executive, Shao Chu, filmed his own thank you video to President Trump last week, even referring to the president's personal TikTok account. TikTok has not responded to a request for comment from the New York Times. This is not a free speech issue. Okay, free speech is perfectly protected within the boundaries of the United States. This is a question of whether the Chinese government gets to use the free speech of the United States to promote its own direct propaganda outlets gathering information on the American people at the exact same time. Right? That is the question when it comes to TikTok. So what do I think President Trump is actually doing? I think he's trying to basically offer enough carrots and sticks to get TikTok to sell. Right? TikTok would prefer not to sell. They prefer to shut it down and to leverage the administration into letting it continue to exist. But there was an act duly passed by Congress. The President of the United States is the executive branch. He executes the law. He does not have the ability to simply override a law passed by the Congress of the United States. So I'm hopeful that President Trump's talk about TikTok is mainly directed at leveraging TikTok into selling its control stake and to ending the Chinese government running, as I say, a psyop on American soil. President Obama has arrived at the Capitol building. Michelle Obama is not with him. This has caused some level of consternation in political circles. A lot of questions about why Michelle has been avoiding this sort of stuff. Maybe she just has a hard time with her poker face when it comes to President Trump. You know, we will have to see exactly how all of this plays out. President Trump is still at the White House preparing to move over to the Capitol building behind us, obviously. Speaking of being distracted, there's been a lot of ink spilled over the course of the last 48 hours over a series of meme coins that have been launched by members of the Trump family. There's a Donald Trump meme coin that was launched and a Melania meme coin that was launched. So what precisely is a meme coin? So I've talked about cryptocurrency. I'm a big fan of cryptocurrency. I'm not a big fan of meme coins. The reason I'm not a fan of meme coins is they have no underlying value unless they end up as repositories and stores of value. And just like any other form of currency, when it comes to cryptocurrency, it's called cryptocurrency for a reason. all forms of currency, the value relies on either the wide use or wide respect for the value of the currency. Right? The American dollar, for example, is backed by the full faith and credit of the American government, which means that you are having faith when you use American dollars that the American government is eventually going to pay off its debt and that the dollar will not be worth zero. This is the reason that nobody is investing in Argentinian pesos, okay, or historically have not. When it comes to crypto, the same thing is true. This is why investing in Bitcoin itself has been a good investment, because it has such large-scale buy-in from the body politic that its actual value continues to exist. You can trade it, you can hold it. I've made money myself in Bitcoin. I own some Bitcoin, I own some Ethereum. Okay, but those are well-established cryptocurrencies. These sort of meme coins that pop up for a brief moment in time and then disappear tend to be pump and dump schemes. That's what they tend to be, regardless of who's doing it. Whenever you have a meme coin that launches, the idea that it's going to have long-lasting value 10 years from now is quite unlikely. The reason that I objected to this is not because it should be made illegal or anything like that. It's caveat emptor. You should know when you invest in a meme coin that it is in fact a meme coin, and at a certain level, the meme is probably going to disappear and the value is going to disappear as well. The reason I have a problem with this sort of activity, generally speaking, is because if you are doing something that doesn't actually generate additional value in the American economy, and this does not generate additional value in the American economy, when you do this, the blowback could be severe against capitalism and free markets in general. In other words, when people misuse the free market, which can obviously happen, the blowback tends not to be against the company that misused the free market. It tends to be against free market capitalism in general. You saw this with Enron. Right? Enron was heavily ensconced with government agencies, but when Enron turned out to be a corrupt, terribly run company that was violating the law, the blowback wasn't just against Enron. The blowback was against free markets in general. You saw this in 2008, when it turns out that the banks had been working hand in glove with the federal government, backing subprime mortgages with reference to the federal government. The blowback was not against just the banks. It was not against the federal government that had sponsored those banks. Right? The blowback was against capitalism in general. This is why you ended up with Occupy Wall Street. It was one of the things that propelled an 8-year horrifying Barack Obama administration. In other words, if you're a capitalist and you're a free market capitalist, please generate value. Don't just take advantage of the openness of the free market to make a quick buck. And I don't care who you are. That is not a good thing to be doing as a general rule. Now, again, there's a lot of news that's breaking moment to moment here. We're bringing you updates on that. Doug Emhoff, thank God, has just left the White House. My least favorite member of all members of the Biden team, Doug Emhoff. I cannot wait to see him leave. My guess is Doug Emhoff also can't wait to leave. But Doug Emhoff, the court Jew for the Biden administration, covering for all of the sins of the Biden administration by pretending he gives a damn about his Jewishness. Well, he's gone, so couldn't happen a moment too soon. That is excellent news. And it's fun. Let's be real. It is fun to watch as people who ought never have been in the White House are leaving the White House, and people are entering the White House who are going to restore the sort of common sense that President Trump has pledged so far. Worth also noting that yesterday, first Israeli hostages were released under the Gaza deal that was brokered by the Trump team. Again, every hostage deal is a bad deal. Any deal in which you are releasing terrorists in favor of innocent people is a bad deal by nature. There is no such thing as a good deal there. With that said, that doesn't get done without President Trump. Those people are not home. Those 3 women are not going home, didn't go home yesterday, without President Trump's direct intervention. And again, everyone on the Trump National Security Team has made clear that on the other end of this, Hamas is not going to remain in power. So if you are one of the people super spreading the images of Hamas rallying in the streets, coming out from their tunnels after having destroyed the entire Gaza Strip by their activity, and celebrating and suggesting that Hamas won, not quite. President Trump has made very clear, his administration has made very clear, Hamas will have no hand in running Gaza, which means there will be further Israeli military action in that area, undoubtedly. Again, we're broadcasting all day live here. We're going to be covering every little bit of inauguration weekend. The parties are ongoing. The optimism is really high. President Trump currently, right now, is at the White House. Any moment, he will be leaving the White House to head on over to the Capitol building for his second swearing in as the 47th president of the United States. And today, I think that every American ought to pray for his success, whether you're a Democrat, Independent, Republican, whether you voted for him or whether you didn't. You ought to pray for the success of the United States of America, which means you ought to pray for the success of President Trump. That doesn't mean you have to agree with all his policies. It doesn't mean you have to agree with everything he does. I'm not going to agree with everything he does. It does mean that for the sake of the country, I hope and pray that President Trump will be precisely the kind of president that America needs. A president who does rely on common sense. A president who does seek not just momentary victories, but long-term victories. Restructuring of the systems that need restructuring. Cleaning out of the deadwood that needs cleaning out. I hope that President Trump takes as seriously as he seems to already be taking the task that is before him. It is a very serious task. So it's a moment of optimism, but it also is a moment of determination. The Republicans need to hit the ground running. They need to get to work on the one bill strategy. They need to make permanent the Trump tax cuts. They need to loosen the regulations dramatically. They need to fire an enormous number of people in the executive branch. They need to restore our nation's border and deport illegal immigrants, particularly criminal illegal immigrants. They need to restore the semblance of sanity in a country that completely lost its sanity under Joe Biden. And the stakes are really high because America doesn't get opportunities like this particularly often. It is very rare that you get a second bite at the apple. I think there's a lot of despair in 2020. I was one of the people who felt that despair when Joe Biden took the White House. But you get a second chance so rarely in life. And the American people are getting a second chance here with President Trump. My prayers today are with President Trump, with the members of his excellent cabinet, with the members of his administration, with the members of his family. My prayers are with the country today, as I think everyone's ought to be. President Trump has pledged a big agenda, a big, robust agenda, and some of it's going to take place today. We're going to get to watch him sign those executive orders. I'm sure later on today we'll be analyzing many of those executive orders. But it's not just going to require President Trump. The country doesn't rise and fall on one man. It rises and falls on the American people and their elected representatives. That means members of Congress need to help push forward the Trump agenda in pragmatic fashion. It means that the Senate needs to push forward President Trump's agenda in pragmatic fashion. And yes, there will be give and take and pushback, and no bill is going to be perfect. And I hope that conservatives get more out of these bills than members of the left do. That is my hope. But the American people, this is our opportunity. This is our opportunity to thrive. It's an opportunity for merit to take the fore once again. Freedom is being restored. Free speech is being restored. Free markets are being restored. Take this opportunity to go to church. Take this opportunity to get in touch with your neighbors. Take this opportunity to recapitulate the things that made America great in the first place. Things like free minds and free speech and community values and rule of law. Those are the things that we should all be praying for under the incoming Trump Part 2 administration. Honestly, I will be fascinated to see what his inaugural address looks like. I think the utilitarianism, Trump learned some stuff. Trump saw some bleep during his first term, and he saw some bleep during the Joe Biden term. And now it's time for him to turn all of that anger, all of that energy into actual concerted action. Into concerted action. That's the thing that we all require. And the American people, this is our opportunity. President Trump is about to exit the White House momentarily, heading over to the Capitol building, where, as you can see behind me, everything is prepared for President. You can hear the sirens behind me. President Trump is preparing to come to the Capitol building, where he will be sworn in any moment now. Again, the excitement is here. The parties are going to be going on all day. They're going to be going on all night. There's going to be a lot of alcohol flowing over the course of the next 24 hours. And then President Trump is going to get to work. He's going to get to work, by the way, today, as I say. That executive order pen is coming out like immediately. The executive order pen is going to happen any second. Again, all the cameras are waiting for President Trump to exit and get into the presidential vehicle. Man, this administration, this Biden administration, cannot go too soon. Is there a way we can swear President Trump in like half an hour early? Let's just accelerate this thing. Get rid of the old man. Send him back to Delaware. Let him take his wife with him. And Democrats, what they've done to the country over the last 4 years is criminal in so many ways. And so many Americans require justice, from the American service members who were murdered at Abbey Gate to the millions of Americans who were impoverished by Joe Biden's inflationary economy, to the allies around the world abandoned, to the women abandoned by this administration that decided that male and female have no actual meanings. They can't go a moment too soon. Kamala Harris has left the White House. Again, it's great. Very, very happy to watch her go. J.D. Vance also walked out. I think that J.D. has an unbelievable future ahead of him, obviously. Obviously, that is not any great sort of revelation. So J.D. obviously going to show up at the Capitol as well for his swearing in. President Trump will be sworn down in his own personal Bible as well as the Lincoln Bible today. After that, he's going to head on over to, I believe, Capital One Arena and give his big rally. So again, we are bringing you moment-to-moment coverage. This is one of the reasons you need to subscribe over at Daily Wire. Head on over to Daily Wire Plus right now. 47% discount on your annual membership. You're going to want to be a part of all of it. There's going to be so much news breaking constantly. We have amazing content coming for you this year. The Pendragon cycle is coming for you this year. We have all sorts of great stuff coming from my friend Matt Walsh and all sorts of mediocre stuff coming from my non-friend Michael Knowles. I mean, there's going to be so much material coming out. It's going to make our heads, and you're going to want to be here for every moment. The Ben Reacts series is going to continue. I mean, I'm going to be on speed dial for everything happening in this administration. 200 executive orders in one day. That is a lot of executive orders. Again, we are currently waiting for the exit of the president-elect of the United States. I'm going to be very eager to drop the hyphen in a second. He's no longer going to be the president-elect. He's just going to be the president again. And that is going to be just wonderful. I cannot wait. I think most people cannot wait at this point. Apparently, Joe Biden has been spending the final hours of his presidency in a dark mood. That is according to CNN's MJ Lee. Lee said, quote, "In talking to White House officials familiar with the planning, I am told that all these traditions, which we have to point out again were traditions and courtesies that Trump refused to offer then incoming President Joe Biden 4 years ago, these were not traditions at any point President Biden thought about basically blowing off because he believes these traditions are important. Apparently those traditions are important, not the one where you actually run the government like not a schmuck. In any case, she said, all of our reporting, talking to sources in recent days and weeks, really suggests the president is in a bit of a dark space when it comes to his headspace in these very final days. We are told he never really stopped feeling angry about the fact he believes he was forced out, which of course is true. He was indeed forced out. He would have lost anyway, by the way, by every available polling metric. That's not me. That's Steve Kornacki at MSNBC. That's Nate Silver. Every polling analyst believes that Joe Biden would have gotten shellacked by Donald Trump. But Joe Biden believes in his own head. It's presumably how he can live with himself the rest of his life, that he would have won if only he'd been left in place, despite the fact that he clearly has been ailing for years on end. She says, quote, this pressure campaign to drop out of the 2024 race, and then especially since Election Day, when his vice president Kamala Harris was defeated by Donald Trump, he's grown increasingly embittered, we're told by sources, at the blame he has gotten for Donald Trump's eventual return to the White House. And one thing importantly that President Biden has been absolutely consistent about is his belief that had he stayed in the race, he would have defeated Donald Trump again. Now, all this adds up, I would say, to a mood of sadness and sort of this sense of tragedy here at the White House, said Lee. Those around him believing and actually hoping that when history judges President Biden years from now, it will be a little bit more forgiving than how the presidency is being widely judged, at least today. No, that is incorrect. History will judge him as a failed president. History will judge him as one of the worst presidents in all of American history. Not in some of American history, in all of American history. If you have to rank worst American presidents, the bottom candidates are now Joe Biden, Jimmy Carter, James Buchanan, Herbert Hoover, Barack Obama. Those are your candidates. Woodrow Wilson. He is definitely in the bottom 6, maybe in the bottom 3. What a disastrous president he has been. And the proof is that Donald Trump is going back to the White House, a thing that I think no one thought on January 7th of 2021. Alrighty, folks, we've reached the end of the show. We are live in Washington, D.C., as I say, for the historic inauguration of President Donald J. Trump, the 47th president of the United States. Full coverage continues all day right here on the Daily Wire. Right after this, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, Andrew Klavan, and Jeremy Borning will join us live in D.C. to continue the celebration. Our live coverage of the inauguration ceremony starts 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time right here at Daily Wire Plus. Once President Trump takes the oath of office, join us for the Daily Wire's exclusive post-show coverage. President Trump right now is leaving the White House. He's getting ready to enter. Joe Biden is guiding him out and being left behind by both President Trump and history itself. He will be quickly forgotten. Joe Biden is not a person who will be remembered kindly by history. Donald J. Trump getting in the car. It is an amazing moment. Getting ready to go over to the Capitol building to be inaugurated for the second time. Only the second non-consecutive president in the history of the United States. The door has been closed on his limo, and he is moving out momentarily for the Capitol building, where a crowd awaits to hear him inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States, ending a dark 4 years in American history and ushering in, we can all hope and pray, a much brighter one. Our live coverage of the inauguration ceremony, as I say, starts 11:20 a.m. Eastern right here on Daily Wire Plus. Once President Trump takes that oath of office, join us for the Daily Wire's exclusive post-show coverage. I'm Ben Shapiro. This is The Ben Shapiro Show.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Hysterically today. It is one of the most important contributions to cinema in American history.
Your goal is to conduct an investigation into something key to the culture war.
There were so many great moments in there.
Were these people real that are in this movie?
It's a great film.
I highly recommend everybody go see this movie.
Mazel tov, as
thanks.
Ben's people would say.
Am I Racist? Rated PG-13 in theaters now.
Daily Wire's continued live coverage of Inauguration Day. It is a party here in D.C. People are fired up. It's freezing cold, but how can you be cold when your love of America keeps you warm? I'm pumped up right now. There are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in the city. You can see the line behind me. It's wrapped for blocks and blocks. People are fired up because Joe Biden is leaving the White House right now. He is on his way out. As Ben Shapiro just said, no one will remember Joe Biden's presidency. Well, the good news is Joe Biden won't remember Joe Biden's presidency. And so no hard feelings on that one, Joe. Go ahead, get on out, because Donald Trump is about to move in and he is about to take the oath of office very, very shortly. Stay tuned here at the Daily Wire. And first of all, if you're watching and you're not a Daily Wire member, now is the time for you to become a member. What better way to commemorate Donald Trump ascending to office for a second time than 47% off a new Daily Wire membership? That's right. In honor of Donald Trump, number 47, go to dailywire.com/subscribe and you will get 47% off a new membership. The party is just getting started. We've had people from all around the country, all around the world. I talked to a gentleman a minute ago who came from Alaska. Don't know if he drove, but that's very impressive. We got some new friends here. Come on in, guys. Let's meet some of our new friends here at the inauguration. What are y'all's names?
I'm Carly.
And I'm Blake Wallace.
And where are you guys from?
We are both from Dallas, Texas.
Okay. What made you guys want to come out here from Texas for the inauguration?
I mean, this is just, it's monumental. I mean, I got accosted in New York City just for wearing a Make America Great Again hat. A lady told me to kill myself and a bunch of other things that I won't say on live TV. And it was there that we had 4 mean comments that day, but we had 20 people that stopped. Some people stopped their cars just to say, hey, thanks for the patriotism. Thanks for just smiling and being here and being brave. And it was there that we just looked at each other and we're like, we got to be here in person for this event. I mean, the left preaches tolerance, but the second we exercise free speech is the second they start getting heinously mean. It's just truly hypocritical, and we know that Donald Trump's just quite the opposite of that.
What about you, for you being here, especially as a young person? We saw a huge swing this election. I've seen a ton of young people here at the inauguration. Which of the executive orders that are going to be signed today and the plans coming in the future from Trump are you most excited about?
Well, I would definitely say that their end to birthright citizenship is quite an interesting and good thing. I personally think it's a good thing because it ends the incentive structure of having people to just come into America, have kids, and that be their anchor. First of all, it's a degradation of the kids' honor and right to be alive. They're only alive to basically screw over a legal system. That is just something that I cannot agree with. And also, it is a slap in the face to all immigrants who came here legally. And I think that ending this will end a large portion of illegal immigration.
Okay. All right. Final question for you guys. To help us celebrate a bit, can we do the Trump dance? Can I see the Trump dance? Do you got anything? You got it? I'm putting you on the spot. Let's see it. There it is. There it is. That is how we get the party going here in D.C. I'm going to stop before they put me to shame because mine's...
We got that Latin hips.
Mine's not as good, so I'm going to stop. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for talking to us. We're going to keep the party going here in D.C. Things are just getting started here at the Daily Wire. We have got a lot more. I don't even know. We've got, I think that man is wearing a Caesar costume. Okay, all right. I don't know who else we're going to talk to. But so far, for everyone at home watching, it might be hard to keep track of what is happening this afternoon. So quick rundown for people at home. Biden He will officially be out of the office at noon per the 20th Amendment. After that, the official ceremonies will kick off at 11:30. We'll have an invocation from Franklin Graham, and then a song from Carrie Underwood. I'm very excited for that one. Carrie Underwood, Steppin' Up, Tennessee local. We love her back in Nashville. Then J.D. Vance will take the oath of office, followed by, you know who, Donald Trump taking the oath of office. Then Donald Trump will give his second inaugural address. Worth pointing out, last one was 17 minutes. Will this one go longer? We don't yet know. You know who won't go longer? Cabot Phillips here in D.C. I'm not going longer because the guys are ready back in D.C. I'm going to hand it off to them now. Jeremy, Ben, Matt, Michael, Klavan, take it away, guys.
Welcome back to Daily Wire's special inaugural coverage. We're approximately 30 minutes away from the beginning of the inauguration ceremony. And right behind us, President Trump's motorcade is arriving here at the Capitol building, where he'll be taking the oath of office. It's been a really chaotic last couple of days of trying to understand exactly what was happening with all of the location changes based on weather and perhaps rumors are security threats to the inauguration. But at this very moment, President Trump, and I am turning around to look. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hey, there he is. There he is. President Trump cool. Rolling up right behind us to the U.S. Capitol, where he'll be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States in only the second non-consecutive second term in the history of the country. I'm Jeremy Boring. I'm joined today by Ben Shapiro, Andrew Klavan, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles. We're the hosts of all the Daily Wire shows. Well, that's not even true anymore. There's so many Daily Wire shows, you can't really shake a stick at them. But we are the hosts of Backstage.
That's right.
It makes us feel like a couple of real cool guys. And here we are on a very cold 22-degree day in Washington, D.C., celebrating Donald Trump's historic inauguration as the 47th President of the United States. The winning is just starting. If you're watching us now, we appreciate it. If you're not at Daily Wire Plus, head over there for your best coverage. You get 47% off using code 47. Plus, you'll get a free $20 gift as our thank you. Guys, what a day.
Oh, yeah.
Truly the end, I think, of the Obama era. There was the possibility that could have been true in 2016. It ended up not being true. Yeah. Obama was able to really surge back and in many ways be the most influential figure in Washington, D.C. these last 4 years. Today, I feel that his era is completely vanquished. Donald Trump coming in a unique position for a second term where he actually has a popular mandate, where he's had 4 years in sort of the political wilderness to learn from both the successes and failures of his first administration and to face this unrelenting lawfare from the left, which really, I think, exposed what the left's true intentions are, not only for him, but for the country. And he comes in an energized second-term president.
I actually would go even further. I agree with all of that. I think Obama is cooked. But furthermore, I think the libs are more over right now than they have been in my entire life. Oscar De La Renta bragging about making a dress for the Second Lady Usha Vance.
That's right.
You've got Snoop Dogg playing an inauguration party for Donald Trump. You've got Bill Gates sucking up to Trump, calling him an intriguing, fascinating man. All of the corporate executives, the big tech, of course, Mark Zuckerberg, and then, of course, the foreign dignitaries coming into the imperial capital for a shift, not just in a political party, but also, I think, a global shift toward the right.
That's what we're seeing. There's also what we're not seeing that I think is really interesting, to your point about the libs being over, is, we've been here in D.C. for a few days now. I'm told there was another Women's March protest.
Yeah.
I saw no...
A People's March.
Yeah, People's March now. I saw no indication of it. So what we're not seeing is what I think a lot of us expected, which was this, explosive nuclear outrage from the left, this huge meltdown, and instead you get maybe a few thousand people walking around, and so it seems like on the left there's this kind of resignation to the fact that Trump is here, and I think he's a normal part of the political landscape now. So leftists are having a problem casting him as this sort of abnormal aberration, this dangerous figure. And so even on the left, there seems to be kind of this resignation, this shrug of, well, this is how it is now.
Well, I want to give a big thank you to Joe Biden. Like, really thank you to Joe Biden, because this last 4 years has been total shit. But, aside from that, there would be no Trump 2. Yeah. Except for Joe Biden. Joe Biden was a historically bad president. He's going to go down in history as one of the worst presidents in the history of the United States. In the modern history of the United States, it's a running gun battle between him and Jimmy Carter. So we can easily say that he's now the worst living president of the United States. And I think that without him, none of this would have been possible. So we owe a big thank you to President Biden. With that, and I'm glad that we'll never have to say that again, because he's not going to be president again, so that's going to be great. But I think that there's really three things that I've been thinking about today. One is the uniqueness of President Trump as a human and as a figure. It's just unbelievable. Like, you get used to this stuff, covering it every day. We cover it every day. Trump, as you say, has become part of the normal political landscape. And then you see the image of President Trump coming out of the White House and getting into the motorcade to go to take the inaugural oath at the Capitol building behind us. And you think to yourself, man, this is unbelievable. Like the writing here is just insane. You have a person who came from literally nowhere in politics, like had never held office, to become president of the United States. He loses an election to Joe Biden in the most contentious election of our lifetime, without a doubt, between BLM riots and COVID and changing the rules and the insanity that followed. And then he comes all the way back to the presidency of the United States as a singular figure. There's nothing remotely like it in our lifetime. And then you think about the American people, and what the American people have said here is that they are tired of the fake normality provided by the Democratic Party. We kept hearing all those. The pitch was always, Donald Trump is not normal. He's not a normal guy. He's super not. This is not normal. You kept hearing that during term one. And then you got Joe Biden, who's supposedly the most normal guy. He's so normal. He's like a normal politician who's super normal. And it turns out everything he did was not normal. Everything. His presidency was a sham because he wasn't even alive. His executive orders vastly exceeded the scope of his office. The policies that he pursued were disastrous for the United States, both at home and abroad. In his waning hours, he pardoned a bunch of people with blanket pardons that he couldn't. It's nothing like nothing we've ever seen.
For crimes they are not accused of.
He tried to add a constitutional amendment 72 hours ago by presidential fiat. And then they say that he's Captain Normalcy. The American people said, you know what? We're tired of the illusion of normal. We just want normal. So President Trump is supposed to, in his speech today, talk about the power of common sense. This is supposed to be the theme of his speech. It's going to be a common sense. That's all we're asking for. That's all we're asking for. Even like I'm a conservative. I wish you were more conservative. He isn't. He's commonsensical and utilitarian. And guess what? That's what the American people want. They want common sense, utilitarian, pragmatist, winning first president.
The one thing we haven't mentioned here is us, the media. The fact that the left-wing media that enforced all these illusions on the American people, threatened them essentially with any violation of their beliefs. They've been particleized. They're going through the 7 stages of grief, which are whining, anger, denial, 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 denial. They just absolutely cannot get around the fact that they don't matter anymore, and we do. And we do for a reason, not because we have the reporting power they have. We don't, not yet. But we do have the power to debunk the lies that they tell, and we've done it bit by bit, piece by piece, skirmish by skirmish, and we beat them. We beat them down to the ground.
Yep. I wish you guys could see immediately behind us, the angle's a bit steep, but the presidential motorcade only just ending, a motorcade which began before we even went live. Certainly the longest motorcade I've ever seen, as President Trump is arriving at the Capitol, and I believe from, it's a little sunny out here, we can't see everything as clearly as we'd like in the confidence monitors, but I believe we also saw President Biden leaving the White House to make his journey over to the United States Capitol for the inauguration of Donald Trump. We're going to tell you more about that right after a quick word from our sponsor, Oracle. We'll be right back.
Even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it's coming and fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking, so you are saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move on over to OCI. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/president. That's oracle.com/president. Again, oracle.com/president. And see what Oracle can do for you.
Michael, you're in many ways the most Trumpy of the Daily Wire hosts. You're often accused of being sycophantish by me. But I do have to say, you've been the most bullish on President Trump's chances all the way back to 2020 that he would come back, that he would be elected president again. It's a vindicating moment for you, I'm sorry to say, but happy for the country.
You make a great point. I do seem very right and handsome and lively and exuberant. I think there's a lot to what Ben just said. This is a point I have been hammering since before the election, and I'm glad to see after the election, which is, to me, the phrase of 2024 and the phrase of this administration has to be common sense. Ben, when you say you wish Trump were more conservative, you're speaking in a political, ideological way. Now, there is a kind of deep conservatism to even to the notion of common sense, but there are a lot of people who voted for Trump who did not ever vote before, or who had voted for Democrats, who've never read Russell Kirk or Edmund Burke or Hayek or anybody, who just kind of have a gut sense that something was wrong and Trump was kind of going to make it right and paradoxically was going to be a normal president. And I think that's good, actually. I think it's to be encouraged. We also want to apply reason to our political intuitions, but I'm all for that. You know, I think back to the worst leftist revolutionaries ever. One guy in particular, Antonio Gramsci, who observed that a revolution can only succeed if it holds the common sense. And the left totally kissed that away. And if Trump can make his remarks today and the theme of his admin, that we're going to be normal. It's okay to be normal, guys. We're going to use common sense. We're going to defer to the wisdom of our ancestors and the things that have just kind of worked out before. If he can do that, he is going to hold not only the center right, he's going to hold the center left. I think he could even expand that new coalition.
Well, you saw the executive orders. I mean, he's supposed to issue some 200 executive orders today. Now, listen, as a fan of constitutional government, not a fan of that many executive orders, but that is a perfect response to what the Democrats have done in centralizing executive power since the Obama days. It was Barack Obama who, after he lost Congress, said he would rule by pen and phone. And then it was Donald Trump who tried to reverse many of those things. And then it was Joe Biden who expanded it radically. Yep. Joe Biden issued more executive orders while he was president than any president of our lifetime for his 4 years. And now Donald Trump has to reverse all that stuff. And so his executive orders right now are very commonsensical things. It's put Remain in Mexico back in place. Yep. It's from now on, men pretending to be women are not going to be treated as women. They're going to be treated as men. This is literally one of the. That's
amazing
in the,
that
by the way, that
executive order.
That phraseology is the exact phraseology of the executive order. It says men pretending to be women. That's his exact phraseology. That is a wild difference from the kind of pseudo respect that's been granted to this stupid proposition for the last several years that Matt, of course, has been fighting against so prominently. You know, the fact that these sorts of things were up for debate, and the fact that these are quick and easy wins for Trump. Now, the thing, you know, if I want to speak pragmatically about Trump for a second, the thing that the big risk I think for Trump is that President Trump wants wins, right? He likes headlines and he likes wins. The one cautionary note is don't go for the quick and easy win over the long-lasting systemic change. Because I think that there are going to be a lot of shiny objects where you can grab the win right in the moment. But the big thing that he was elected to do was, for example, clean out the deadwood of government. It's not just to issue an executive order and declare the thing over. I think that President Trump knows that. I think his cabinet knows that. But I think that's also going to require the support of the American people, understanding things take time.
He also has a majority in both houses of Congress and ostensibly a majority on the Supreme Court. They should be able to come back behind these executive orders and codify a lot of them in actual law. And if they don't do that, I'm worried that Congress has actually become a vestigial organ that is incapable of passing legislation.
He's also shown that he's learned something. I mean, he staffed his administration this time. He didn't staff it at all last time and essentially allowed the Republican Party to staff it with people who hated him. Now he's got people who love him, and I think that that's an important thing. They keep saying he appoints loyalists. I think, what are you going to do? Appoint enemies? Of course. You want guys in your administration who are going to do what you tell them to do, and he's sent a lot of sticks of dynamite into these departments, which is exactly what they need, especially in the legal departments, especially the FBI, the DOJ, has to be cleaned out. This reign of terror, and it has been a reign of terror. I mean, let's face it. You know, it's one thing for the media that is protected by the First Amendment, but people were being raided in their homes for protesting abortion, punished for going to the Latin Mass. Right. I mean, if it were only Knowles, I would say fine. But you know, other people.
You would enforce it yourself.
I would actually go in and investigate you myself. But no, this is an amazingly oppressive regime, and the idea that Trump is abnormal for opposing it, and the people who support Trump are abnormal for opposing it is anti-American.
This is the most interesting thing about about the last 20 years of American government, is that Barack Obama and Joe Biden both present as moderate, which obscures their radicalism. They're two of the most radical men ever to hold the office of the President of the United States. Donald Trump, on the other hand, presents as a radical.
But he's pretty moderate.
And yet
in a
he's
way,
pretty moderate.
Because it takes a crazy, and this is the thing I've been saying about him from the beginning, it took a crazy man to break this glass, to break this incredible shield of dreams that's been put over the American public where they couldn't see what was happening.
And there's also, we're talking about the political side of it. I mean, in the culture, there's a real massive shift that's happening right now, and it's probably not as sudden as it feels, but it feels very sudden. And so, for example, that executive order with that language on the trans issue is really significant. There's also, I mean, the Daily Wire just reported today, the latest poll, I think it was from the New York Times, on the trans issue. It's something like 80% now, majority of both Democrats and Republicans saying things like, we don't want men and women's sports and that sort of thing. A majority against, transing the kids. And if you go back and look at the polls 5 years ago, it wasn't like that.
I will say our company should take credit for this. Okay, really, Donald Trump in 2016 when he was running said Caitlyn Jenner could use the women's restrooms. He did. I mean, and the reality is that it was the outside voices in the conservative movement that held the line on this, and we were leading the charge on this. Everything from Matt doing his unbelievable work on this issue to the rest of us covering this stuff. I mean, I remember being threatened on national TV by Zoe Torre in 2014, right? I mean, so like we've been fighting this battle for a very, very long time.
It creates a problem for here's the problem the left has right now. I think they have a few problems. One is that they run on emotions, and emotions can't be sustained forever, and so I think people are just sort of exhausted. But then the other thing too is what are they about? Like, what is the Democrat Party about right now? What's their agenda? What's their project? The good thing about Trump is he's always been able to speak very clearly and simply about what he wants to do: build the wall, secure the border. These are simple things. Right now, I think you look at the Democrat Party. You were to get 100 Democrats in a room and say, "What is your party about? What do you guys stand for?" I think you'd get 90 different answers.
Well, that's why I think they're freaking out right now, because what they were about was being against Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really what they were about. I mean, since Trump won, every single waking moment for the Democrats has been, we oppose Donald Trump and everything he stands for, and we're going to blame his victory on the Russians or on Facebook or on some sort of corruption. And then it turns out the American people threw up a giant orange middle finger a second time and said no to that. So what exactly do you do when your entire case is, we just don't like the guy the American people selected?
And who is their leader? Who is their leader? I like that Trump has changed the Republican Party, but even if Republicans hate Trump, at least it's clear who runs the Republican Party. It's Donald Trump. Previously, 3 months ago, you would say, well, probably Barack Obama runs the Democrat Party. I think he's basically out. Joe Biden certainly isn't running anything. He's probably not running his toothbrush in his mouth. Kamala Harris isn't. So who is the figure? Who's the figure in media? Who's the figure? They don't have one. So they're obviously confused, which is why I'm so excited about the executive actions today. 50 expected executive orders, and then additional executive actions once he's sworn in. The thing I love most about it is not just what it's going to do to the border, not just he's inviting certain legal challenges, potentially on birthright citizenship, not just the gender stuff. It's that he is going in, guns a-blazing. He is organized. To your point, Drew, he just outsourced hiring to the GOP in 2016. But one of the big problems was he couldn't get people to work for him because the brand had been made so toxic by the dishonest media. That's a huge shift now, too. The fact that Bill Gates is saying, wow, what a fascinating guy. Oh, how intriguing. We're going to work together. If Bill Gates is going to work, if Mark Zuckerberg is going to work for Trump, then everybody is going to work with him. And so he's going to be able to staff really, really good people.
We're approximately 12 and a half minutes out from the beginning of the inaugural ceremony inside the Capitol Rotunda. You're starting to see a lot of familiar faces. I see Charlie Kirk in the room right now, several prominent lawmakers. Vivek, Elon Musk already have walked through. A pretty remarkable moment in that this is taking place inside the rotunda of the Capitol. Normally, you would see it happening directly behind us on the National Mall, on the steps of the Capitol. That's where these events are typically held. It's obviously why we selected this location, but there have been enormous changes and frequent changes and rumors of even more changes over the last 48 hours. As the government has responded both to the incredibly cold weather here in Washington, D.C., and we are told security threats against the president. I've given some thought to it. My guess is that the kind of drone warfare that we've seen taking place, like the individualized drone warfare we've seen taking place in Eastern Europe, probably presents challenges that we just don't know how to keep an event like this safe in the way that historically we've been able to. Whatever the case, it's only the second time in our lifetimes that a president has been sworn in the rotunda of the Capitol, the last being the re-election of Ronald Reagan in '84.
Yep. Going back to sort of the topic of the opening of culture to President Trump, I think that the most seminal moment in modern political history was that debate with Joe Biden. And the reason I think that is because for the first time, a bunch of Americans actually said the thing out loud, which was, maybe it's okay to support the Republican. You started to see people say, you know, maybe it's actually okay. Maybe, like, he's so bad that maybe we should actually consider this. And then the attempted assassination of Trump, when you saw people suddenly come out of the woodwork, Mark Zuckerberg saying, that was pretty awesome how Trump responded to that. Suddenly there was a cultural pane of glass that had been broken, and you can't unbreak the glass. Once you say the guy might be cool, he might be doing something important and useful and amazing, once you say that, you can't unsay it, right? Well, if you put somebody in the untouchable box, once they're out of the untouchable box, you can't stuff him back in. And I think that was one of the big problems that Kamala had. She kept trying to stuff Trump back in the box that had already been destroyed by the debate with Biden. And so Joe Biden did more damage to the Democratic brand in the last year. Like, listen, I think Kamala Harris would have lost him anyway because she's a uniquely terrible candidate. And that goes back to, you know, the sort of modern media sensibility that you're talking about, Drew, which is without the podcasts, without the videos, without the ability to expose people in long form, the media would have been able to cram her down our throats. 20 years ago, she's the president of the United States because the media is able to hide her behind glass and then just pretend away all of her problems. In this election cycle, you've got long form interviews with her that don't exist. And then you have long form interviews with Trump or JD who are acting like normal humans. And that's a completely different thing. So the cultural willingness to now say the thing, Joe Biden is responsible for that. So once again, I want to thank the outgoing president of the United States, who's awful, who's awful and deserves all the ignominy we can ladle upon him for the rest of his life.
You know, we should talk a little bit more about that assassination attempt because I keep going back to this moment when Trump had COVID and he came back and he said, "Don't be afraid of it. Don't let it dominate your life." And Jake Tapper went on and said, "No, you know, it's right to be afraid. It does dominate your life. You should be afraid." And I thought, that's what they're selling us. And when you saw Trump stand up after being shot and say, "Fight, fight, fight," I think a lot of Americans may have said, oh yeah, that's who we're supposed to be.
Well, I mean, also, I think just we're all religious people at the table.
Yes,
if you saw that and you didn't see the hand of God almost literally come down and grab Donald Trump by the head and move his head this much,
a priest
to not have his head blown completely off on national TV. Like if that moment your confidence didn't skyrocket that this dude was going to be president of the United States again, I got to say only secular people probably saw that. Were like, well, he probably just has just as good a shot of not winning.
A priest friend of mine says it's a wicked generation that seeks after signs and wonders, but it's a stupid generation that ignores signs and wonders.
When Mark Zuckerberg wakes up the next day and says, I think he's going to be president.
No, that was because he repealed Roe v. Wade. That was I'm absolutely convinced.
You're going all the way. Okay, you're going all the way.
No, I think that was absolutely all right. Second chance. Second chance.
I mean, speaking of second chances, I will say that it is rare, and I think this is the rare moment, and this is why I think that we should approach this with a lot of excitement and encouragement, but also some trepidation because God doesn't give countries second chances very often.
Oh, that's right.
And this is a second chance for the country. If you had told me 4 years ago that Donald Trump would re-enter office with a Republican majority in the House, in the Senate, and with sometimes 6 votes on the Supreme Court, I would have said, you're out of your mind. That's crazy what you're saying to me right now, given the sort of political situation in the United States 4 years ago. And the fact that God has given this opportunity, the American people have taken the opportunity to do this, it means that you can't blow the opportunity.
Yeah.
You cannot be distracted by the dumb kind of stuff that sometimes we get distracted by in political, like the meme coins or the TikToks. Like, just do the thing. Do the thing. That's the opportunity. Grab the thing. Do the thing, and the American people are going to be grateful for it. All they want is some sense of solidity in an ever more chaotic world.
Yeah.
And God giving us the second chance, like if it's not seized, I don't think God takes kindly to people who don't take their second chance.
I think also on the right we have this responsibility to keep our fringes out of the center, the Jew haters and the women haters and the black haters. I think we just got to say no. I know there's going to be moments when they get the clicks, when they get the attention. We got to just turn our backs on them because our party has always been the party of liberty and justice for all. It should remain that way. We don't need to hate anybody. We can actually do everything we need to do without letting those people in.
And something that's very encouraging is for every, if people spend too much time on Twitter, one will think that the country is in a rather bad place.
Yeah, good point.
But, you look at Trump himself. He does not really entertain fringes, hateful people, anything like that. Trump, as we've been saying now for 20 minutes, Trump really has grabbed the normal. Trump, he's kind of like the normie president.
I actually think this is a terrible. The ascension of Donald Trump is a terrible defeat for the sort of pseudo-fascist voices on the far right, the anti-Semitic and racist voices on the far right. They've had a lot of prominence online in the last 4 years because opposition fuels things like that.
And in fairness,
when you see the left ascendant, it creates this reaction,
Yeah.
and it creates support for a reaction.
Especially when they're silencing people.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to have a far-right extremist protest against an ascendant and productive and effective right-wing government.
Yeah.
Back in the rotunda right now, it looks like people are starting to take their seats. We see Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy. I saw Apple CEO Tim Cook, it looks like, has taken a seat as we're about 6 minutes away from the beginning of the inauguration of Donald Trump.
They'll run late. My prediction, this thing ain't starting in 6 minutes.
Yeah,
I mean,
no
they
way.
don't have people sitting
Listen, I
down
spent
yet.
good money on this countdown clock that's playing. Expect a timely inauguration.
And I have to say, this green screen of the Capitol looks really
It's
realistic.
beautiful.
It's
Oh, yes.
amazing.
And this green screen is also freezing cold. It's amazing. Wow.
Well, one of the things that is amazing is, like, we are literally counting down the moments until Joe Biden leaves. I can't get over how bad a president he was.
Yes.
There
Did you
were
like Joe
rumors.
Biden?
But really, like, it's an amazing thing to have lived through a historically bad president, like a truly historically bad presidency. Two of them. I mean, Barack Obama was truly historically bad, but in a different and more insidious way.
On purpose.
On purpose, right? Joe Biden. I mean, there were rumors yesterday that leading up to this inauguration, Joe Biden was at the very last minute going to cram through a series of UN resolutions targeting Israel. This was the rumor. There was the Security Council meeting that was happening this morning, and that was the going rumor. And it was like, that might happen.
That's plausible.
Right? I mean, that's plausible. And he tried to actually add a constitutional amendment by fiat.
I love that.
On Twitter in a statement he clearly did not write.
I love that, though. Do you know why I love that? The reason I loved him trying to ram through the ERA, which had a deadline of, 1977, then it was like 1982. I mean, they blew past it 40 years ago. And so
It was 1979. It was more recent than that.
It was more recent, yeah. And
incredible.
they did extend it till 82, but they didn't extend it till 2022. So when the Archivist of the United States said, hey, you can't just declare constitutional amendments into existence, Biden kept moving anyway. But it wasn't just Biden. It was Kamala Harris. It was Tammy Duckworth. You could tell it was an organized Democrat strategy to just... Hillary Clinton, deny till you die, just say that this is the case. Why were they doing it? Yeah. Because they had nothing else that actually happened to point to as an accomplishment.
And they still
That's
think
why.
And they still think the media exists to cover it up for them.
Well, I think they have to reanimate. Their going argument since 2012 has been the war on women, right? I mean, that was the animating argument in 2012 against Romney, and it was an idiotic argument in the first place. But this has been their animating argument. They tried it with the trans issue. They tried to pretend that somehow the trans issue was a war on women, when in fact it was a defense of women. And then, after the repeal of Roe versus Wade, they decided that that was going to be like the big winner issue for them. And it turns out the American people kind of normalized on that, meaning that if you're in California, you realized California made your abortion policy. Yeah. And if you're in Florida, then you realize Florida made your abortion policy. And I think Trump, again, this is one of those areas where being a conservative is different than being a pragmatic politician. I wish that he were more pro-life on a federal level. And also, if you're a pragmatic politician, what he did by taking that off the table as an issue in the campaign was actually quite important.
So it's easy to forget, to that point, that it was, 8 months ago, you had the kind of the idea, the popular wisdom was that because of Roe v. Wade, that in fact conservatives would be in the position that the left is in right now.
Exactly.
Total disarray, relegated to irrelevance. And that was an argument not just among liberals, but there are many people on the right who were panicking over the fact that Roe v. Wade had been passed and saw it as a net negative.
So the
and
problem,
look how that turned out.
I agree. And so I think that because of that, because they blew through the trans issue, that's gone. The abortion issue is normalizing. So but the only constituency that Democrats do really, really well with now is young single women. That is the only constituency that they have.
But don't forget,
so
Trump
try the
won,
ERA. Why the hell not, right? I mean, like...
Donald Trump won 40% of women under the age of 30, according to the Associated Press. So even the most pro-Democrat group...
but I said young single women, right? Okay, so the reality is a percentage of people under 30 are married.
That's true. Even in our day and age, there are still a number of married people. That's true. That's a good point.
So, I think that as Democrats double down on that, the big question for them is what's going to be the next consolidating issue? And we haven't seen it yet. This is why... Again, one of my fears is, and I think the most important thing is continued economic boom. That is the most important thing, because the only thing Democrats can consolidate around is some sort of economic downturn. They can't consolidate around social policy, they lose. They can't consolidate around foreign policy because their foreign policy is a complete mess and they don't even know what they believe. Yeah. So the only thing that they can consolidate around is if there were to be some sort of economic downturn.
We're seeing the arrival of vice presidents into the rotunda. Vice President Pence walking in right now. It may have been Dan Quayle.
It was Dan Quayle, yeah.
Vice President Dan Quayle walked in right before him. So Ben's prediction that this would not begin promptly So far, there's still a chance.
Hey, a minute 37?
Yeah, we have a minute. They've only got to get a handful. I mean, Carter. They're not going to wheel out Carter anymore.
They are going to wheel out Biden, though. So, yeah.
He finally can not do any wrong. There we go.
Wow.
Oh, no.
What's his
There we go, Bubba.
And there's the
President
least happy
Clinton.
person in all of America, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
The one President Clinton, the one and only President Clinton. I'd like to
The president and her husband.
Can you imagine just how terrible it is to be Hillary Rodham Clinton? Like, you're the person who ushered Donald Trump into power, and then you lost to him, and then Joe Biden, who you really don't like, won in 2020, and then he lost to him.
That's
and you
right.
this entire time have gotten to just be whiny. Like, that's been your entire career, has just been whining.
By the way, do you know that
amazing.
if Joe Biden had remained on the ticket, Barack Obama would still have a lot more political power than he does.
Yeah. I
He
also
played such an enormous card only to be defeated.
I agree with Biden that he would have done better than Kamala, even after the debate, even with the dementia. I think so.
I do too.
You do?
I don't think he would have won, but I
agree.
I think he would have done better than Kamala.
It's hard to do worse than she did.
Yeah, there's that.
You know, I think that it's hard for me to say that he would have done better. I think because he was so senile, he was so gone.
President and Laura Bush walking into the rotunda now. President Bush, who had the best line of the first Donald Trump inauguration, which, if you'll recall, as soon as Donald Trump began reading Steve Bannon's speech, God opened the heavens and poured down tears from the sky, at which point, apparently, George W. Bush leaned over to whomever was sitting next to him and said, "That was some pretty weird shit."
I like my favorite George W. Bush moment recently was at the funeral of Jimmy Carter,
Yes.
where he came out and slapped Obama in the stomach. I thought, I missed that guy. I'm sorry.
I mean, I have to say that Republican presidents tend to be normies.
Yes.
W was a normie.
He was a normie.
And the thing about Trump is that, yeah, he's weird on social media, but we all know Donald
He's
Trump.
the guy at the end of the bar.
Yeah, correct. We all know him. No one has
Even though
ever
he doesn't
met.
drink.
No one has ever met Kamala Harris because she's animatronic.
What's his name?
And there's Barack, and Michelle is not there. Right? Michelle did not show.
President Obama without Michelle.
Wow.
There have been
That is
some,
so
Or
weird.
Jennifer Aniston.
There
right, there have been those rumors.
Notably.
I wasn't going to say it. That is actually
Which is shocking,
weirder.
because the other rumor was, of course, that,
Yeah, I know. She didn't seem like his type. Let's put it that way. But you know, when I saw Michelle wasn't going to come, I said, okay, well, it happens. She didn't go to Carter's funeral, but that was
weird.
really
That was
weird
weird.
to see him walk down alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was
Lonely
really
sad Barack.
weird that she wasn't at Carter's funeral.
Yeah.
Truly.
No, she signed out. She checked out.
She's had it. Yeah. I think
She's like, I'm done. I don't like any of these people. I'm done.
Yeah.
You know, more power to her.
Yeah, well, she signed out, but the question is, of what has she signed out?
Yeah.
And now we're awaiting the arrival of our current president for only a few moments longer, Joe Biden.
Might take a while.
Yeah.
Well, here come the Supreme Court.
Oh, the Supreme Court judge.
Okay,
Chief Justice Roberts.
Boo.
Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Alito. Yay!
Hey, there's a Clarence Thomas.
Thomas, yep.
Yeah. Gorsuch.
Sonia Sotomayor, Kagan, Gorsuch, yeah.
Only a few more moments before we see Donald Trump enter the rotunda, and a few more moments means you still have time to head over to Daily Wire Plus and take advantage of our limited offer, 47% off of an annual membership if you use promo code 47 at checkout. We're thankful to all of our Daily Wire members. 65,000 people watching concurrently right now at Daily Wire Plus. It's a wonderful experience. We've just launched new technology, a new app, and it's probably the best place to catch this content now. That's never been true before, but we're really proud of this new technology that we've rolled out.
It's kind of interesting to see these tech guys, Elon Musk and Cook from Apple. You know, it's a new generation of barons. You know, it's a new generation.
Well, there's also something to, even when you mentioned that Tim Cook was there, I thought, well, it's good. Obviously, he's not a conservative, but you know, he has to be there because he's a huge figure in American public life.
Yes.
Runs one of the biggest companies in the history of the world, and we sometimes forget it because we're so clean about our civics, but. You know, the guys who run these big private institutions wield a huge amount of political power, for better or worse.
Of course.
Well, and imagine they all kicked Donald Trump personally off of their platform 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And today he ascends to be the most powerful man on planet Earth. I think you probably kissed the ring in that circumstance.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we overreacted just a little bit,
But I mean,
Mr. President.
business is good, right? Business is good for America. These guys have built some of
America.
the most beautiful businesses in the world, and it's great they're coming around.
The businesses that they've built have great power to do good.
Yeah, and what I want from them is some acknowledgement that what they are doing now is a permanent shift in the wind and doesn't shift back 2 years
It's
from now.
impossible all the time. That's not.
No, I think that, honestly, I think one of the ways that they do that is actually doing public appearances with people on the right.
all right.
They refuse to actually get in public, and they're not doing that anymore. That's changing.
Here's the Trump
Here's
family.
the Trump family.
All right.
Ivanka and Don Jr. And Tiffany and Eric and Barron, who is enormous.
He's tall, yeah.
Octavian
guy.
Trump,
No,
I
Jared
call him.
Kushner.
Yeah, he's probably home with the kids. I didn't see any of the spouses.
Oh, yeah.
There were no spouses there.
Right.
I think you're right.
I'm very excited for Barron to change his name officially to Augustus. I think that will happen. Is that 28th? Does that happen? I don't know.
Yeah.
The funniest thing that's happened so far was the exiling of Kimberly Guilfoyle to Greece. That is by far the funniest thing. I'm sorry, it's funny. Like you break up with the president's son, and then they're like, "And you shall be delegated to Gaul. You'll now have that."
If I could get Court of St. James, I might be willing to go. I don't know. I'm a married man.
Court of St. James.
That's the best one,
yeah.
you know?
What are you talking about?
It used to be when England was England.
That's right.
Now, I'm not sure you want to go
that
over
was like
that.
Mega, make Europe great again.
You
or
know,
just start by making England great again.
That could really happen. This
I agree,
right-wing
it could.
movement across the West is so encouraging.
Our colleague, Dr. Jordan Peterson, plans to devote much of the next 4 years to that particular fight.
Really?
Yes.
I
He
did
thinks there's a
spend-
real opportunity in Europe.
I spent some of last night. I saw Liz Truss was in town, former UK Prime Minister. Nigel Farage is in town. I haven't seen him yet, but he's been going around to some of the parties. So you do have Giorgia Meloni is in town. You have
Javier Milei was here.
Milei showed up. That's good.
My boy.
Yeah.
Love me some Milei.
He's doing great. He's doing fantastic.
It's unbelievable what he's doing. What he's doing is insane. He actually has them in the black.
Now, what I want to know is, did my favorite Latin American strongman make it, Nayib Bukele?
I believe he is coming.
All right, here we go.
I think Bukele is coming.
And my personal favorite Latin American strongman, Justin Trudeau.
Wow, we really just teed it up and
that was
you're
great.
right there out of the
That was
park.
great.
As my father taught me, never pass up a chip.
I actually was going to say, when he announced he was leaving politics, this would be the first time since 1959 that a Castro didn't run a Western Hemisphere nation. That's not true. The president of Honduras is Xiomara Castro.
Oh, there you go.
So we have one more to take down.
There is something unique happening across the world, and you do see this kind of thing happen where very akin leaders across the world tend to get elected at kind of the same time.
Yeah.
And I think that that's going to bode well for Europe. I mean, the right-wing movements in France, in Spain, with the Vox Party, in France with the National Rally, in Germany with both the AfD and the Center Democratic Union. There is something happening, and it is a revolt of the people against the elitist nonsense that said you can open up your borders endlessly and hand out cash like it's candy while becoming weaker and weaker in the world.
That was Germany's third try. They finally destroyed Europe. You know, two shots, and they figured this one out.
But even
I give them Franco-Prussian. I think they cheated us 4 times.
Even thinking, that the Brexit preceded the Trump election so closely, and Orban and Meloni. But this goes back much further. You think of Thatcher and Reagan coming up at the same time. This is and why is that? Because we are one civilization, and America is the global hegemon. So that's obviously going to lead trends, and I think that bodes very well for Europe.
I would like to see the phrase "far right" banned from the newspapers while covering.
Well, I like the word far right if you're actually referring to the far right.
Yes,
it really bothers me when you're just like.
What describe you or me or any of us? We're all far right. We're like the dead center of the mainstream.
I remember when you were the alt-right. That was one of my favorite.
I was reading about the Alternative for Deutschland, the AfD party, and the lesbian libertarian leader who thinks that Hitler was a communist. She is a far-right leader, Who knew?
First Lady Jill Biden walking into
Dr. Jill Biden.
Oh, man, I thought I'd seen the last of Doug Emhoff, and he's still there.
I apologize, Dr.
Jill.
Dr. Doug Emhoff. There he is.
There he is. The worst Jew in America, Doug Emhoff.
Wait,
I cannot
he's Jewish?
stand that guy. I cannot stand that guy.
I'm sorry to hear he's a Jew. I didn't realize he was.
Yeah, exactly. He's kept it a secret. It's a big secret. I mean, it was secret until like the last 5 minutes when they needed him to be. But, Oh, God.
They are running a fairly, I have to say, they started punctually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to try and take credit for that clock?
That's it.
I'm just
like
saying.
5
The clock is
minutes past,
running,
but
is running the government.
Well, no, but it began right on time.
Oh, now you're just shifting the definition.
No. These are like announced entries. There's a guy with a staff, and he says, "Hear ye, the Right Honorable Dr. Jill Biden."
Speaking of
Look how
Doug
pissed off she
Emhoff,
looks, by the way. Look how pissed off Jill Biden is.
Look how happy Emhoff is. He's like, I'm out.
I was wondering if he were sad today, like when President Trump starts speaking, what do you think the odds are that he becomes so enraged that he just starts smacking all the women all around him?
Remember that time the entire media just ignored that story?
That's an amazing thing. That was an amazing
Will
moment.
the
Yes.
Emhoff-Harris nuptials last her defeat? Will they survive the defeat?
I mean, as long as they find each other mutually useful, seems to be the rule in Democratic
Democrat
circles.
circles, that's exactly right.
Sometimes in Republican circles too, but mainly in political circles just generally. Like the utility seems to outweigh the morality.
I think Jill legitimately likes Joe, and I think she voted for Trump because she likes Joe and hates
Kamala.
Yes.
Hates Kamala.
Will Kamala go run for something else?
Yes, governor of California.
No.
Yes.
Think so?
That's
Yeah.
right. And she'll stand a reasonable chance because California
what used
doesn't
to be
learn
California,
anything from
yeah.
it.
California
The
is
ashes of
psychotic,
California.
which is why we all left California. Literally all of us.
The greatest state in the country, and they have literally turned it into a dumpster fire.
Yes, because
So
the weather
that
is a drug. People
you think
are happy
Kamala
with
still
it.
has a chance in the wake of
No.
what's happening in California?
Well,
You don't
yes.
think maybe there's a little bit of an awakening there?
Well, I'm hopeful that there could be an awakening. If California can't wake up after the greatest man-made disaster in living memory, then nothing will wake them up.
The problem is the Republicans tend to give up. They've given up on New York and they give up on California. Republicans could win back California after this.
Screw it.
Yeah.
I sure like it in Tennessee.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going back. You're going back.
No. I haven't missed it for 10 minutes.
Stop sermonizing.
These darn Republicans who give up on California. All right, see you guys.
No, the big problem is that for the Republican Party to actually win there, they'd actually have to run on the issues that matter, like running the state well and crime. And they never did that. They always did only on like education.
Right.
You're always going to outbid on education. That's a giant fail. Kamala Harris will run there, and I think that she stands a pretty good shot of winning because, right now it's a high watermark for kind of love for Trump. There always is this honeymoon period. Trump's actually getting one. He didn't get one last time. This time he gets one.
That's right.
But 6 months from now, the left will have reconstituted in some form or fashion, and Kamala, as running for governor of California, now that Newsom has completely blown it, could be the person who says, listen, I ran against him, I only lost because Joe Biden, and give me the shot again. And the intersectionality, we all think DEI is dead. DEI is dead for reasonable people. For California, it's still very much alive.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And so,
And Donald Trump should endorse her if she runs for governor.
It'd be so funny. It'd be so funny.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
What happened to your clock?
They're trying to find Biden. He's wandered off.
They were doing so well. It is kind of disappointing. I like to think that if we could hear maybe somebody saying a prayer or something and be like, oh, yeah, well, that makes sense. But
I don't think so. They're all talking to each other.
yeah, it's probably just all falling apart on me. All my plans end this way.
Barron is like Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
He's dominating everybody.
Oh my
It's
God!
amazing.
Last night I
love
was
it.
talking to Gorka and Cal. I'm sorry.
Gorka's a giant too.
Calvin Robinson. I felt like a munchkin.
I didn't even see Calvin.
Yes, he shaved off that afro. I talked to him for 20 minutes. It was when he walked away. I went, oh, that's Calvin Robinson.
Our friends from the Blaze were at the parties last night. We were at the TPUSA gala last night. All five of us, I believe, and Dr. Peterson, and our buddies Glenn Beck and Tyler Cardin and Gaston Mooney, who are like giants.
Yeah,
they're all giants.
I know. We need to carry around apple boxes when we're around these Nordic,
Speak for yourself, guys.
Right.
And around Walsh.
The problem is that Matt's actually a small forward, but in our lineup, he's the center. We're a very undersized team, right?
Yeah.
That's just what it is. It's a Jewish basketball team, basically.
You guys do make me feel very tall. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I did get home in time to watch your team get humiliated in the what was essentially the Super Bowl because nobody can beat either of those teams.
We were at our fancy ball last night. I was watching the game on the phone.
Yeah,
and I was watching Matt get sadder and sadder as the night went on.
Last moment was
pretty. I was watching Matt and watching his heartbreak, and we were in the loudest room in maybe the history of humanity.
Everyone's celebrating.
And it's just Matt dying inside.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the closing moment of his movie, right? The camera just pans out and it's Matt lonely in a crowd, all sad on the inside. And I was like, at that moment, I realized that Matt had out-miserabled me, which I didn't think was possible, because I hate giant parties.
Oh my God,
like,
giant parties.
Passion, man.
You like giant
You know, I get a kick out of them a lot, and I like seeing people, who you don't ordinarily see.
Yeah.
So I've been to about 1 billion political soirees.
Right.
What is really interesting about this spate of them, we've gone to however many, half a dozen or a dozen, is the group of people is unlike anything you've ever seen in Republican politics.
Yeah.
So you're walking in, there is Conor McGregor,
Yes.
you turn over, here's some rapper, you turn over here. It's
Kid Rock smoking a cigar inside.
Kid Rock smoking a cigar in the
Only one allowed
where
to.
we were, yeah. Yeah.
I will say, I talked to a lot of people at the party last night. I have no idea what
Anybody said, yeah.
You just kind of nod.
There was I
smile.
told Matt
I
this
agreed
last-
to a lot of things that I had no idea what I did. Yeah, okay.
I said this to you last night, Matt, but this attractive woman was speaking to me at one point, and she was much taller than me, again, because Jewish basketball team. And she had leaned down and she was saying something to me. You were standing with me, and I was trying for all my might to listen. And we got to the point where she stopped talking, and it became clear that she had asked me a question. And I had not heard one
No, you couldn't hear
syllable,
anything.
not a single syllable.
I believe you said, I really wish I could have heard a single word you just said, but sorry,
Nothing.
But even that, these events are so schmoozy. That's just what these inaugurations are. And but here, there's just this. There's the slippery kind of slick DC event, and then there's the just exuberant DC event, and this is the latter. It's very fully in the latter.
So I think this was always part of the charm of Trump. On the way here, so we had to walk for 1,000 miles through a blizzard.
Uphill both ways.
Uphill both ways
barefoot.
to get here. And, I was just taking a look at kind of the aesthetics of MAGAville, because DC is now MAGAville.
Yes.
This is MAGA country. So Jussie Smollett should have made his case this weekend, right? He got it wrong. Polar vortex.
Yes.
This is MAGA country. And the thing about the Trump aesthetic that's hilarious is that just aesthetically it's really ugly. Okay, like the Trump hats, right? Like they are.
I love them. I love them.
But no, this is kind of my point, is that everything aesthetically Trump is 1986 family reunion in Minneapolis. Right, like that's it. That's everything.
At
right?
the Mall of America.
At the Mall of America. Right? Like the hats are square and boxy, right? They don't actually fit your head properly. And the ties are too wide. And all the signs are in like Times New Roman font.
It's like it's hip to be square. It's like the 80s.
Yes, that's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. And so somebody was saying, like, why are we playing God Bless America, God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood for the 127th time? And it's like, because you know what? Most Americans actually like this kind of stuff.
They like it.
They kind of like this kind of stuff. It turns out that the aesthetic of the 1980s, we kind of like it. It turns out that Huey Newton, Huey Lewis was not wrong.
We like remembering.
I don't know about Huey Newton, but Huey Lewis was right.
We like remembering back to a time when our nation was still powerful and ascendant and confident. And our hope is that in Trump's second term, we're able to be that kind of.
And now we can all feel like Patrick Bateman, like, hey, left, you like Huey Lewis in the news?
I will say it is bizarre and surreal to walk around D.C. and everyone, everywhere, is a conservative. They're fans. It's like everywhere you go.
Such a change, and I'm looking forward to it because I live, right near here, and it's going to change everything about my actual existence. I love it. Yeah.
And we were greeted as liberators.
Who's this guy?
I don't know. This is a close-up on this.
Where's his tie?
Where's his tie?
Yeah, that's
You're at the inauguration of the President of the United States. This is one of the things I. Who are you?
Oh, he's singing.
He's singing. Okay.
Oh, he's the opera singer. Oh, this guy's
so
good.
You have to have an open throat.
Because I was going to say, that's very Italian of him. But that checks out. That actually works.
Oh man, I feel bad that I mocked this guy.
Yeah, no, he's cool. I've heard him sing before.
Imagine being in the rotunda of the Capitol with those vast acoustic space, listening to this.
Can I get somebody to turn up my ear a little bit? I'm having a hard time hearing this. I guess not.
What's he singing? Because he's not the Star-Spangled Banner.
No.
But at the Trump rallies, he'll sing opera. Actually, like pretty beautiful arias.
I mean, that's normal. That's very Trump, right? It's like Memories from Cats.
Yeah. That's normal. He'll do.
Trump's, he's such a normie. Like everyone knows Trump, right? Like his tastes are absolutely mid, right? They're absolutely mid-brow, right? It's like he likes Memories from Cats, and he likes Nessun Dorma, right? And he likes My Way by Sinatra. Like everything that he does.
Yep, that's absolutely true.
He represents the people.
Yep. He is the avatar of the American spirit of the last 50 years. There's no question about it.
At least.
Even in his garishness
and he always was. This is the thing that, when those of us who underestimate him. So I went from estimating him properly to underestimating him to, I think, estimating him properly. Meaning in 2012, I wrote a column suggesting he should run for president of the United States.
Oh, that's right.
That was when he was running. He was thinking about running against Romney, and I wrote a column in 2012 saying he's the most likely person to win.
Yeah.
And then in 2015, 2016, it was like, okay, maybe he's past his prime and he's too wild, and then he won, of course. And the thing about Trump, that dude's been internationally famous.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
For literally 50 years.
Yep.
For 50 years. I mean, he was in rap videos.
Yep.
Right? I mean, this guy was in McDonald's commercials.
He was in Home Alone.
This idea that the idea that he came out of nowhere, he came out of nowhere politically, but he certainly didn't come out of nowhere culturally.
Yeah.
He was always a representative of a giant chunk of the public, because you cannot be that famous for that long without being a representative of something in the public spirit that people actually like.
Yeah, he's what we said instead of Rockefeller. In the old days, you would have said Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Now you said Trump. All through the 80s. You said.
Especially as a New Yorker, there has not been a day of my life that I have been conscious and not aware of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's not an exaggeration.
No.
So when people said he's this radical fringe guy, I said, what are you talking about?
He's still Trump from the block.
He's still Trump from the block.
Yeah.
I was watching some movie, I can't remember what it was. It's like a 1993 movie, and just randomly they started talking about, like, well, maybe Trump will be president. Like people would drop that routinely.
Yeah.
In like the 80s. So should we be that shocked? Maybe, maybe not.
Roger
Maybe it's just that
Stone called it.
Maybe there was
85 or something.
maybe there was such a cultural disconnect that happened in the post-Bush era.
Yeah.
And Hollywood turned so far left and culture turned so far left that we actually just forgot about the people who were really, really, really famous for a very, very long time in the United States.
It also exposed a lot of this lawfare when they went after him with all these investigations. I thought they've been investigating this guy since I was a child. They're not going to find anything. If he were dirty, they'd have got him by now. He's just not that. He's just not.
Okay, so
I'm glad that we could just talk over this entire beautiful performance.
He wasn't wearing a tie.
He's singing his heart out.
See, the right doesn't care about the arts. That's what I keep saying. Maybe people are going, who was that guy? It's like, how did he get in here?
Well, I mean, it's better than the lesbian dance troupe that was planned for Kamala's.
Oh, God.
Somebody else is coming.
Who is this?
I don't know. It's like a mystery curtain.
No,
I'm enjoying the mystery curtain. The curtain of mystery. It's the Undertaker.
Hey, brother. He starts pulling his shirt off.
Who are these people?
I don't know who any of these people are.
Yeah, I actually don't know.
We're doing a great job of narrating this.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be telling the people at home.
So great job support staff for letting us know all these people who are walking through. I'm going to blame it on you.
Blame it on the staff.
A bunch of random people that we don't know just walk. If you're listening, I'm going to explain in detail what just happened. A curtain opened, some random people we don't know walk through.
But the men
They're
had
probably
ties
important.
on, so that was good.
Yeah.
Right.
Random people who were invited to the inauguration of the President of the United States inside the rotunda.
Mrs. Vance and
here's our First Lady, Melania Trump, entering into the rotunda.
Very nice hat.
Very fancy hat.
She has excellent taste.
Do you think we could put her on the covers of some magazines
now?
Oh, it's coming. I guarantee
If Michelle Obama won't appear on them anymore, I guess there's room for the supermodel First Lady.
That was the pettiest thing about that.
Yeah, ridiculous. She got like Audrey Hepburn taste.
No, she's really got good taste.
Bold to wear a hat too.
Yeah.
It says that you're confident in your sense of style.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
truly.
a great analysis, though. I know, but I just wasn't expecting like actual fashion analysis from our straight fashion correspondent, Jeremy Boring.
We depend on Jeremy.
I like
for
to
the
say
fashion,
straightish.
the fashion commentary.
Yeah, you have any, like color palette analysis of what that means for the future of the country. She's painting in bold colors. She's got the contrasting black and white just demonstrates how bold this presidency is going to be.
It's a concession too from Jill Biden that she decided to wear blue.
Jill looks
unlike on election day.
She looks so miserable. Look,
she does.
She looks absolutely miserable.
Not miserable enough.
Ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural
Do you think that's
Yeah, I think she got what she deserved.
You're a merciful
You know,
man.
God comes for us all. And
That's
his
true.
justice.
Jeffries,
and Senate
here comes,
Majority Secretary,
is the
Honorable
Hakeem
Robert
Jeffries.
Duncan.
Jeffries, yeah. I want you to play that when I come into a room from out. Yeah.
I'm hoping for a Charles II. Trump comes
Ladies
out. He
and
says,
gentlemen,
"Gentlemen,
the
go
President of
home."
the United States, the Honorable Joseph
There
R.
he is.
Biden Jr.
It's his
and Vice
exit.
President
It's
of the
his exit
United
show.
States, the Honorable Kamala Davy Harris.
She is so unhappy. Wow. And why not? Terrible day for her.
Pretty humiliating.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and kick this over to the live broadcast of Donald Trump's inauguration. Stick around afterwards. We'll be back to give you more inane commentary and fashion advice. We'll see you guys there.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here, it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government. 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago, pray. Pray when fighting, pray alone, pray with others, pray by night, pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation.
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office.
the duties of the office
On which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
If you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawns early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets eagerly, the bombs bursting in earth, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that song take us the right way? Our
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Well, there you have it. America has a new president, 47 himself, Donald Trump, just inaugurated in the Capitol Rotunda, right behind us in a unique and celebratory, for the most part, ceremony. And I think that the theme of it could best be encapsulated in a quote from Donald Trump during his 29-minute address. God saved my life to make America great again. Here with the first reaction, Ben Shapiro.
So it's a pretty impressive speech from the former and current president of the United States. President Trump gave a 29-minute address, very short for him. It began with him suggesting that this was the beginning of a new golden era for the United States. That obviously is his ambition. And then he recapped the last 4 years, which he characterized as dark, depressing. I think obviously he was right in all of that. And then he began to lay out an incredibly pragmatic course of action that he's going to pursue immediately. And that includes everything from designating drug cartels terrorist organizations to putting back in place Remain in Mexico, from declaring a national energy emergency to drill, baby, drill. Those are his words, to a foreign policy that's led with strength. He mentioned the release of 3 hostages by Hamas over the weekend. President of the United States also dropped some pretty charged language about what he sees as the future of American territory. He used the phrase manifest destiny to describe the possibility of expanding America's territorial holdings, including regaining some level of control over, for example, the Panama Canal, which he said we did not build for the use of China or ownership by China, which, of course, is exactly correct. The bottom line is this. President Trump said in the speech that he is going to be a common sense president, and that is what you heard. This is a president who is much more focused than he was during his first term. This is a president who actually has an agenda. This is a president who is ready to make that agenda happen in real time. Now, I don't think that it was the most soaring rhetoric I've ever heard from President Trump, but it was some of the most pragmatic rhetoric that I've ever heard from President Trump. Again, it was a shorter address than he usually gives in these sorts of situations, and I think that played to his benefit because, again, and allowed the American public to focus on what he was saying. He suggested that maybe the most important wars we fight are the ones that we never fight, which is a strategy of deterrence that he has suggested in the past and that he pursued with alacrity during his first term. He suggested that when it came to foreign trade, that we were not going to impoverish American workers in order to make people rich elsewhere. We'll see how that manifests in terms of his actual trade and tariff policy. But the bottom line for President Trump is, was, and will be utilitarian. It's going to be about winning. It's going to be about pragmatic winning for the American people. That's the theme that he kept coming back to. And he also, in the more inspirational moments of the speech, I think, talked about what he sees as the future of the country and the past of the country, the sort of pioneer spirit that it takes to cross mountains and settle along rivers, the kind of pioneer spirit that it takes that to, for example, go to the moon and plant an American flag on the moon. There's an aspirational nature that's combined with the pragmatic, utilitarian, on-the-ground stuff that I think is going to make President Trump's second term unique and could, in fact, make President Trump's second term historically unique. It's pretty rare to have a president who's both pursuing the sort of pragmatic, on-the-ground things that are necessary to fix the broken toilet and at the same time pursuing the big ideas, the big, bold ideas. And it's been a long time in this country since we've pursued actual bold ideas. For a very long time, probably my entire political lifetime, we've been stuck in the position of sort of global managerial class, where it's our job to sort of fix things around the world or fix things at home. President Trump did talk about innovation. He talked about dynamism. He talked about shooting for something that was larger. And again, there is to his administration a seriousness of purpose that I think a lot of people found lacking at the very beginning of his first administration. He's learned something. Again, the key line was one that Jeremy mentioned a moment ago. And that key line was that God saved his life in order to make America great again. And I think that because that happened, because he narrowly avoided being assassinated in front of the American people, having his head blown off on national television, I think that he does have a seriousness of purpose. He could sit back on his laurels. He could right now say, listen, I won. I did the thing that I set out to do. I won one term, I lost, and now I came back and I won a second term in historic fashion. He's not doing that. He actually has an agenda. And you can see that agenda unfolding in real time. We were noticing, as this speech was unfolding, the White House site had already shifted over to a picture of President Trump with the label, America is back. And it's worth mentioning right here that on his way out the door, this broke pretty much as President Trump got up to speak, that Joe Biden actually pardoned all the members of his own immediate family in preparation for the idea that Republicans were going to go after them. That's not true. The reality is, again, that President Trump, I think, is not going to be focused, and I hope he's not going to be focused, and I think his speech suggests this. This is not a revenge-minded administration. This is a forward-looking administration that is looking to solve the problems of the American people, that is going to put American interests first on foreign and domestic policy, and then again, is going to be measured by its success. That was the word he used many times during the speech, success. And that's always been President Trump's metric of what matters, is success and winning. I don't think any of that is going to change in the second administration, but I do think the approach will change, much more practical. He actually knows how Washington works now. He's appointing people who are going to break the things that need to be broken. I'm not sure I've ever been more optimistic about the country in my lifetime, which is, I think, a far cry from where all of us were 4 years ago. Our faith has been placed in President Trump as President of the United States again. And I think that the faith of the American people, I hope and I pray, I think as all of us do, that the hope that the American people have placed in President Trump is well justified. Again, it's an incredible moment, and I think we are all feeling that.
Can I just say, that was actually maybe my favorite President Trump speech of all time, because I thought that it was short, it was punchy, it got to the point, it was hopeful and optimistic in a way that we don't hear very often. We haven't heard in a long time from an American president. My favorite part of the speech by far is when he used the phrase manifest destiny. Right. Because I think that we could talk about these practical things. That was the other great thing about the speech, is a lot of practical things we're going to do. But then there's also, okay, we talk about making America a great country. What does that actually mean? What does it mean to be a great country? I think capturing that feeling of let's go out and conquer something. Let's expand. Manifest destiny brings us back to when America was truly a great country. We haven't had. He talked about planting a flag on Mars, which I think is another of my favorite parts of this speech. Because when was the last time America had a triumph, like a historic victory where everyone together as one people celebrated something? Probably the last time was landing on the moon, which was a long time ago. So I think Trump is talking about having moments like that where the American people together are triumphant.
But we should not divide the high-minded, idealistic stuff from the practical, pragmatic stuff. I think, to your point, Ben, the focus that he showed in this speech is clear on both sides of it. So on the one hand, he says, we will pursue our manifest destiny. That is an amazing 10,000-degree view. And then he says, we're going to take back the Panama Canal, that we built that, we gave up our lives for that. We didn't mean to give it to China. We're going to take that. He says we're going to, secure our nation and our border. He says we're going to label the cartels terrorist organizations. Yeah. That means that a lot of cholos with face tattoos are about to get a visit from U.S. Special Forces. There's high-minded and there's practical. Even on the tariffs, when he said we're going to rename Mount McKinley to be Mount McKinley, I was joking with Jeremy off camera. I said, and we're going to pay for it through McKinley tariffs. And then immediately he brought it into his practical tariff policy. So I think the focus and the actual coherence to this policy is so encouraging. I was here for it already. I expected it. And I felt he delivered even more than I was hoping for from the speech.
I have to say, first of all, I just want to say this one thing. I love this freaking country. I love it. I love it so much. I love the bizarreness of it. I love the chaos of it. I love the fact that a Catholic and a Protestant and a Jew and a black guy and a white guy are all praying to God together. That to me, that's what I'm here for. That's why, I left this country for 7 years. When I came back, I knew exactly why I came back. I came back for this. I came back for this moment, but I also came back for this fight and all the fights that we have to go through to keep that thing alive. This wasn't Lincoln's second inaugural. It wasn't like this beautiful let's come together thing. But even though I believe this is a country for all kinds of people, it's not a country for every idea. It's not a country for the idea that you can cut children into pieces for some sexual, craziness that happens to pass through the university system. And there are ideas, just in the same way it's not a country for bigotry, it's also not a country to just let anything happen and enforce it by, bullying people into silence. So in a way, even though it was not a uniting speech, it was a speech saying we just came through 4 years of garbage. Yeah. It was a speech redefining the borders, not just on our southern border, not just on our northern border, but also on our border of ideas. The ideas of freedom, the ideas is liberty. When that guy was saying, let freedom ring, I was thinking, absolutely, let it ring. Because it's just been, we've forgotten it. It's been 4 years when the pandemic happened, the fact that people could be forced out of their churches, the fact that people could be forced into their homes, forced to wear masks, forced to take drugs they didn't want. That is not America. That is un-American. It should be excluded from any vision of the future.
I want to talk about the fact that the New York Times headline tomorrow is definitely going to be most divisive inaugural address in U.S. presidential history. We're going to get to that after a quick word from our sponsors, Helix Sleep, who helped make it possible for us to bring you this broadcast today.
Even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it's coming and fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking, so you are saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move on over to OCI. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/president. That's oracle.com/president. Again, oracle.com/president, and see what Oracle can do for you.
President Trump and President Biden, along with their wives and their vice presidents, exiting the Capitol here, posing for some photographs as they wait for their vehicles, which presumably at this point will take them to, I think typically what happens is the president goes and has a luncheon with legislators, but things are a little bit upside down this week. I'm not sure if that's exactly what's going to happen or if they're going to take him straight to his live remarks at the auditorium here in Nashville.
He might go back to the White House to sign some executive orders.
He's doing the executive orders He's doing the executive orders, they've told us, at 5 p.m. in front of the crowd at the arena. In fact, there's a great photo, I don't know if we have access to it, but they've brought the presidential signing desk out into the middle of the arena.
That's unbelievable.
And it's currently set up where 15 or 20,000 people will soon be gathering.
I think that the optics, because the optics were very weird this time, right? You didn't get the sort of the big spanning vistas that are usually behind
the
us,
National
right?
Mall.
That we set up for and spent a lot of money to make sure that we caught on camera. And because of that, I do think that it actually benefited Trump in some ways. I think that because the speech was quite practical, and because it wasn't nearly as soaring as like a second inaugural by Lincoln or something, because of that, the intimacy of the surroundings, I think, played in his favor. He wasn't booming out about Remain in Mexico over a crowd of 750,000 or a million people. Instead, he was saying it directly to the American people in pretty intimate fashion, and I think that may be something that is worthwhile and that really plays to his benefit, because the truth is, when you're speaking common sense to people, you don't need to thunder it, you just need to say it. And I think that what he did in that speech, and again, keeping it focused, like we had an over-under bet that was going, to be perfectly transparent with the audience, and I went way over. I thought for sure it's his second inaugural, he's going to go for it, right? Whatever William Henry Harrison's record is, you got to put your name at the top of the record books, man. If you ain't number one, you're nothing. But instead, he actually went really, really short for him, and I think that benefited him. I think that I'm hoping that he's starting to understand that the power that he has is best used sometimes as pepper rather than as salt.
You know, I think his sincerity came across too.
Yeah.
I saw Trump at MSG, which is probably one of the coolest speeches he's ever given. And when he walked on stage, I'd never really seen him do that live, oddly enough. And I had this thought, I said, oh, he's Elvis. That's why this works, is he's Elvis, and that doesn't totally come across on TV. Well, on TV, when he brought up God a lot in that speech, and I don't think it was cynical at all. I think it was sincere. I think that guy got religion in a field in Pennsylvania. In fact, I don't know how you couldn't get religion in that field in Pennsylvania. And even there, he tied the ideal to the practical when he said, God saved my life to make America great again. I think he believes that deep down in his heart. I certainly believe that deep down in my heart, and I think it really came across as truthful.
By the way, I'm going to say that I think the Catholics won the invocation game today.
Yes,
Cardinal
absolutely.
Dolan's invocation was I think, the best invocation.
I like all the good
the best prayers I think I've heard in an inaugural.
Yes. And very, I don't want to use the word aggressive, but sincere and definitive. There was not the kind of reticence that I've heard.
The first two in particular were masculine. Yes. That's what stood out about them to me. You don't often get masculine prayers, particularly at events like this. And now we're saying goodbye to President Biden, who's about to enter the Marine One helicopter, which should take off not far behind us.
I'm trying to hold myself back here. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord is with you.
I don't know. It's a very heavy thing to consider, leaving the presidency. Of course,
but not for us.
He is being replaced by someone who knows how it feels.
Also, does he understand that that's happening to him? I mean, I think that's the central question.
He can run again. You only have one time.
America's third non-consecutive.
I don't know if you were watching his face when the singer was singing the national anthem.
He looked like he was going to weep.
He looked like he was going to weep, and not tears of joy, that's for sure.
Yeah. And they were tough on him. Franklin Graham came out and he gave that. He said, this is a great. We've been saved. 4 years were very dark.
I mean, Trump was tough on him. The first 10 minutes of the speech was Trump basically just curb stomping him. It was like, here's all the things that are wrong with the country because of what's happened over the course of the last few years. Looking right behind him.
Here we have President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance seeing off President Biden, whose helicopter is about to take off. I think probably from our jib shot, we may even be able to catch. Maybe able to catch the image.
Well, bye.
Bye-bye.
Catch you later. Now we're all looking for the helicopter.
Is that the No, that's
the news helicopter covering it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it didn't warm up out here, so theoretically they could have done the inauguration out here. It got real nice.
Certainly.
The point you made about security. The point you made about it being a small, intimate area, it made him sound much more confident. He wasn't enforcing his will. He was just saying, "I'm going to do this stuff," and I like that a lot.
Even the little asides work better intimately. When he says, "We're going to stop the persecution of political enemies." I know something about that.
No, you're totally right. If he says it softly, it's different than if he's thundering that to a million people.
Exactly right.
I totally agree with that. And again, I think that he spelled out some very practical policies day one that And if you list those policies, those are 80-20 policies. Those are 80-20 policies. One of the things that President Trump, I think, is really doing here is the thing that you're supposed to do when you get in office, which is focus on the policies where the vast majority of Americans actually like the policy and get off on the right foot. So when he's talking about border enforcement or remain in Mexico or we're going to go after criminal aliens, right? He specifically said criminal as opposed to like all illegal aliens because he can see the polling, which suggests that it's a little bit wishy-washy about like all illegal, like most recent. But criminals is like an 80-20 issue.
Oh, that's right.
He picked a bunch of 80-20 issues. And by the way, one of my favorite parts of the speech that we haven't mentioned yet was him talking about the death of diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? The end of DEI and the return of merit is a huge, huge thing, and maybe the defining feature of what I think the defining feature of what's made America exceptional in the first place. I also want to buy. I said to Drew, I do want to buy some stock in superlatives. If somebody has like an ETF in superlatives, I'm all in. Life savings. I'm going to get a lot of use of superlatives over the course of the next 4 years.
But once again, DEI is un-American. It's just racism. It's just actually institutionalized racism, and it should be just kicked out the door. The fact that we have to have an executive order to declare that people are male and female is like
that almost made me sad.
Yeah, it
when
does.
Trump said there are only two sexes.
And from today forward, American government will recognize that 1 + 1 equals 2. And that's where we've come as a country.
And we sort of have
so
to state that now.
that you have to.
And now we get to the practical business of governing. And I think one of the things that Trump has a lot of latitude to do, and this is one place where he's unique, is because he has built such a broad coalition, when it comes to the actual policy making at the congressional level, right? There's a couple different levels of policy. His executive orders, I think, we're all going to be very, very happy with as a general rule. When it comes to legislative policy, it's going to get messy, and it's going to get messy real quick. Mike Johnson has basically no majority. He has a majority of one vote. One vote. And meanwhile, over in the Senate, there's a majority of 3, but 2 of those 3, but you also have Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins.
Pass small bills reinforcing the executive orders. Don't go for giant omnibus where there's going to be 3 years of negotiations. Every one of these executive orders turned into
but here's the problem. The reason, so here's why that's not going to happen. Ideally, and this is where the battle is going to be, and I think that we need to be practical about it.
Here's President Biden's helicopter taking off. If we go into our wide shot, we'll probably be able to see.
Well,
coming around.
There it is.
There
Wow.
it is.
Wow.
See ya.
Catch you later, dude.
See you, buddy.
Wow, the last time a helicopter took off from this kind of disaster was Vietnam.
I'm going to take a selfie with Biden leaving.
Pretty remarkable.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Catch you later.
Toodles.
See you, pal.
It couldn't come a moment too soon.
All right. Woo! Hey!
Yeah, catch you later.
Woo!
Toodaloo.
Wow.
The crowd behind us equally happy to see President Biden heading back to Delaware.
Well, he'll enjoy some nice beach time with his newly pardoned family.
I will say that some of the most.
He didn't pardon the grandkids, though.
He did not pardon.
We can still go after the grandkids.
Let's get them.
I think one of the most enjoyable aspects of actually being here, obviously it was kind of a cold vantage, and we didn't get the beautiful view of the inauguration that we had expected to have. But we did get to feel the rudders as the former president left, and in the exact moment that President Trump finished saying the oath of office, a cannon salute broke out on the grounds of the Capitol. 21-gun salute.
Terrifying our security forces.
Yeah. You wouldn't have been able to experience it unless you were just right here. So visceral.
Well, to get back to the legislative policy question, I think that one of the reasons you're seeing Republicans say things like one giant bill is because when you're trying to cobble together coalitions that are this broad and this diverse, it is incredibly difficult to pass narrowly focused bills without losing 2 or 3 votes who can then hold up the entire work. So I think that the goal here from President Trump, and it is going to take the bully pulpit to do it, our hope as conservatives is going to be that conservatives do hold up the works enough to actually get some conservative policy in there. At the end of the day, in order for anything to get done, everything is going to be a crap sandwich. That's just the reality. And it's going to be especially a crap sandwich because they can only do this through reconciliation. There has never been, as far as I'm aware, in modern times, 2 reconciliation bills passed in the first year. It's usually 1. And so what they're going to try and do, if they can get away with it with the Office of Management and Budget and with CBO, is going to be whether they can get through border security and reinforcement of the Trump tax cuts. Everything else is going to be executive policy, and that's just an unfortunate way that the government has now come to operate. And that's going to have to be the next step for the American people. Is going to be to elect a coalition of Republicans broad enough that you can actually go through a normal appropriations process when you're trying to pass a damn bill.
Well, if you can't, then you don't actually have a legislature anymore.
Yeah, that is the problem.
That's what it really comes down to.
But that's not the president's fault. That's the legislature's fault for sending all their power away.
Yes.
You know?
I would also like to see a bill, if not a law, if not a constitutional amendment, saying that laws have to be a readable size. That, you know, if you have a 1,000-page law, you don't know what's in it.
Like that continuing resolution. They can do it.
Yeah.
They went from a 1,200, 1,500-page CR down to a 150-page CR overnight. You
I will say, though, that AI is going to change this. You can now, I'm not being glib. You can take a 1,200-page bill, upload it into Grok, and you can ask Grok any question you want about it. It will tell you everything that's in the bill instantly. It is a complete game changer, and I think that activists and watchdog groups will make faster use of this than actual congressmen. We will know what is in these bills instantly from now on.
Well, that's a hopeful
So now they're going
thought,
to get longer, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So a huge day. We have Donald Trump now, the 47th president, going in to have a luncheon with congressional leaders, and after which there's typically a parade, which would go right behind us down Pennsylvania Avenue. Now that's going to take place inside an arena here in Washington, D.C. But we also have big news at the Daily Wire, because with this new 4-year term of President Trump, we're also going to be expanding our news division and really covering D.C. in a much deeper way than we've ever done before. And that includes having a brand new White House correspondent, which we've never had before, and now we will have. And listen, if J.D. Vance's remarks on this are accurate, maybe we'll even eventually get a seat toward the front, because apparently, according to Vice President Vance and Donald Trump, they want to kick the legacy guys to the back of the room, which, wouldn't hurt my heart any. But we do have this wonderful new White House correspondent. She's been with the Daily Wire for some time now. In fact, she was with us for a while, left, and is now back. And it's our very own. I know that I said on X that it was all the guys at the Babylon Bee, who also would have been good at the job. But it is, in fact, our very own Mary Margaret Olahan, who is here with us right now. Mary Margaret.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me back on. And it's an honor to be Daily Wire's new White House correspondent. I don't take this lightly. I'm very excited to bring the news to our viewers. And after the last 4 years, I think it's more clear than ever that new media is so important. We belong in the briefing room. We need to be bringing the American public these stories and sharing with them the truth that legacy media has no intention of ever sharing with them. So I'm excited to be in there. I'm excited to be asking questions of the Trump administration, and I'm excited to be sharing what the legacy media is not going to be asking them as well. So big year for us, a big next 4 years for all of us.
We're really excited to have you with the company, of course, and to have you in this new role. You'll be in the White House on a day-to-day basis, being able to ask the kinds of questions that we haven't been able to ask as conservatives in previous administrations. You look really, really cold right now.
It is very, very cold. I'm standing outside of Union Station here in Washington, D.C., where we've been talking to all of these Trump supporters who, like you were sharing earlier, wanted to be on the National Mall for the inauguration, and unfortunately they can't be. But I will tell you, Jeremy, I have not spoken to anyone that was in a bad mood, anyone that was discouraged, and I might add, it is freezing out here, but they're all beaming, they're smiling. We walked down to Kelly's Irish Times, which is one of my favorite pubs here in DC. The entire bar was filled with Trump supporters. They were so happy and excited as they cheered and watched Trump be inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States. And Tom, who's working the camera with me, and we were saying it's some of our favorite footage we've ever gotten, these Trump supporters reacting to this inauguration. So really awesome day, and it's so exciting to be here.
It's really unique for D.C. I mean, it's the first time I've ever been here and felt like conservatives had a real presence on the streets. Red hats everywhere, sequin vests everywhere. It really is, it's MAGA country in D.C. right now.
It is. It is. You walk outside and you can hear people listening to the inauguration on their phone. A bunch of teenage boys just walked by us and they were singing the whole na 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 song, hey 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 goodbye, about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So it's just so much fun, and the MAGA hats are everywhere. I don't remember this in 2017. I know there was a strong Trump presence, but this is unlike that, and I think part of that is this coalition that Trump has built, whether it's the MAHA moms or or the parents united against transgender ideology, or people who are just sick and tired of the economy being so bad and having criminals come across our border. But it's a really unified front. And look, I lived in D.C. for 10 years. I am not used to this many masculine men walking around or even just happy people being here. So it's a new scene.
Well, thank you, Mary Margaret. We'll be checking back in with you. That's Daily Wire White House correspondent Mary Margaret Olohan. And we're going to go to the Capitol again right now, where newly inaugurated Vice President J.D. Vance is giving remarks.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect to something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth?
You, JD, have got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton. They made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw Mr. Speaker in Washington. They had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they thought
they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
There's just never been anybody like this guy. We've been, the President of the United States giving a second inaugural address off the cuff in the overflow room for people who didn't make it into the inaugural, into the Capitol Rotunda for the inauguration, which included governors and I don't know about legislators, but many other dignitaries. The speech started sort of like the interview with the quarterback after the game, giving you the play-by-play.
Post-game interview.
Post-game interview, and then turned into praise for
of, I think, all of human history.
Yes, but a very personally aimed at Governor Abbott of Texas.
Yep.
And then very funny remarks about First Lady Melania Trump.
My favorite part was him making fun of his wife's hat.
Yeah,
that's bold. Make fun of your wife's apparel in a speech.
That is dangerous.
And then he finishes out.
That is what people love, though, the fact that not only was it inside baseball on the post-game interview, what'd you guys think about this at the thing upstairs, but then even he did a post that speech, and this speech, I didn't know what I was going to give you, okay? A, B, C, D, F. You know what? I gave you all the A+ treatment. Bye.
So we're going to talk about the media's reaction to the president's first speech, which is already starting to happen, and you will not be surprised to hear that they aren't very happy. First, we're going to hear once again from our friends over at Helix Sleep, who made it possible for us to bring you this broadcast.
Hosting the show, being a dad, and everything else life throws at me, I can't afford to waste a third of my life on bad sleep. When you spend 25 years in bed, your mattress isn't just furniture, it's an investment in your well-being. Here at The Daily Wire, we're proud to partner with Helix because they're simply the best in the business, consistently delivering quality sleep to our team and our audience. What makes Helix different? Well, they know one size fits all is nonsense when it comes to sleep. With 20 different mattress options, Helix understands everyone's sleep needs are unique. I took their quiz about a decade ago and matched me with a firm, breathable mattress that's perfect for my needs. No more tossing, no more turning, no more back pain, just consistent quality rest. I wouldn't recommend something I don't believe in myself. My wife loves it, I love it, we put one in our guest room. Now our guests are asking where we got our mattress. If that doesn't sell you, you should also know Helix gives you 100 nights to try it out risk-free. They'll even pick it up if you don't love it. But trust me, you're gonna love it. Right now, Helix is running a huge MLK flash sale. Helix is offering 27% off everything site-wide, plus 2 free dream pillows with your mattress purchase. Just head on over to helixsleep.com/dailywire. That's helixsleep.com/dailywire for 27% off site-wide and 2 free dream pillows. Again, helixsleep.com/dailywire. Thank you, Helix, for sponsoring this coverage.
So still a lot more coverage coming here at Daily Wire Plus of the rest of the inauguration day. We'll be I think each of us going to one of the inaugural balls and continuing to bring coverage of the various appearances of President Trump and J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance throughout the day. Truly a unique inauguration. Yep. And it was, in a way, I mean, as the media is saying, it was a divisive speech, and it was somewhat divisive for an inaugural address. Yep. I mean, one interesting thing about having a non-consecutive second term is that you have a president who does have a grievance. He's coming into his second term, not fresh off of his first, but having been, he believes, unjustly defeated in the election. I think we all agree, unjustly persecuted and even prosecuted by the government since the time of his presidency. And so he threw some jabs.
Yeah, I think that, you know, not to steal Michael's shtick of citing annoying philosophers, but you know, the Hegelian synthesis never takes place here, right? So normally you say there's thesis, antithesis, synthesis, right? You have like one thing and then it's opposite and then they come together in the third thing. Well, what if it just went thesis, antithesis, thesis? Right? Because that's what we just did with the presidency, and I think that's the thing that President Trump is saying. I think what he's saying is, listen, you know, my ideas won. Yeah, my ideas won, right? You tried my ideas, and then you tried the opposite ideas, and then my ideas won. And so why would I stand up here and pretend that there's some sort of coming together around the ideas that lost to me? You tried it. You tried it. You got to see both sides, and then you guys decided with all the bad things on the table. It wasn't as though anything was hidden in this election cycle. We had everything, right? We had a full laundry. We had a full airing of grievances about January 6th, and we had a full airing of grievances about COVID, now about BLM, and about trans, and all that stuff. And you chose me. And because you chose me, now I get to say the thing, which is, I won. This is not an experiment.
That's right. Yeah.
I won. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do now that I won. And all the things that were bad, that you hated, and I think that there was a tacit acknowledgement by President Trump that one of the reasons he's back is because Joe Biden. Yeah. Right? It is because Joe Biden. I mean, my heart soared a couple of times today. One was when President Trump actually took the oath of office and Joe Biden was no longer president. And the other was when we all personally saw the helicopter take off. When the helicopter took off, a load was lightened from my heart, and suddenly, like, really, because every day you woke up in Joe Biden's America, and it was like, what bad thing is this terrible person going to do to the country today?
Literally 15 minutes before he ceased to be the president, he pardoned his entire immediate family, which is one of the most corrupt and now precedent-setting events that we've witnessed in our lifetime.
In 2020, he literally said, you should not do this. He said because there was talk that Trump was going to do this on his way out of office, and Biden was like, you can't do that. That's terrible and norms defying. And now he uses Trump as an excuse to pardon his entire family. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Once you do that, then you have now you've basically excused all criminality by all first families for the rest of time. This will now be de rigueur.
This goes back to the divisiveness of the speech. You know, Barack Obama, the great deceiver, once deceived Americans by saying mostly we fight over the 50-yard line. That was true until Barack Obama. And the thing is, It's not like he's taking over from somebody who increased the welfare state a little bit or, had some programs that we didn't like or something like that. He's talking about people who are actually not just corrupt, but oppressive, anti-American. We're teaching our children anti-Americanism. There's no reason to include them. And the fact, we were sitting around saying, the New York Times just said, what a dark picture he painted of America. I'm thinking, nobody cares what you say.
Yeah.
Nobody cares what you say anymore.
Right. Dark for you, I guess.
Do not represent the people.
And the thing about the pardons, too, is that just the precedent that it sets for such a frivolous reason, because it's not even as though, and we all know this, and Biden knows this, Trump was not going to go after any of these people. He wasn't going to go after the Biden family. It was not going to happen in a million years. The only reason Biden's doing it is just as a last little political stunt to try to make it seem as though Trump is this vengeful dictator who is going to try to put his whole family in prison.
I'm not sure about that. I think he did it because he had to do it because he had pardoned Hunter. I think he pardoned Hunter, and then all of his other kids were like, well, now they're going to come after me. There is this weakness that...
But Liz Cheney, Fauci,
Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
Yeah.
That's a valid...
I do think that he has built up. He had to have some sort of world-shaking excuse for why he wanted to run again. Because the tacit bargain of his election in 2020 was that he was only going to serve one term.
Yes.
And he almost said it clearly during the campaign. And then he basically changed his mind in 2022.
I'm a transitional president.
Correct.
Right.
And then in 2022, he changed his mind and he decided he was going to run again. So the question became, what is the thing that is motivating you to run again? And he basically said, it's that the tyranny that Donald Trump is going to bring upon the world is the reason I must run again. And so he can't let go of that idea.
Yeah.
He can't let go of it, because the minute he lets go of it, then it really defies why he supposedly ran in second place, right? And so he has to keep maintaining that myth. I think people can't handle cognitive dissonance, and Biden is no exception to this. And so he had to just keep maintaining the facade that if he had not pardoned everyone in a 300-mile radius, then Donald Trump was going to go after everyone. By the way, Anthony Fauci actively used the power of government to suppress actually good information being put out by the very guy who's going to end up leading the NIH, Jay Bhattacharya. And the people he's pardoning did terrible, terrible things. They really did.
Yep.
And if he says that he trusts the legal system, which he clearly does not, then he wouldn't have done this.
Yeah.
That's right.
It exposes the whole fraud of what he was and what the system is.
It also, by these blanket pardons for crimes, no one's even been accused of a crime.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no investigation into Fauci. No charges have been brought against Fauci. When you pardon someone for a hypothetical crime, you are removing the power of the people to have any transparency into their government,
It's also
to have any justice within their government.
The Constitution says he can pardon people who have committed offenses against the federal government, and the archivist says that means you have to have committed a crime to get a pardon.
Does the Nixon precedent, though, ameliorate that somewhat? Nixon hadn't been charged with a crime.
That is the one exception, I think.
Jimmy Carter pardoned all the draft dodgers,
Right,
even those who hadn't been prosecuted.
But it was a narrow pardon. It was not blanket.
Yes,
a blanket pardon.
It was a
When Jimmy Carter,
thing that they did.
he pardoned them for dodging the draft. He didn't say anything that you may have done heretofore has now been pardoned.
It's crazy. I mean, it's the letter from the Three Musketeers, right? The bearer has done what has been done, right?
Right.
It's an insane thing to blanket pardon Hunter, especially because, I mean, for all I know, Hunter may have, committed the arson in Los Angeles, given the fact that allegedly, all of his paintings were insured. And no one was that's a joke, guys. It's not real. Okay.
200 paintings. Today.
Who's the insurance company on that?
So a few months ago, that was about $50 billion in art value. And today, I think it's worth less than the canvas they were painted on.
What was it? Nero said, "What an artist the world loses in me." That's, I think, Hunter Biden.
And Fauci probably is complicit in one of the great crimes in human history, is the truth.
Right.
I mean, it's easy to blame the Chinese because the virus came out of China. Fauci was almost certainly financing that, and
helping to finance.
He was demonstrably financing the type of research that was involved in the release of COVID.
I mean, honestly, even if you put that stuff aside, the thing that Fauci did to shut down any possible dissemination of information or alternative points of view with regard to shutting down the entirety of the country, that's the part that to me is if not borderline criminal, actually criminal. I mean, that is a wild thing that happened, and you can kind of feel the stain of the last 4 years washing away. It will be fascinating to kind of think what the legacy of Joe Biden will be 10 years from now, or even I think we all forgot he was, for example.
It's my next blank vote, I think.
We forgot he was president the day that the election was over.
That's right.
The entire world treated Donald Trump like he was president. Joe Biden was an afterthought.
Yeah.
I mean, there were deals happening in the Middle East, and Joe Biden just wasn't even a part of it.
I think it goes beyond that. People stopped treating Joe Biden as the president the moment Kamala Harris announced for the presidency.
That's right.
He disappeared off the stage of history.
But you heard Mike Johnson's story about the fact that he didn't even know what executive order he'd signed.
It's a truly terrifying account.
Yeah.
And from a very credible source.
And none of the press corps has bothered to try to find out who's running the country.
And Biden did an interview, I forget what publication, maybe a month ago, where he was asked in the interview, well, could you have even served another 4 years? And his answer in that interview was, well, who knows? No one knows the future. So finally he admits that, long after the fact.
And one of the things I think that we should do, and this is, here I'm gonna tout a Jeremy Boring original idea. This is an idea that I have touted to congressional leadership as well. What Democrats have demonstrated over the course of the last 4 years, if you didn't already know it under Barack Obama, is they do not care about the institutions, laws, and rules of the United States. They do not care about them at all. And so what Jeremy has proposed, and I think it's quite a good idea, is that one of the key institutions that's upholding the capacity of the United States to function is the filibuster in the Senate. And we know for a fact that the Democrats were going to nuke that filibuster if they got a hold of the Senate, the presidency. They were going to do it. And so what Jeremy's proposed, and if you want to lay it out, you can, but I'm going to do it faster. So in any case, the basic idea that Jeremy proposed, which is a good one, is that the Republicans in the Senate should propose a constitutional amendment to enshrine the Senate filibuster in the Constitution, and if it's not cleared in 18 months, they should nuke it. Meaning that either we're all on board or we're not on board.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Do we want to preserve our norms? Then let's do it. If not, we're not just going to wait for you to be the one.
Because guaranteed, the next time the Democrats have power, they're going to kill it.
By saying that if we don't do it, the Republicans will, which is exactly the shtick. Always, this is the shtick. But nature is beginning to heal. The sun is out, the sun is shining, the birds are tweeting. It's like the end of a Disney movie. Right?
It truly is
the
old Disney movie.
It is actually true that in the moment that President Trump gave his acceptance speech in 2016, it began to rain. And as soon as he started giving his speech today, the sun came out.
God's writing is like
God's
more
writing
obvious.
is on the nose. It is a great day for the country, and one of the things that's important to me is that people remember you're not going to get everything you want. Every president is a mixed bag. Donald Trump will be a mixed bag. You're going to get things that you want. You're going to get things that you don't want. There's going to be disappointments. There's going to be failures. There's going to be unforeseen challenges. But you know who would not have been a mixed bag? Kamala Harris. She just would have been the bag. And just in winning, Donald Trump has changed the course of our nation's history. And so when the challenges come that are in front of us, when the disappointments come in front of us, when he does things that don't feel like what you thought you were supporting, when we get policy that won't be as good on economics as maybe what Ben and I, free economics is what Ben and I would like, or when he has to kill some people overseas and Tucker Carlson gets apoplectic because only our enemies say that we should kill people overseas, or whatever bullshit happens. Just know that we do live in a better world than the world we would have lived in had this not happened. And that's not to say that Trump isn't going to do great things. I think he is. I think the beauty of a non-consecutive term is that he comes in empowered instead of, it's not a stay the course. To Ben, your point is great. He doesn't just have a popular mandate because he won the popular vote. He has a popular mandate because a stark choice was given to people in the timeline and they chose Trump's policies. And so I think he's going to have a very energetic second term. But whatever the outcome of it is a far, far better day today than it would have been if we were swearing in either a second term of Joe Biden or a first term of Kamala Harris. The next 4 years are ours. All of the opportunity is on our side if we will just seize it. So let's seize it. Thanks for hanging out with us today at Daily Wire Plus. We're going to be bringing you more coverage throughout the day. If you're a subscriber, thank you very much. You make this possible. If not, we do still have that 47% off using promo code 47 at Daily Wire Plus. We'll look forward to seeing you next time in Donald Trump's America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Number of documents.
Mr. President, yeah, you're.
Excuse me.
It was a great event. We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're sorry. We might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47.
Thank you, sir. You now have 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that. Yeah, that's important.
That's important, isn't it?
We have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
It was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice to
good.
meet you. Thank you very much. There we go. Take that. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir.
Mr. President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But it was, I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir, on day 1. Plenty more time. Just getting started.
A lot of good work to do. So rarely you want to stop it. That's good counsel.
She tried to look at your documents.
That's when they keep reading.
Thank you.
That was great. That was great. That was great. Standing ovation.
I liked it.
We're going to go right to the right.
in New York City. And to everybody's shock and dismay, he said, "I am going to make America great again. We're going to rebuild our southern border. We're going to restore our economy. We are going to keep our communities safe. And we're going to make sure that America is strong enough to protect our interests and our allies around the world." And I can say that over the last year, as we have taken that message to Detroit, to Philadelphia, to New York, to Milwaukee, to San Francisco, and everywhere in between, that man, our president, has never wavered. And here we are today, and at 12:01, right up the street, he put his hand on the Bible, and he swore an oath to make America great again. So let me ask you, and let me ask all of America, are you ready for America to be wealthy again? Are you ready for America to be safe again? Are you ready for America to be strong again? Are you ready for America to be great again? Are you ready for Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance to be the president and the vice president of the United States of America? Pretty cool, huh? Thank you, America, and thank you for everything that you did to make today a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Byron Donalds.
Whether it was Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, or Nevada, we swept them all, and Donald Trump is president of the United States. For years, they said it wasn't going to happen. For years, they said, no, it's going to be the left's way. But it was the American people who looked the craziness of the left in the eye and said, we need common sense. We need real vision. We need a country that is going to be preeminent above all others. And we need the American people to be put first. And all of you in this arena and around this country, make sure Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. Being here in Washington on January 20th is special for me. This is the day we commemorate the birthday of Dr. King. And as I was sitting in the Capitol Rotunda, as I was watching Donald Trump give the best speech ever at a presidential inauguration, it reminded me to another great speech. And Pastor Sewell in his benediction, I gotta have a talking with him because he was phenomenal. But what it said to me is that in our country, there are no perfect men. There are no perfect women. There are people who were used at a point in time in this country to put this country in position to be better than it was before. And so that's why in the Capitol Rotunda, when President Trump talked about that bullet that went through his ear, and that he is here at this time because God has placed him here at this time to make sure that the golden era of America comes through right now. So yes, we are going to make sure that we get your prices under control and we have a great economy. Yes, we're going to get out of stupid wars and dumb conflicts, and we're going to have peace through strength. Yes, our soldiers are going to be focused on their core mission, and that is to kill the enemy and to come home. Yes, we're going to have the largest repatriation force of illegal immigrants in the history of this country, because the only way you come to America is legally, following the law. All of those promises and more, they're going to be kept starting today at that very desk over there. And I got a special message, and this is for states like California and New York and Illinois. If you want to continue to have a dumpster fire form of government, if you want to continue to mislead your people thinking that your radical policies are the way forward, people like myself in the great state of Florida and Tennessee and Texas and the administration of Donald J. Trump, we are going to show you what true governance is. We are going to show you what true leadership is. And we are going to show the people in your states that they don't have to live with Gavin Newsom. They can have a Republican again in the state of California. And the last thing, because I don't want this to be about red states versus blue states. We are Americans. And the thing that will unify us is the success of our nation. When a young kid can grow up in the inner city and make something of himself, that is success. When a mom can dream about her children and they achieve something wonderful in America, that is success. When an immigrant from another country comes through the right way, and they actually build something and they add to what America truly is, that is success. When we unify our efforts and we can disagree, but still keep the most perfect union ever known going, that is success. Those are the common sense ideals of America. That is the leadership that Donald Trump is going to bring. And I don't care if you're in California or Florida, that is going to be the guiding principles of the United States of America. So buckle up, everybody, because we're going to be unified. We're going to get the job done. And I don't know about you, I'm kind of sick of speeches. On Capitol Hill, a few blocks from here, we are going to get the job done, or people will be moved out of the way. God bless you guys. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and their families. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Charlie Kirk.
We did it, everybody.
It is hard to believe, almost surreal. For those of you that have always had the president's back throughout these last couple of years, when we were at our darkest moment 4 years ago, this is your victory. For those of you that refuse to waver, when they tried to throw our amazing patriots in federal prison, when they tried to silence this movement, for those of you that never wavered, this is your victory. For those of you that are sick and tired of seeing your beloved home be overrun by hordes of illegals, this is your victory. And no longer is this just a rally about what we say we're going to do when President Trump takes office. Now I can say what he's doing right now as we are here in this arena. As we are here right now, President Donald Trump is signing executive order after executive order, 200 executive actions and orders today, some of which include drill baby drill, curb inflation, national emergency on the southern border, and my favorite, that God created man and woman. There are no other genders besides that. No more critical race theory or diversity, equity, inclusion in our military. Our taxpayer dollars will no longer fund our kids to hate our country. It is over as of today, thanks to President Trump. And what you saw from President Trump today, which, by the way, I believe was the best inaugural address in American history. And the reason why it was the best, it was not platitudes or abstractions or empty promises. It wasn't about stuff that the DC regime wants to hear. While they were all sitting behind him, he basically said, the people in this room have been robbing you, the American people. You see, as of high noon, just an hour and a half ago, the 46th president is no longer. And you might think it was Joe Biden, but it really was a bunch of White House staffers that you've never heard of before. Their term is over. It will go 45 Trump, a bunch of White House staffers, 47 Trump. That is how the succession will go. And what we have seen these last couple of years was the intentional destruction and obliteration of our homeland. And in just one day, we're going to understand a very simple truth, that decline is a choice. That when your country is failing, it's because our leaders have decided to allow it to fail. And President Trump, I really believe, is on a mission from the Almighty to save this country in that millimeter miracle where he very well could have been not just shot, but unspeakable things could have happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. And the reason that they wanted to take out Donald Trump so bad, 700 years in federal prison, every possible way imaginable, is because he brings you guys into the room. It's because he brings you into the negotiation. You see, this was supposed to be a managed decline of the United States of America. And just understand what you are living through. You're living through a new American renaissance. And honestly, there were a lot of people that said there's no way they'll allow Donald Trump to be president again. They're going to steal it. They're going to use the machines, and I understand all that. They're going to try to take him out, but never underestimate the will of the American people and the sovereignty of God towards righteous and good purposes. Donald Trump is evidence that God is not done with the United States of America, that our best days are ahead of us. And our marching orders are very simple. Right now, the southern border is being secured and it is being militarized. There are no more illegal entries allowed in the United States of America. Right now, it is right now. Right now, the invasion is over. It is over. And we have to understand that it's going to be more than just executive actions. It's all of you continue to fight in your community. It's all of you continue to understand that this is going to be a bottom-up movement to reclaim our communities, to reclaim our school boards, to make sure our kids love America again. And for me personally, I have a lot of things that I could have done, but the most important thing that I can do and Turning Point can do is to go back on these campuses to make sure that Gen Z is the most conservative generation in American history. I'll say this in closing, everybody. In closing, Donald Trump won the White House largely because younger voters trusted Donald Trump with their vote. It was the largest swing of any demographic, a 35-point swing. For 12 years, I have been focusing on trying to get young people to believe in America, to believe in conservative principles. And I went to campus after campus, and you know, it was not easy work. It was very difficult. But I will, to all the young people of America and Gen Z, I want you to know, President Trump is going to deliver for you so that you can be able to own a home, have big families, believe in this country, and the American dream that your parents once had, you will also be able to enjoy. And let us all together say, thank you, God. Thank you for giving us 45 and 47. Thank you for delivering this country from the most awful people imaginable. Our best days are ahead. Thank you, everybody. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the next Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick.
Good afternoon on the greatest Inauguration Day ever. Today is one of the most important days in American history because Donald J. Trump is right now heading back to the White House. I could not be prouder to be standing before you because 77 million Americans voted for Donald Trump to make sure that it is always America first. So I want to tell you some stories because no president, you know, Donald Trump is now the oldest president to take office, but no president has ever had his work ethic, his energy, or his intuition. So when the president sees a problem, he calls it out. You know it, right? He's the one who said fake news. He's the one who said the swamp. He's the one who said the deep state. We've all heard him say it, and now we all know it's true. And his intuition is always right, so he starts talking about bad trade deals. You know, that's what he thinks. So let me tell you a story about the last day on the campaign trail. So I went to meet the president in North Carolina, okay? He gets up in the morning at 8 o'clock. We get in the motorcade, gives a speech. He goes to 3 states, 4 rallies, an hour and a half each rally, finishes midnight. We start 8 a.m., he finishes midnight, gets on the stage midnight in Grand Rapids, Michigan, speaks for 2 hours. 2 hours, never takes a nap, and when he's on the stage, he's never taken a sip of water. The man is power. He is power. See, no other president will let the administration do it. He's going to help us fix America. So, I've never been in politics before. I spent my life working and building companies, and I worked hard to build a life that really is, it's only possible in America. But on September 11th, when we saw our darkest day, it changed my life forever. See, my company was located on the 101st to the 105th floors of the World Trade Center. We lost 658 of our 960 New York-based employees. My younger brother Gary got killed. He was 36. My best friend Doug, 39. 658 of my friends and colleagues got killed. So 9/11 could have broken us, but we Americans, we're strong. We don't break. So we all, my employees and I, we dedicated ourselves to rebuilding the company so we could take care of the 658 families that we lost. And I want you to know, we received thousands and thousands of cards and letters, and most importantly, we received all of your prayers, and that mattered to us and helped carry us through. So the events of September 11th, they instilled in me a sense of community and dedication for the country. So when the president asked me to join him in his administration, I jumped at the chance. So I was the co-chair of the transition team, which helped pick for the president, helped sort of set him up so he could pick all the nominees. And then I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated, President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce for the United States to serve all of you. So let's talk about commerce. You see, we plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to the wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. We left Americans out in the cold while country after country of this world took us to the cleaners and made money off of us. And that is going to end today. At the start of the 20th century, America was the richest country on earth, and we defended our workers from unfair trade policies with tariffs. And we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did is charge other countries and foreign companies, if they wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The US government had no income tax. Americans got to keep all their hard-earned money, and foreigners paid the price. So now, what's happened? We have the Internal Revenue Service. That means charge us internally. Now imagine politicians who can't even balance their own checkbook, taking our money, and what do they do every year? Let's just take more, let's just take more, let's just take more. So this is how Donald Trump is going to end it and fix it. Last week, he announced that we're going to return America to greatness by creating, and today is his birthday, the External Revenue Service. So if you're always wondering, is some bureaucrat going to cut your benefits? Not under Donald Trump. Not under Donald Trump. It means foreign companies are going to pay if they want to come and sell products to the wealthiest country on earth. And if they want to compete with American workers, then let's just not tax our American workers. It means creating level playing fields, and it means that America will be great by reducing the taxes that we pay and driving the ones that they pay. So what that means is the External Revenue Service will put up tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do. Build the factories in America, hire Americans with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and the ending the decades of disrespecting the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Well, come on now, can't you feel it? The American spirit is alive and well. This is the dawn of the golden age of America because we inaugurated the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. What a day to be in Washington, D.C. You know, I live right across the river in Virginia. And by the way, in Virginia, we know that taxes have to be low, jobs have to be plentiful, and it's your money, not the government's. But we also know that in Virginia and in America, freedom is not free. We know that our military heroes and their families sacrifice everything. We know that law enforcement stands in the breach. We must back the blue, and I want everybody here to give a rounding applause for the 25,000 military and police officers keeping us all safe today in Washington, D.C. God bless America. My friends, we are standing here on the dawn of a new age, and we are seeing the sun set. The sun set on weakness, the sun set on wokeness, and the sun set on a wide open border that has turned every state into a border state. We are seeing the dawn of a prosperous America, the dawn of a secure and safe America, and the dawn of a world that sees peace because we have a strong America. Our new president, Donald J. Trump, has never, ever lost faith in America. They tried to take him down legally. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to even assassinate him. And he never gave up on America. And America, we will never give up on him. And as we stand here on this dawn of the next golden age in America, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to stand every day in support of this administration, to do everything that we possibly can do for America's success.
President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down inflation. He is stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again. It is time for America to be strong again. And it is time for America to be great again. I hail from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know a few great Americans in our history. From George Washington to Thomas Jefferson, to James Madison, to Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty," or "Give me death." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, which are the greatest words, at least in this hemisphere, ever written, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American. And we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
Victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really matters. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. I love you guys. So. And let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's gonna be very exciting. As the president said, we're gonna have a golden age. It's gonna be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again. And yeah. I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Kash Patel.
How do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well. Because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America. But our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story is pretty simple. It's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world, and now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We gotta get to work. And we gotta accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now, we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes.
In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one. Our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether as a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president, the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need y'all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Kash Patel is fired up. The Capital One Arena is fired up. America is fired up. And we are just getting started.
We are. This has been such an amazing day, Kevin. We've been out on the streets talking to everybody. It's so incredible to see Donald Trump once again become President of the United States.
Once again, it feels good. It felt good to see him get up there and just say, I am back. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and joining us here at the Daily Wire. We, again, are just getting started. A lot more coming. Donald Trump will be taking the stage very shortly. You guys do not want to miss it. We will get you there the second that he is on the stage. Don't worry. But this has been a historic event, a historic week, and people here are fired up. I've never felt anything like this.
No, the energy is insane. I mean, just walking around DC, you see like teenage boys walking by singing about Trump. You see someone watching the inauguration on their phone. You see people all over the place wearing MAGA hats. It's just unlike anything I've ever seen in DC before.
I love being somewhere where there's USA chants breaking out spontaneously. Let's get back to the crowd in the Capital One Arena for the inauguration celebration.
USA! 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 The 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. He'll be in a little while. He'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today. One thing I just noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, you're so lucky that I took you on this journey. In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be. Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small team, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow. Before you knew it, the GOP nomination was going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th President of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses, but he's now going to be, he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares. He has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You could say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital. He had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head and he's worrying about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family.
showed him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Told him it was from Doug Knowles from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture, he's staring at the picture, one of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, call Doug and see if he's doing okay. That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot. And I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of it that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide. In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, "Fight!" He will do that for every one of you, for the United States of America. He will always put America first, without question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window. Garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, are you gonna take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is one in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, we will continue to fight, put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. We love you. Thank you.
All right, that is Dan Scavino, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Really powerful moment there of him recounting Trump nearly losing his life in Butler, PA. And Trump actually touched on that in his inauguration address earlier this afternoon. Let's play that clip, an incredibly emotional, poignant moment.
Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason.
Trump talks about that a lot, you know, the impact that moment had on his life. And a lot of people have told us that it had a profound effect on the campaign, on his attitude going forward. You know, we've seen Trump be a little more serious. I actually, Cabot, we were just talking about this, had the privilege of going back to Butler with Trump when he returned to Butler to have another rally there and to commemorate Corey Comparatore, the firefighter and father who was killed when that bullet missed Trump and hit Corey. So this was a really emotional rally. It was in October. All of these people went back, and right before we got there, I spoke to a whole bunch of people who had sat behind Trump the first time he was in Butler, and they saw him get shot. They saw Corey get shot. They almost lost their own lives, but they told me we're going back to sit behind Trump again to show him our support. And it was absolutely amazing, Cabot, to be there and see all of these people returning, not just to this rally, but to the spot where they could have been shot. They were there behind him, and they told me, we want to stand up for the man who stood up for us. Just really moving. I think it's really inspired so many of his supporters, you know, raising that fist in the air, showing Americans, I'm here for you, I'm not a coward, I'm going to stand up for you no matter what happens.
I cannot count how many shirts I saw today and this weekend around DC of people wearing that picture of him raising the fist. I talked to a gentleman who said that he was watching that rally, and it's when he knew. He said, he's like, I'm all in. Yeah. He said, I'm all in on Trump. And I do think for a lot of Americans, that was the moment.
It really was.
And we saw at the RNC when Trump brought Corey Comparatore's fireman's outfit out on stage and walked over to it and hugged it. I think for a lot of other politicians throughout history, it would have felt gimmicky. It would have felt like, okay, really, come on. But it was clearly so genuine in a way that Trump was showing respect,
really
and the crowd resonated with that.
And he's so good at that. I know at that Butler rally, when they were commemorating Corey, he brought out this opera singer to sing Ave Maria in this guy's honor. And there was not a dry eye in the entire rally as we all just stood there and listened to this beautiful music and looked up at Corey's empty chair where they had put a commemoration of this father in his life. And Trump is just like, he really understands how to honor someone. I remember him saying that Corey's legacy was immortal. And you just don't hear people say things like that anymore, but Trump nailed it, and it was really beautiful.
And moments like today at the inauguration are obviously the culmination of the campaign and the election, but it's bigger than that. When you have a president who is quite literally shot in the face, in his ear, who survives, who continues campaigning, goes back to the spot, and then is reelected, this is bigger than that. This is the culmination of surviving that attempt on his life. And I think the connection that his crowd had with him was even deeper after that, and you could see that this week, and you could feel that on the ground.
Absolutely. I think that's part of the reason he had that rally yesterday is because he has such a connection with his base. A lot of people would have skipped it and moved on to the very solemn inaugural events, but Trump wants to be there. He wants to connect with them. And so many of them were here because they love him, and they've been to all his rallies all around the country. And so the streets of D.C. are just overflowing with MAGA hats and happy, cheerful patriots who aren't even mad that they don't get to see it on the mall. They were so cheerful about it.
Yep. So let's hear some more of Trump's historic inaugural address today. Here's how he kicked things off, the vision he has in America. And then again, we'll get back to the stage once the speakers get going again. Once Donald Trump is there, we will bring it to you.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before.
Now, I must confess, my favorite part of watching that speech, beyond the fact that it was Donald Trump being reelected, was watching Joe Biden and Kamala Harris right over his shoulder.
They had to be there. They had to attend.
It felt a little bit like the State of the Union.
Yes.
When you have a president getting up and then you've got the Democrats sitting down the whole time and Republicans standing up and clapping. In this case, Donald Trump saying, hey, the long national nightmare is over. Democrats are out of power, saying we had the most historic victory in history. Meanwhile, he's sitting 5 feet from the person that he prevailed over.
I mean, I can't even imagine what was going through Joe and his wife's heads as they're sitting there watching this transfer of power and knowing that many Americans are delighted with this and thrilled to see them leave.
Trump saying the golden age of America is upon us. And one thing that's worth pointing out is how Americans feel about all of this. Again, we're going to get back to the stage in a minute once the speakers get going. But as Americans, grapple with the fact that he's coming back, there's not much fear in their hearts compared to 2016. There was a poll that came out this week from CBS, and it's worth reiterating. 60% of Americans say they are optimistic about the next 4 years under Donald Trump. So that rhetoric of this is a golden age of America, we are about to accomplish all of the things that were not happening the last 4 years. Americans agree with that. And the most fascinating element of this, the age demographic that is the most optimistic, according to the CBS poll about Trump's presidency, it's young people. 18 to 29-year-olds, 67% say they're optimistic about the next 4 years under Trump. That is a sea change. That is young people realizing, hey, the last 4 years hasn't gone so great for us. And we have not seen that level of optimism from young people in modern history for a Republican.
No, and I mean, this is the age group, the generation that we were told would absolutely go for Democrats. We were told they were very liberal. Yeah. We were told that all these girls cared only about abortion. Well, lo and behold, a huge contingent of them came out in support of Donald Trump in this election, and that was a very important deciding factor. So I think a lot of the people trying to read the room were pretty wrong on this one.
Speaking of the people that we were talking to today, and I want to hear about your experience watching Trump's speech. It looked like you had a lot of fun. Were you at a pub?
I was at a pub. I went to
I'm jealous.
Kelly's Irish Times, which is the second best pub in D.C.
That's the most Irish thing you've said. I went to Kelly's Irish Pub.
Kelly's Irish Times. I used to go there in college. Great place, great people. Tom Stewart and I, our camera guy, went in there to interview some people. We actually went in to get warm because it is freezing here. Yeah. I couldn't feel my fingers. And I asked the manager, hey, do you mind if we interview some people? And they were like, great, you want a drink? And so we go in.
Did you get one?
No, I didn't. I'm not drinking on the job. But we go in, I start interviewing people. And this was the coolest thing ever because the inauguration was happening literally while we were in there.
Yeah.
And so we could see J.D. Vance taking his oath of office, Trump taking his oath of office. As Biden and Kamala were walking around, the whole pub was like, boo! They were so mad. They hated them. And it's just a lot of like really salt of the earth people talking about the inauguration, talking about how they felt about Trump, how far away they came from. And we got some really good interviews that I'm really excited to share.
Let's have a look at some of those interviews. I want to watch it. I want to see if you're being honest about not having a beer while you were in there. Let's play some of that footage.
Where are you from?
We're from Connecticut.
I'm from Ohio.
Charlotte, Pennsylvania.
Came down from the Bronx, New York, so here we are.
Fort Myers, Florida.
Wow, how long did it take you to get here?
Maybe 10 minutes.
North Carolina. New Orleans. I'm from Florida.
Okay.
And I'm a naturalized citizen. When I was 6 months old, I did the proper way, and I'm excited. I love being an American.
Did you travel here all the way from Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Red State in Arkansas, baby. Oh, yeah.
What do the shirts mean? Were you there?
Yes. Of course we were there.
What part? Were you? You weren't inside, were you?
We were outside.
Outside.
We came close, but we didn't go in.
What's with the getup? Are you a Trump fan, maybe?
Just a little bit.
Why do you like him?
He is for the people. He might be a troll, but trolling the Democratic Party, but he is for us. He absolutely loves Americans. He's going to make the country great again.
He's from Queens. We're from the Bronx. That's number one. We've seen him our whole lives since, I seen him in the 80s. They never wrote anything bad about the guy for years and years and years, and all of a sudden when he started to run, they attacked him,
But he made it anyways.
Made it anyway. They couldn't stop him, That's what we like about him. He was relentless.
He's the man. He's alpha.
New day for America. We got too many fires out there. We got to get rid of it. We got to do something about California right now.
He's the best. I mean, he's for the country. He's for the people. He's not a politician. He's a businessman. And he does what he says, and he's going to get this world and this country back to where we were.
Border control, just trying to get this country back the way it's supposed to be.
I got to see my cousin JD get inaugurated into vice president. Is he really your cousin? Distant, but yes. This is a really great spot to watch the inauguration.
It is. It's fun. Everybody here is nice. We're all having a good time,
Now we're just enjoying our president.
Yeah, everyone here is so excited.
Yeah, everybody's happy Donald Trump's back. The country needed it.
I think it's good that everyone comes together to celebrate stuff like this.
It's our first time here, but it's great in here. The atmosphere is great.
It's my birthday, but the most special day, we got a president. His name is Donald Trump.
Day one, what do you want him to do?
Biden getting the hell out of Washington. That's what I want to see first.
I'm super excited to see him be vice president today. They're booing. They're booing Joe Biden.
I have a subscription. I think you guys are the best.
Nice. Who's your favorite host?
Oh, that's a tough one. Matt Walsh. Sorry.
What's his name with the beer?
Matt Walsh.
Love that guy. I was walking down the street a minute ago.
No way! Jordan Peterson.
He's my hero. That dude is awesome. What?
Wait, so you're a Jordan Peterson fan?
Huge Jordan Peterson fan, of course.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
My boy, he's back.
Make America great again. Thank you so much.
All right, I am officially very, very jealous. I want to go just for every sporting event in the future, every political. I want to go to some debates and just sit in that pub.
It's our new strategy.
That
we
is
gotta
awesome.
do this. Okay, now your turn. I want to hear about who you were talking to and where you were.
Yeah, so I was in a hotel ballroom, or in a hotel lobby, actually.
Okay.
I'd wandered in to get some coffee, warm up a little bit in between hits on the show. And there was this impromptu watch party that happened. There were 300 people crammed into this Westin lobby, and there were TVs everywhere. The volume was all the way up. People were screaming. There were bottles of champagne that people were buying, and
Love
they were
it.
pouring them out, and people were just giving free bottles of champagne
So
to
fun.
everyone. Again, I did not have any either, so we're both,
I don't know. We're gonna have to check that one too.
yeah, we're both doing great on that. But it was, I think, also indicative of how flexible Trump supporters have been with this entire experience. With this frigid cold weather, again, for those who don't know, they had to move all of the ceremony inside to the Capitol. That is why we're in the Capital One arena right now, because they moved the parade essentially into the arena. So only 25,000 people were able to get into that. There were 100,000 people outside. I was there all afternoon. A lot of people couldn't get in, but the flexibility they've shown and the fact that so many people still came to DC knowing that they would not get to actually participate and view directly on the National Mall, the inauguration, says a lot.
It blew my mind when you look at how many people are on the streets of DC today. I came into this thinking, I knew I was going to be out on the ground covering it, and I was kind of like, all right, it's going to be cold. We'll see how it goes. I thought a lot of people would stay home, but you're totally right. Everybody still came. And I think I mentioned this earlier, but I thought there would be a little more bad attitude about this. The whole mall behind us was supposed to be full of people celebrating Trump's inauguration. And yet everybody I've talked to and kind of been like, okay, what was your plan? What are you doing now? They're all still super cheerful and happy. They have nothing but good things to say, and they said, we're here to support Trump. He's the man, is what pretty much everyone said to me, and they're just so excited and happy, and they're sightseeing and monumenting and having the time of their lives, which I wasn't expecting at all.
Yeah, I came here in 2017 for the inauguration to cover it, and it was a very different experience than this, where, again, everyone was out on the mall, but there's something to people all sort of embracing the idea of rolling with the punches and saying, this isn't what we expected. But that's okay.
Yeah.
We're still going to find a way to celebrate. We're still going to find a way to party. And the entire city right now, it's this fun atmosphere where everyone is popping into these sort of impromptu pop-up watch parties.
Right. Everywhere you go, it's like a bar. It's Kelly's Irish Times. It's the Dubliner. It's filled with MAGA hat wearing people, and they're all having fun and hanging out with each other.
And that has been a cool thing for us to get to witness. So for those of you at home, not here in DC, come to the next inauguration. 4 years from now, maybe when J.D. Vance is being sworn in, try and get out here. It's a historic thing, and we know this is a day that none of us will ever forget. So thank you for choosing to watch it with us here at the Daily Wire. Now, we have a lot more coming your way. Again, we're going to get back to the stage once the speakers get going, and of course, Donald Trump will be taking the stage soon. But right now is a great time for people to become a Daily Wire member. If you're not a Daily Wire member already, today is the day. Celebrate Donald Trump becoming the 47th president by getting 47% off your membership. Go to dailywire.com/subscribe. Become a member today. Join the party. What better way to celebrate number 47 than getting 47% off? Now, Mary Margaret, our colleague, Cassie Akiva, she was also up to some fun today, I believe.
I believe she was. She was scoping out all the protest activity around here. And of course, she's an expert on this because she was here in 2017 when there were some very crazy protests and riots and burnings of things. So let's go to Cassie and see what she found out.
I'm Cassie Akiva with the Daily Wire, and right now I am at the anti-Trump and anti-Israel protests just north of the inauguration, where there are all sorts of groups here. It is truly an intersectional jungle juice, where we have socialist groups and anti-Israel groups. We have a group representing the socialists at Google that are against defense contracts with Israel. We have Trump effigies. We have Trump depicted as a pig. We have a guillotine here, and we have people just chanting and coming together in this freezing cold weather. They're passing out hand warmers and hot drinks, and they're determined to still have an event here, even though the turnout was quite low. I'd say in total, at maximum, there are about 500 protesters here. A lot of protesters who I actually recognize from previous protests at the DNC. So they're coming together, all the different groups, and they're going to be protesting here for the next 2 hours.
I'll ask you about last night.
As Donald Trump would say, sad. What a sad protest. Maybe 100 people there. Although the legacy media will say 40,000 protesters turn out for massive protests.
They love the thousands or like tens of people were there, which is a reality.
There are dozens of us. That's what they were saying.
Okay, wait, Cabot, you were there in 2017 too, right?
Yeah.
Tell us what happened when Trump was inaugurated last time.
Violence happened. It was scary. No, it really was scary. The amount of fires that I saw set, the amount of windows that were shattered and torn up. And now I think business owners are aware, hey, if liberals and leftists get upset, they're going to break stuff. Right. So if you go through the city, a lot of the area here has boarded up windows. People worried about that happening. People weren't really ready for that in 2016 and 2017 at the inauguration there. And so I saw all sorts of Antifa riots and far left protests, people burning and flipping over cars and breaking glass. It was very scary to be a part of. But I do think it's noteworthy that in 2025, we have not yet seen that. Praise the Lord, we have not yet seen that. And I think it speaks to a broader vibe shift, if that's what you want to call it, where they haven't been able to muster that same sort of widespread vitriol towards Trump.
Right. There's a completely different sentiment around Trump. And I've been talking to a couple people about this today because it's so striking, the difference. Trump has really gathered around him a different cohort. It's very bipartisan, if you will. He's got the MAGA moms. He's got the parents that were frustrated with gender ideology. But he's also got a whole contingent of NFL players and sports athletes, musicians. We had Carrie Underwood singing at the inauguration today. Oscar de la Renta, the designer of Melania's clothes, was posting about her and Ivanka, and I believe Usha Vance as well. These were not things you ever saw in 2017. Everyone was blacklisted. If you uttered Trump's name, you were dead to society. And now we're just proclaiming Trump's name from the rooftops. I mean, you have like Conor McGregor showing up to events, touting Trump, praising Trump. It's just
hanging out with Ben Shapiro.
Hanging out, and me, actually.
Now, I want to get to some of that footage.
Yeah.
I want to see you on the red carpet, Mary Margaret.
This
is just you showing off that you were on the red carpet
I know,
last night.
I peaked last night.
But first, I think we're going to get to some of the more protest footage, some of the riot footage, if we'll call it that. Let's have a look at what's going on around the city. This was in 2017, I should say. Just a reminder for people at home of what was going on back in 2017 compared to that sad, pathetic protest today. So I was there on the ground seeing these scenes firsthand, people breaking glass. There were cars that were being flipped over, police cars being set on fire. It was absolute chaos. And again, I think people were caught off guard because this was Trump coming into office. We did not see that, though, today. We have not yet.
I mean, I had a reporter friend in 2017 who had Antifa follow him and throw a brick at his head because he covered them. It's just a wildly different contrast to today where everyone's reporting on what they will, but I haven't seen, I think I saw maybe like one very frail-looking Antifa member at the People's March a couple days ago, and that's it.
And you could have just said Antifa member. We would have known they were frail. You didn't have to say frail Antifa. It's just a little repetitive.
Good point.
But speaking to this broader vibe shift, though, Michael Knowles put it very well when he said, Trump is normal. And for some people, that would be like, okay, that's sort of patronizing. But that is the left's worst nightmare. The idea that Donald Trump could be normalized to the point where supporting him is no longer this, step of bravery to come out, where now it's like, oh, okay, you support Donald Trump? Okay, no big deal. He's normal now.
Exactly. It's so interesting because if you think about even 4 years ago, it still was not acceptable to openly say that you supported Trump. And now it's just so much more publicly acceptable, for lack of a better word, to talk about it. And that social stigma that accompanied it really seems to be vanishing.
And it did not work with voters, but Democrat politicians still tried it. And one of the most infuriating moments today, came when Joe Biden welcomed Donald Trump and Melania to the White House. And he, in a friendly voice, he shouted out as Trump approached, he said, "Welcome home," in a nice voice. Now, on its face, that's a nice moment. It's like, oh, Joe, you know, you're being a good sport about this. You're saying welcome home. But when you really think about it, Joe Biden told the entire country that Donald Trump is a fascist.
Right.
He said that Donald Trump was a fascist.
And even worse, he had Donald Trump's home raided in efforts to put him in jail.
Yep.
I think, you know, I was with a coworker when we were watching that happen, and she was furious, or she was just like laughing about how rude Melania was to Biden and Jill. And I said, look, Melania has every reason to be furious about this. You know, they treated her and her husband with contempt. They painted them as fascists. They said they wanted them in jail. Melania turned up her nose at them, and I thought, you know, she was justified.
And the fact that Joe Biden today welcomed Trump to the White House, said, "Welcome home." Yeah. All that means is that he knew all along Trump wasn't really a fascist, as we all knew. Trump wasn't a fascist. Trump wasn't Hitler. And the fact that now he's saying, oh, shucks, well, you got us this time. We lost. Come on in, Hitler. Literally. It shows that they knew all along this was a lie. And Americans should remember that. They should be upset at that. And they sent a message on Election Day in November that said, we don't believe you.
Right.
You have lied to us for too long. All right, Daily Wire's Cassia Kiva right now is standing by at Capital One to see who will be next. We'll get you guys back there to the stage shortly. As of now, Donald Trump is still at the inaugural luncheon, but later he will head to Capital One as well to speak to the public. We've already heard from a number of big names.
Yep, we got
Glenn Youngkin, I believe a guy, what's his name? Elon
Musk.
Elon Musk, he was there. Kash Patel. It has been wild, and last night was wild as well at the election, or at the inauguration victory celebration.
Eve. Yes.
This is me bragging to you that I was there. You got to go to the red carpet. I got to go to the election, or the victory rally. Let's get to some of that red carpet footage so that you can show everyone the glamour at the Turning Point USA ball and some of the big names out there.
Yes, we had some great interviews.
Let's see some of those.
We talked last time about some of these bad actors in the Biden administration that might hang on and stay in the Trump administration. How do you plan to root them out?
Well, look, I think some of the executive board is going to address that, but you know, President Trump put a good team together. I'll be working very closely with Kristi Noem. She's brilliant, and she's going to clean house at DHS. Of course, you got Kash Patel, who's going to clean house at the FBI. So we got some house cleaners that Trump brought in. I'll be at the White House, so I'll just be sitting back watching the show while I run the deportation operation.
Tom Homan, the Duke of Deportations.
And Cabot's nickname, we love Tom Homan. We had so much fun interviewing him in Phoenix before Christmas. He's a very interesting guy. I loved talking to him last night. You know, he's really the same on the red carpet as he is on Fox News or when he interviewed with us, just like shooting straight, always going to give you the same answers. I tried to get him to tell us about some of these executive orders, and he just kind of looked at me and was like, no.
No nonsense. The man himself, Tom Homan. Another man who will be familiar to many Americans. This is the one I'm most jealous of.
Yeah, this was good.
As a guy who loves the UFC, who has a painting of Conor McGregor in his home, which his wife has asked him to get rid of many times because it's strange that I have that painting.
It's a little weird.
You got to talk to UFC superstar champion Conor McGregor.
I did.
What was that like?
So I asked him some important questions because my father and brothers this is like one of the biggest days of their lives, not just because Trump became president again, but also because Notre Dame is going to win the championship tonight. So of course I had to ask Conor McGregor about this. It's a really good clip. Take a look.
Oh, amazing to be here. I'm very excited, very optimistic about the future. And it's a good time here in the United States. I was here the last time Donald Trump became president in 2016, and the energy and, you know, the response is night and day, which is a testament to how he done as a president in his last run and how he's handled himself since.
What do you think is different this time around?
Lessons learned, hard lessons learned, and a backing of his country now. I feel the people are backing him, and I'm excited to see him go do it. I hope he does, and I wish him all the best.
We do too. We heard that you might be running for president of Ireland.
We will see. We will see. We will see.
Okay, most important question. Who are you rooting for? For Notre Dame or Ohio State?
Fighting Irish, baby. Notre Dame all day. Go Irish.
I love that clip so much. Makes me laugh every single time.
That is awesome. Again, everybody, we are waiting for the festivities to continue rolling on in the Capital One Arena, where there have already been a number of big name speakers, but still to come, the man himself, the 45th and now 47th President Donald Trump. We'll get you there the second that they go live. A lot more coming your way. But for now, we have a big announcement that was made today by our own Jeremy Boring. I am now sitting next to a certified White House correspondent for the Daily Wire, Mary Margaret Olahan. Let's just give it up. Let's all clap. I'm clapping. I'm sure all of you at home are clapping. Mary Margaret, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. This is a huge opportunity for me. I think it's a huge opportunity for Daily Wire, and it's just really important. We want to be in the briefing room. We want to allow our audience, all of you guys, to have a chance to see what's going on in there. And it shouldn't be dictated by these liberal reporters from legacy outlets who are in there asking questions that have been predetermined, that they're not going to be asking what you all actually care about. So I want to get in there. I want to work with our Daily Wire team and all of our Daily Wire hosts to figure out what we want to be hearing, what we want to be asking and learning from this administration. And I think we're going to have a lot of fun.
What types of stories can our audience expect to hear from you over the next few years, and the types of access that you're going to be getting in the White House? What can they expect?
Well, we're really excited because we've heard that the Trump administration is looking into shaking things up. So they're not going to go along with the old, very established legacy media rules and predetermined seating arrangements and things like that. So we're very excited. We're hoping that they're going to shake things up, which would be great for us and our ability to get access. But in the meantime, we just broke a really big story this morning. I was excited to get an exclusive on an executive order that Trump signed today on the weaponization of the government. So, of course, Kevin, we know, we've talked about this so many times at Daily Wire, how the Biden administration really targeted people that they disagreed with, whether it was just plain conservatives, whether it was Latin mass Catholics, whether it was pro-lifers, whether it was people that were talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. All of these things made you a potential target of the Biden administration. And so under this executive order, Trump is directing his future attorney general, probably Pam Bondi, to compile a list, to come up with, search through, scour through all these records and find examples of how the Biden administration targeted people, and to potentially punish the people that did this, because they inflicted a lot of harm on a lot of pro-lifers, a lot of conservatives, religious Americans, even people who disagreed with Biden on very weird, specific things. And I'm told that they're going to take action against these people and once they find it out. So, Mary Margaret, as you take on this new role of White House reporter, and we see you already breaking exclusive stories from the White House, it's so exciting. But I'm interested in, that's a wonderful, positive story that I think people will be fired up about. But one thing I did hear a lot from our audience today was saying, hey, we won, but we can't take our foot off the pedal. We gotta hold our leaders accountable, not just assume that these victories are gonna happen. What are you gonna be doing to hold the administration accountable, sort of hold their feet to the fire? What does that look like? Well, I think what that looks like is just asking the questions that might make you feel uncomfortable sometimes. I think one of those is the pro-life defendants who are in jail right now. We talked to people today. I talked to Matt Walsh about this last night on the red carpet. There are pro-lifers who are in jail right now who were put there by the Biden administration. There's a lot of people, Matt Walsh and myself included, that think that they don't belong there and that Trump has promised to get them out. He said he's going to look into their cases, and if they're unjustly in prison, he wants to get them out. That's definitely something I would like to hear more about, because we've heard a lot about how he's getting the J6ers out. Awesome. But I think we want to hear more about that as well. So just following up on these questions that we want to learn answers to, and then being persistent like we always are when we need answers. I love it. Mary Margaret Olahan, again, our new White House correspondent. So exciting. And that first story you broke, people can go read that on the Daily Wire right now. Absolutely. About how the Trump administration is going after the weaponization of the federal government and holding people accountable, not just saying, hey, you guys did all this bad stuff. Okay, we'll let you off the hook. No, but saying there have to be consequences. Yes. And Donald Trump talked about that weaponization of the federal government today during his inauguration address. Let's have a listen.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
That was the part from the watch party that I was at that had the crowd going the craziest. When he said that moment, when he said it will be the official policy of the federal government, there are only two genders, before he could even finish the sentence, people were going crazy.
It's so interesting how this has radicalized people. I mean, I am radicalized by it. Obviously, there are only two genders. But the way that this has reached even the most secular people, non-religious Americans, everyone knows this is just absurd. And we've talked about this, Kevin, but I always have to bring it up. Trump's campaign ad, where he highlighted Kamala's craziness on gender ideology. He highlighted how Kamala had literally said she would support taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries for illegal immigrants. And all he had to do was to play her own words in his campaign ad, and it was the most viewed ad of his election cycle. And then they did another one where Charlemagne the God reacted to that ad and was like, that's insane, I can't believe Kamala supports that. And that was one of their highest performing ads as well. And I think the reason I bring it up is just because everyone was so radicalized by this gender ideology. They pushed too far, it went too hard, and Americans came out and said, no, we're done. We don't want you telling our kids that there are all kinds of genders. We don't want you pushing radical gender ideology down their throats. And so this is just Trump following through on his campaign promises to stop the craziness, stop the gender ideology, and to return our country to normalcy.
This is truly one of those lines. Trump saying it will be the policy of the federal government that there are only two genders, man and woman. That's one of those lines that 20 years ago, if the president said that at his inauguration, everyone would go, yeah, duh. Why are you saying that?
I mean, a line in a funny movie, like a nonsense line.
Yes, but now you actually have to say that.
Right.
You have to come out and say, okay, we're going to go back. And I do think that is one of those issues, especially as you've talked about a lot on Morning Wire, that it's one of those issues that a lot of suburban moms, suburban women, which was such an important voting bloc, a lot of those women said, hey, that's a more important issue to me than abortion.
Yes.
That's an issue that is actually going to fire me up and get me out to vote. And it's something that also the far left, I don't know if they're going to give up or not. And you got to interact with some of the people on the far left at the Women's March. I messed up. It's not the Women's March. They've renamed it.
You're not inclusive enough, Kevin.
It's the People's March?
It's the People's
Why did they rename
March
it?
now? Well, because
they don't know what a woman is.
They don't know what a woman is, and also, didn't you know that not just women can get pregnant? That's a new thing now, apparently. You could get pregnant, apparently, according to them. This whole thing was crazy. We had a lot of fun, though. I love going to the Women's March, Social People's March, because all you have to do is put a microphone under their mouths and let them talk, and you get some really interesting and exposing comments. So let's see some of those, because I want to show you guys one on Lake and Riley.
Especially the Lincoln Riley bill is an immigrant bashing bill that has to be defeated now, and I think that we must take mass action to stop these ICE terror in our community, and we want to raise wherever we are in our community, we have to build defense guard against ICE raids and deportations.
Do you know who Lake and Riley is?
When I read it, I kind of retained the information, but I didn't retain it.
I think she was killed by a guy that was an illegal immigrant.
Huh?
I think she was killed by a guy that was an illegal immigrant. That's part of the reason this bill is a big deal.
Yeah, I think that might have been the case. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, are you supportive of measures to, protect the border from criminals and people like that?
I mean, I think that has been a really right-wing rhetoric. Crimes happen everywhere in the world and in any community, and to paint a picture that illegal immigrants are coming in to be terrorists and criminals, that's just plain racist. And so like we are for open borders and for like citizenship rights for all with or without papers.
So open borders, unrestricted immigration, shouldn't matter who you are.
Yes, exactly.
So that was very representative.
At least he came out and said it.
He did say it. That was very representative of how a lot of these protesters were acting. Of course, they have very strong opinions, but they don't totally know how to explain them. And of course, we know Laken Riley is a young woman who was brutally murdered by an illegal immigrant. The fact that this kid is out there talking about this bill and bashing the Laken Riley bill without any knowledge of who she is or any empathy to her death is very indicative of how this whole movement reacts to the news. So there were a bunch of other people we talked to that really didn't have any idea what they were talking about. We made a little compilation, and I think you're going to enjoy it.
How do you feel about Trump being inaugurated this weekend?
I think that Trump is chaotic, and I have no idea what he really is doing. He's trying to keep the country in a bit of chaos, and this is one more thing to attack women. I am actually, I identify myself as worshiping Jesus, and I'm all about the fact that Jesus gave us all brains and hearts so that we can care for each other. Mm-hmm.
So what is your biggest concern about him becoming president? Is there a right that you're worried that he's going to take away from you?
The hateful speech that he promotes. It's disgusting. It disgusts me for my children and my grandchildren now, and it's disheartening to me as a woman and a person in this country. We should be better than that.
And you're here today, against patriarchy. A lot of fun.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Be glad we want equality and not revenge. Oh my gosh, that scares me a little bit. Tell us about that. What does that mean?
Just, you know, with all the things going on with Roe v. Wade, we just want that.
Can we ask you about your flag? Ask you? What does it say? Elect a clown, expect a circus. Tell us about this.
He was really disorganized coming in the first time, and it's all about fame and fortune for him, so I don't expect a lot of organization. I mean, he's got a few good people he's picked for his cabinet, but...
How do you feel about Donald Trump, and what are you worried about for this next administration?
I just don't like him as a person, and I feel like what he represents is not aligning with what we need for this country. And yeah, so I'm just scared in general for what's going to happen to us as women and as people. Yeah.
So you want as many women to be able to get whatever abortions they want?
Sure.
Do you mind if we ask you about your sign?
Sure.
Cool. So it says women's rights are human rights. Tell us, expand on that for us.
It's a quote from Hillary Clinton. Years ago, she went to China, and they allowed her to speak publicly, and that's what she announced to China.
That's super interesting. We're always interested to talk to men who are allies for women's rights.
Masculinity is part of the patriarchy. It's also connected to misogyny, racism, colonialism. They're all dovetailed together.
What are you most concerned about when it comes to this next administration?
For me, I think it's everything all at once, kind of. There's not really one specific thing for me. I think it's all goes together, and it's all kind of the same.
I can't believe that we're having to do this all over again, and at this point in time, it's ridiculous. So yeah, I am here for my daughter who has autism. I am here for my granddaughter who's 10 months old because she is the future, and we need to make a change.
What are you the most scared about?
Mostly women's rights, and I mean, there's just so many. I don't think I need to get into it.
What made you come with your daughter today?
Because my daughter has less rights than she did 18 years ago whenever she was born. We have now somebody who is found guilty of, sexual crimes against women. We are seeing more people in office who are being, interviewed for positions within the government who are abusers of women. And so it doesn't matter if they're sexually active or not. If my daughter is assaulted and becomes pregnant as a result, she should be allowed to terminate that. It shouldn't be her burden to bear for the rest of her life.
So the crowd didn't look huge. When I think of the Women's March of the past, I remember it being a huge audience. How much of a difference was there?
This was very, very small. It was, I think most media outlets were saying thousands as opposed to the massive sprawling march there was in 2017, which weirdly enough, I went to, not as a feminist, but at the time it was kind of marketed as like, oh, all the women are going, and these liberal girls that I knew in college were like, want to come with us? We're taking pro-life signs. So I thought, let's go. And we went, and it was not what I thought it was. And I was very disappointed.
Very disappointed. But those protesters are not disappointing me. That was entertaining. We are going to get you guys back very soon to the Capital One Arena. Donald Trump, the luncheon is finished. He is making his way there shortly. You guys don't want to miss his speech. It's going to be wild. But right now, Daily Wire's own Cassie Akiva is inside of the arena. Let's head that way to get a feel for what is going on right now.
I'm Cassie Akiva with the Daily Wire, and right now I'm at the Capital One Arena where President Trump will be arriving soon. We have some people getting really excited over here. What's going on is we're hearing from Trump surrogates, including Kellyanne Conway, Dan Scavino, and Elon Musk. People have been very hyped up, and we're waiting for Trump. He's running behind schedule, but he will come here onto the stage, and he's expected to announce more executive orders and sign them. There is a desk set up, and there is a podium that they just put the new press seal, or the new seal on for the President of the United States. So things are going well here. There are supporters all over the place. There's not a spare seat at all. There's also the hostage families. They're in the front row, and all sorts of other reporters. There's a VIP section for different law enforcement officers and first responders, and everyone's just waiting for the president's arrival.
All right, thank you very much, Cassie. I was in the same arena last night for the victory rally, and if anyone sends you footage of what appears to be Cabot Phillips from the Daily Wire doing the Trump dance during the YMCA, that was not me. It was just definitely not me.
Your doppelganger.
It was me, because it was an insane, fun party in there. We got to see Billy Ray Cyrus singing earlier in the day. The performance from Kid Rock was wild. The dude has still got it after many years of performing. It was a party in there. And I'm interested to hear what Donald Trump does differently from the address today.
Yeah.
The inaugural address, which was, a little more serious in tone, as those addresses typically are. First last night, because he spoke for an hour last night.
He did, yeah.
How is he going to mix it up today now that he is president? What are you most excited about hearing from the president and seeing these next few days?
Well, I mean, Donald Trump is never at a lack for words. He can go for hours and hours. And if you're covering one of his events, you better make sure you're not wearing heels, because you're going to really regret that.
I've made that mistake a few times.
I know you have, Cabot. I believe it. No, I'm excited to hear him talk about unity, I think, because that was such an important part of his campaign. And ironically, the left would always portray him as divisive, but so much of his rhetoric was talking about bringing the country together, healing the economy, ending the border crisis, making us safer. And that was a lot of what he spent his time on the campaign trail talking about. So I think we'll see more of that. But there's also a sense here, and I've seen a lot of people saying this today, of we made it and you cannot do this to us again. We watched the Biden administration punish so many people. We watched how so many people were targeted by the Biden administration, like we were talking about with this executive order this morning. And Trump, his seriousness, Melania's seriousness, I think it's indicative of this sense that we're not going back. You cannot punish Americans like this again. And the country's going to be okay. And I think we're going to hear more of that.
That is one of the phrases I heard from someone who was talking to me in Trump world about Trump's mindset right now. And the phrase they used was deathly serious. Said he is deathly serious about the stakes here. Now that he has won, he's thinking about his legacy, but more importantly, he's thinking about what will be accomplished, because he made these promises. The American people are now expecting him to deliver, and they're confident that he's going to. Now he's got to go out there and do it, and he's already starting to do that today. And what he will be doing at this event that we're watching once he gets there is signing a number of executive orders. We're going to get to see him sign a number of campaign promises into law right now, or using executive action, I should say. Which of those executive orders are you keeping an eye on that you think, as a White House reporter now, that you think is going to have the most tangible impact in these early days?
Yeah, so immigration obviously is the biggest, number one issue that we're going to be seeing executive orders on. We've already seen a bunch announced today, and I'm sure he'll sign them, but we know from talking to Tom Homan, he's getting ready for deportations. He has all kinds of plans to stem the border crisis. I'm very interested in seeing those, because he's made it clear, like you're saying, he's dead serious when it comes to this issue. We're done with the criminals coming across our border. We're done with terrorists coming across our border. And so I'm really interested to see where that goes. Yeah. On the gender topic, we were talking about this earlier. I talked to Riley Gaines last night on the red carpet. Mm-hmm. She told me she's really excited to see him make good on his promise to keep men out of women's spaces, women's bathrooms, women's locker rooms, Same thing with gender, with the pronoun craziness. So I'm following that as well. That's my beat in the past, and I'm always going to care a lot about that. So I'll be following that closely as well.
Yeah, and that's something that the president, again, has widespread support on among the American people, that issue of men and women's sports. You mentioned earlier Trump, the peacemaker, Trump, the unifier. Those are two things that he stressed this afternoon in his inauguration address. Let's have a look at that moment.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission: defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world.
So that's Trump on unity and peace this year. I think we want to play a clip from Biden in 2021 when he gave his inaugural speech, because he also talked about unity and peace.
At this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this: bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, or rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility.
If you just joined the Daily Wire stream in the last 60 seconds, do not worry. Joe Biden is not the president. That was a speech given back in 2021. What a relief. Can you imagine if we had to listen to another one of those speeches or a speech from Kamala? Yeah, obviously none of that stuff ended up happening. The whole unity thing kind of gets thrown out the window when you start calling the entire other party fascist, Hitler. Also funny seeing everyone masked up. It reminds me of today, actually, when I saw about a dozen or so people throughout the day that had the masks on, some double mask.
We are in Washington, D.C.
Every single one of them that I saw had media badge. They were all reporters. It was all reporters, which is very funny to see.
It is true. I mean, I think reporters in D.C. tend to be incredibly liberal. And of course, D.C. itself is very liberal. During the pandemic, a lot of people left Capitol Hill and went to my favorite place in the world, Old Town Alexandria, because it's just freer. It's Virginia. Yeah. It's across the river. Yeah. But D.C. in general is pretty liberal, and everyone stayed home today, really, except for the MAGA Americans.
The MAGA faithful who were showing the D.C. natives what the rest of the country is actually like. And D.C., I believe, is around 90% registered Democrat. So now they're getting to realize that the rest of the country does not all agree with them. Now, on that message of unity from Joe Biden in 2021, which did not come to fruition, one of the reasons it did not come to fruition is because of the preferential treatment that he gave to his family, to the people in his inner circle. He told us over and over, I will not pardon my son, Hunter Biden.
Over and over and over.
He He pardoned him, right?
Oh my gosh.
He did actually pardon him. And then today he rolled out a whole slew of other pardons for crimes that he's saying, well, they weren't committed necessarily, but I'm still going to pardon them. Is that a normal thing to do where you pardon people that preemptively?
No, it's a little bit of an indication of guilt, I would argue, but I'm not a former president leaving office and a former president that also politically targeted the current president.
Yeah.
It's just a unique situation.
So Joe Biden has now, I'm going to read this executive order that he wrote today. He said, to all to whom these presents shall come, greeting, be it known that this day I, Joseph Biden, President of the United States, blah, 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 have granted pardons to James Biden, Sarah Biden, Valerie Biden, John T. Owens, and Francis Biden. Yeah, those are all of his direct family members. Preemptive pardons. I'm now going to read a quote from 2020 from the same man, Joseph R. Biden. It concerns me in terms of what kind of precedent it sets and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice in terms of the pardons. You're not going to see in my administration that kind of approach to pardons. That's a quote from Joe Biden talking about Donald Trump when there were reports that Trump was going to pardon his family members, which he did not do. That is Joe Biden saying, well, we won't do that in my administration. Right. That's preferential. That's unfair.
One of the most unbelievable things about this is that there's been no attempt to really explain this. Yep. You know, you would think that there would be an explanation to sort it out, but no, it's just the fact that he said he would not, and now he did, and they don't really feel the need to explain it.
Yeah. So, again, Joe Biden coming out and pardoning not just his family members, but also a number of other members of his administration, including Dr. Anthony Fauci. He is given a preemptive pardon to for any crimes that may or may not have been committed for the past decade.
Unbelievable.
Something to keep an eye on there. Also pardoning members of the January 6th committee in the House. They've all gotten preemptive pardons as well. So there you go, guys. Any crimes you may have committed, Fauci, crimes that you may have committed. I don't want to get myself in trouble here.
I know, and I
You're
could see Donald Trump and his administration keeping an eye on these pardons and maybe starting a checklist with the people who were just pardoned to check and look into them and see whether they might have done something that merited a pardon.
Yes. So much more to come on that front. We'll see how Donald Trump responds. But right now, Donald Trump preparing to conduct his review of the troops. This is a tradition that happens on every inauguration day where the president appears before the military troops there. Beautiful scene happening right now here in D.C. And folks, he will soon be heading to the Capital One Arena for his big address. So don't go anywhere. We've got a whole lot more coming. But let's take a look now at some more of what we heard from Trump earlier today during his second inauguration address, this time as the 47th president. We don't have that ready yet, but neither here nor there. This is live TV, folks. This is what we bring you when it gets to live TV. Sometimes things that you expect to be ready aren't ready, and that's okay. Because it's live.
That's been the theme of this weekend, actually.
Yeah, rolling with the punches.
Everybody's been on their toes with the way the inauguration was rescheduled. I mean, a couple days ago, we thought we were all going to be down there on the lawn all day on the National Mall, and now people are all over the city. There was even talk of Trump swearing in the White House instead of the Capitol Rotunda. Yeah. So it's just everything's been a little chaotic due to the weather, which I had some MAGA Americans down on the mall today tell me that they don't believe it was actually about the weather. They think there was something else going on. Who knows? But that's the state of affairs.
Yeah, thankfully everything has been very safe so far. We have not had any issues on that front. So now we've got the clip ready. And I love this clip because it's President Trump talking about the idea of expanding our horizons as a nation. Let's have a listen.
And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
I love it. Now, part of this mission to expand America is not just, going out into the stars, going out to Mars, which I'm sure a lot of people are very excited by. It's also going to the star known as Greenland. Mary Margaret, how do you feel about our new Arctic brethren that might be joining the Union?
It's very interesting. I mean, Don Jr. was up there visiting it with Charlie Kirk and some other of our MAGA stars. And they scoped out the territory. They talked to a lot of Greenlanders, and they're excited. I can't tell how serious all this is.
It seems quite serious.
Yeah?
We've seen President Trump talk about how this is not just something that would be fun, this is something that would provide strategic advantages to the United States from a military standpoint. It's up there in the Arctic Circle, so it's, you can fly right over top of the globe to Russia. So there's also economic advantages to having all those rare earth minerals. And it's not the first time this has been done before. We talked about this on Morning Wire. Back after World War II, Harry Truman tried to purchase Greenland for $100 million from Denmark. They turned him down. Andrew Johnson also had the same idea back in the 1870s. And that is your history lesson here at the Daily Wire. So Donald Trump going for that. But let's get now to Elon Musk, who might be the one that actually takes us to Mars, as Donald Trump was alluding to. Let's see what he had to say earlier today at Capital One.
Yes! This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. There are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? There's always problems in life. There's this problem, solve that problem. But there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up. For the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Imagine telling yourself, even 5 years ago, that Elon Musk would be speaking at Trump's inauguration celebration.
No one would have imagined it, but it's all part of the Trump is normal now. And I think Elon Musk, with his exuberance and all of his ideas, is really helped with that. He was a huge part of this campaign, both financially and just with his massive platform and directing attention towards Trump and the campaign. But I think next we want to look at a clip from Kash Patel, the potential director of the FBI.
I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them.
What a fantastic line there. I'm standing here because of merit, his qualifications. Wonderful stuff there. Thank you guys so much again for sticking with us all day long here as the festivities continue on. We're still waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage, but in just a few moments, he will be appearing for the review of troops in the Capitol. Let's get to there right now so we can see as Trump prepares to walk out.
Commanders, take charge of your units.
All right, Donald Trump departing the Capitol and now driving right behind us. Here he comes down the road behind us in his motorcade. He will be making his way to the Capital One Arena. Again, instead of a parade, they're having an indoor parade. All of the festivities moving to the arena. And I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least a
Oh
dozen
my
motorcycles. We see the Beast there, Mary Margaret.
This is so exciting.
This is a cool moment right
They're
here.
coming right behind us. I don't know if you guys can see them yet, taking up the entire roadway all the way down Capitol Hill.
Do we wave? I think it might be
think
time
we
for us to
wave.
wave.
We wave.
I think I'm going to start waving. Hello, President Trump. Hello.
Oh my gosh.
47, there he goes.
There he goes.
He waved back at me. He didn't really wave back at me, but I'm going to imagine that he did.
So they're heading right down the hill past the U.S. Capitol, all the way down the National Mall, and then Capital One Arena is in Chinatown, so they'll be heading right across
No, it's not
the city.
Chinatown. Trump is in office now. It is
Oh.
Chinatown. I'm sorry. I'm better than that.
It's
I should
all right.
not have done that.
Cabot is the king of dad jokes, but we still appreciate it. We
I'm
like
just
them. We like
very
them.
excited. Very cool moment here. The Daily Wire, dare I say, has the best studio setup in the entire city right
Pretty
now.
sweet.
You can't beat this. I did see some people on the stream asking if this was a green screen behind us. You are right. This is a green screen. We are not really in DC. We're actually back in Nashville. We're pretending to be cold right now. No, that really is the Capitol right there. Donald Trump driving by, getting ready to head to Capital One Arena again. You will hear from him momentarily. Don't go anywhere. And he just finished up the review of troops. I think it's such a poignant moment to see the very clear love and admiration he has for the troops. And you get an idea of that by how he has spent his time this week. Of course, he's gone to some parties. He's celebrated as he should. He deserves it. But when he got to DC yesterday morning, one of the first things he did was go to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. Let's have a look at that video. Such a powerful moment there. Fun fact, Mary Margaret, when I first moved to DC, I actually lived in a townhouse that bordered Arlington National Cemetery.
No way.
The backyard was right up against it, and I could hear taps being played at night when it was a clear night, and we had our windows open. I could hear taps being played at the Tomb of the Unknown, and then in the morning, they would play Revelry on the base there, the Marine base, and so I could hear the trumpets.
It's a really beautiful place.
Beautiful place.
Really
if,
beautiful.
If you get a chance to come to DC, you got to go there. And also, on that topic of Trump and his respect for our troops, at his victory rally last night, the front few rows were reserved. And when I got to the arena, I was there before the general admission came in, and I saw all these reserved seats, and I thought, who are these for? Okay, it's got to be for senators.
Yep.
It's got to be for foreign
You would think.
dignitaries, maybe some Hollywood celebrities. No, I got closer, and every single placard said Medal of Honor recipient so-and-so, Gold Star family member so-and-so. That is who was in the front three rows at his rally last night.
That's amazing. Yeah, Trump has such a respect for our military members and for their families and the deceased military members who we've lost in serving our country. I always notice the way he conducts himself at ceremonies like the one he was at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Just dignity, seriousness, really helping us understand the gravity of the situation. I think of this story that Sarah Huckabee Sanders told once about her and Trump going on Christmas Eve to see the troops in, I want to say, Afghanistan. Talking about how special that was to the troops and how seriously Trump took that visit himself. That's what I always think of when I think of Trump and his attitude towards the military. And I think of his desire to rid the military of the woke ideology that has taken place throughout the Biden administration. Unbelievable, the things that we have seen. And of course, we will see, I'm pretty sure, a lot of fireworks when Pete Hegseth potentially becomes head of the Department of Defense, because he has been very outspoken about wanting to root out all of this. But one development that we wanted to share, we heard just today that the Pentagon removed a portrait of General Milley, the former chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, from a corridor in the building, and that it was a Trump move to kind of bye-bye to General Milley and the woke Department of Defense as he's preparing to bring in Pete Hegseth.
And he was one of the individuals who received a pardon from Joe Biden today. along with Anthony Fauci, members of the J6 committee. Let's read that tweet from President Biden today. This last minute, you call it a midnight accord, whatever you want, this last minute pardon from Joe Biden, quite literally last minute, within an hour of leaving office. He said, "Our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day. They are the lifeblood of our democracy. Yet alarmingly, public servants have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. In certain cases, some have even been threatened with criminal prosecutions, including General Mark A. Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the members and staff of the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. These public servants have served our nation with honor and distinction and do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions." So it's kind of ironic hearing President Biden say they do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified, politically motivated prosecutions. If Joe Biden was still had the mental faculties to understand what irony was, I think he might be able to understand that there is a dark irony in that sentence saying no one deserves to have politically motivated prosecutions against them.
It's unbelievable. I mean, after the last 4 years, I mean, just the Mar-a-Lago raid alone should prevent any type of rhetoric like that from taking place. But I don't think that's the only hypocrisy that we'll see, or we have seen recently when it comes to Democrats and do as I say, not as I do. We saw last week, I believe, in the Pete Hegseth hearings on Capitol Hill, all these Democrats attacking Pete for his past affairs with women, which he's talked about and said he regrets, and he's a Christian man now and he's moving forward with that lifestyle with his wife. Let's have a view of that clip because it's pretty interesting.
I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know
that run
that
directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated
Channel
I'm
who
not
I work
hearing-
with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer
record
to my question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hegseth, you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as Secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign
serving.
as Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf
job?
of the men and women I'm serving
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important deployment
I'm not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on.
Incredible stuff there.
Yeah, Pete Hegseth had to put up with a lot during that hearing.
I also like how the left consistently paints Pete Hegseth as nothing more than a Fox News host.
Yes.
They say Fox News host, unqualified, failing to mention that he served 20 plus years in the military, was a decorated service member in Iraq and Afghanistan after volunteering for the military in 2001, was awarded 2 Bronze Stars, graduated from Princeton,
Man.
went on to run a large veterans nonprofit advocating for service members. But he's just a Fox News host. That's all he
Got his
is.
resume down. I'm impressed.
I think that he is a man among men in many ways, and I think that he's going to do a fantastic job. I have a number of family members who are in the service, and they are fired up by the idea. And one of the things they say, they love the way that he talks about what the military should be. They say, I like the idea of a guy who's kicked down doors actually being the one running this. And they say, 4-star generals, a lot of them, they're essentially politicians. Not all of them, but a lot of them are politicians and lifelong bureaucrats. And they say, I like the idea of a guy who knows what I've been through. That's the message I'm hearing. And I think a lot of Americans resonate with that as well.
I think so. One of the lines that I thought was particularly interesting from that hearing was he talked about how if a service member messed up, he would be in trouble. And if a general messes up, he should also be in trouble. He should not be awarded for that. And that's something that he's really talked a lot about. Even before Trump nominated him, he wrote a whole book on the problems with the military, which I found really interesting as a culture reporter, where he got into the problem with trans-identifying troops in the military. If you undergo invasive surgeries, no matter what they are related to transgender transition attempts, you're going to not be deployable for a long time. He wrote about that in his book. And I'm very interested to see how he and Trump handle this matter of trans-identifying troops in the military because that's something that has become a very big issue, is many people who identify as transgender enlisting in our military to get taxpayer-funded surgeries.
I think a lot of Americans are interested in that issue and also excited by the prospect of a guy like Pete Hegseth taking over the 3 million employees in the DoD, and the entire cabinet is beyond that. As excited as folks get about just one pick like Pete Hegseth, there is an entire new cabinet coming in. And one of the things that I heard from dozens of folks this weekend who I interviewed who were here for the festivities, they kept saying, get Trump the cabinet he deserves.
Yes.
And that is a big point that's important to remember. Now that Trump is here, now that we have the Senate and the House, it's not the time to get complacent. It's the time to get those confirmations through, give Trump what he deserves, and help him fulfill the mandate that he's gotten from the people. And speaking of the military, right now we have a number of service members now filing in to the Capital One Arena, where the festivities are still going on. The party continues here with the Daily Wire. We will get you there as soon as Donald Trump takes the stage. We already know he's on his way because he just drove right by us. And let us also remind everyone that you can get in on the celebration this weekend by joining the Daily Wire. Become a Daily Wire member. You'll get 47% off in honor of the 47th President, Donald J. Trump. All you got to do, go to dailywire.com/subscribe, use the code 47, and you can become a Daily Wire member. Mary Margaret, this is a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun.
This is so great. Like, I think everyone needs to experience an inauguration at least once in their life, especially when it's the inauguration of someone that you're excited to see in office. Maybe don't come if it's, in the future, it's someone you don't like.
Frigid temperatures, we're sitting up here, and actually we're feeling pretty good, but down on the ground it was really, really cold.
Yeah, it was.
That's what's caused no one to be out on the mall today. So I would like to give a shout out to Kevin and I for heroically sitting here in the frigid temperatures to bring you guys this coverage.
I would like to give a shout out to me. That's what Mary Margaret is saying. I love it. I'm with you on that. I'll just go ahead and say it. The favorite person that I talked to today was a fellow named Bart from Alaska.
Wow.
He came all the way from Alaska. He said he's been to the last few Republican inaugurations. And I also had a wonderful conversation with a young lady named Carly, who was up in New York City recently. I asked her, I said, why do you want to come? She said, I've never been to an inauguration. I said, what's different this time? She said she was in New York City. She was wearing a MAGA hat. She was in a restaurant, and a deranged woman came up and harassed her for her entire meal, was screaming at her, calling her names that I'm not going to repeat on air. Gave her the neck sign saying you should go, telling her to kill herself. And a number of staff members of the restaurant apparently had to intervene and physically remove this woman from the restaurant. And she said that moment radicalized her this year, where she said, you know what? People are telling me to kill myself for supporting Donald Trump. I'm going to become an even bigger Trump supporter.
Good for her.
And she said that did not deter her. And conversations like that were so encouraging today.
Yeah, no, I had a couple like that as well. I mean, nothing that extreme, but I talked to so many different couples who came here together, husbands and wives, to be here to support Donald Trump from very far away. I talked to people from Oregon, from Florida, from Texas, all over the country. And like we were saying earlier, undeterred by the fact that they weren't going to be able to be outside. One woman I talked to said it was her birthday. And she said that's the big reason that everyone's here celebrating today, but also because of Donald Trump's inauguration.
Yeah, and the other cool part of being here is getting to hear not just from Donald Trump, who will take the stage here any minute now, but also from just a who's who of MAGA leaders. And one of the gentlemen we heard earlier from is a man who played a huge part in Donald Trump's victory. That is Charlie Kirk, president and founder of Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action. Let's hear what he had to say on stage at the Capital One Arena.
It is hard to believe, almost surreal. For those of you that have always had the president's back throughout these last couple of years, when we were at our darkest moment 4 years ago, this is your victory. For those of you that refused to waver, when they tried to throw our amazing patriots in federal prison, when they tried to silence this movement, for those of you that never wavered, this is your victory. For those of you that are sick and tired of seeing your beloved home be overrun by hordes of illegals, this is your victory. And no longer is this just a rally about what we say we're going to do when President Trump takes office. Now I can say what he's doing right now as we are here in this arena. As we are here right now, President Donald Trump is signing executive order after executive order, 200 executive actions and orders today, some of which include drill baby drill, curb inflation, national emergency on the southern border, and my favorite, that God created man and woman. There are no other genders besides that.
I was just transfixed by the live feed we have of the Capital One Arena because there is a Trump staffer preparing a desk. The desk is full of pens, and next to the pens is a big stack of leather folders full of executive orders that Donald Trump is about to sign.
It's about to happen.
I'm excited. You're excited. The people at home are excited. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at the Daily Wire. DW in DC. We're not going to keep you any longer. Let's get to the Capital One Arena where Donald Trump any moment now will be taking the stage. The party rages on. He's going to sign some executive orders. He's going to get the crowd pumped. The party is just getting started. We got 4 more years of celebrating the 47th President, Donald Trump. Thanks for being with us here at the Daily Wire.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
My name is Dan Taylor, and I'm very honored to be requested by our president to be your parade announcer. And it's great to be here with you. I have to say it is a bit of a different format for a parade, but of course our president wanted to keep us safe, wanted to keep us warm. And I can tell you something, the talent that's going to be coming through these doors into this arena, it is going to get hot in here tonight. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate this historic occasion on behalf of the Trump-Vance Presidential Inaugural Committee. The ceremony's about to begin. We're going to get things underway, so if you're with family and friends, been talking in the halls or whatever, get down to your seats, grab a snack. We're going to get the show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
sacrifice of Corey Comparatori. Mr. Comparatori, a 10-year U.S. Army Reserve veteran and past fire chief to the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, who died during the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024. Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit, EMS, 911 radio dispatch, and hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack. They are also paying tribute to the courageous service of first responders nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. To you, the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for it, folks. Here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. gentlemen, entering your arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida, the Florida firefighters, pipes and drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. As the Florida fighter fighters, pipes and drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. as the beat of the drums continues. Established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody! Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itta, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th Presidential Inauguration. we're counting close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Idabina, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up. And now I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. And welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The 3 young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. Do you believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric, she was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest, it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one or that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Aaron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. and they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production, believe me. You're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people. at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in. I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters, one of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out, let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, ooh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But this third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed, everybody passed, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas, they didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good. Do you have that other one to sign?
Sorry, what's it?
Do you have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back at the over. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it out? Do you want to say it? Do you want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Sir?
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.